Full intro. Let's roll it.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Gotta love it, Towel friends. Gotta love it. Great to see you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, look at that. Double towel. Double towel. I had to make sure the feed was working. It's so good to see you, Towel friends. It is so good to have you with me. It is so good to welcome you back. We had a day off, a very rare day off yesterday on Towel Stream, and I said to myself, you know, I need some downtime. I need to go to the T-Mobile store. I need to get some things ready for this week. So I did that, and then I came home and I solved Watergate. Now, you might be saying, Towel, those two things are entirely independent of each other. And also, didn't you also break news this morning about the Juror 11's father-in-law showing back up at a conference in June of 2025 after getting arrested in 2019 for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets? And did he show up at a conference in June of 2025 working on something under a fake name for an Egyptian college related to his previous patent work? Yes. Those two things, that also happened, but that's unrelated to the fact that I was just going about my Towel Sunday, and, you know, I was doing mundane, sort of rudimentary towel existence matters, and then I said to myself, you know what, I think I can solve Watergate. Now, I didn't really intend to solve Watergate. That's not really, I wasn't really just setting out to do that. I just remembered that on our Towel Stream on Saturday, I was showing you all how to read complex declassified CIA files, and I happened to come across the file for this guy named Chester E. Sororian, whose real name was Charles William Wiley. Now, he was a CIA asset that nobly served his country and tried to find communists who were in the United States trying to undermine the government. Now, that's not really directly related to this single entry on page 99 of the man's CIA file. Might be page 100. It's somewhere between page 98 and 100, where it says that on June 28, 1972, this CIA agent misled the FBI Watergate investigators 11 days after Watergate about whether or not Jim McCord had active connections to the CIA and was potentially running assets for political purposes. Now, this was compounded by another note in the document that I found on page 78 that said Jim McCord and this guy Charles William Wiley had tried to plant Wiley as a GOP congressional candidate in New York with the permission of the CIA in 1970. Now, that's relevant because the plumbers unit in Watergate that did domestic intelligence didn't start until 1971, which means Jim McCord didn't actually retire from the CIA on August 30th of 1970. He went to a private firm to continue agency operations to influence the domestic elections to help the GOP because the CIA thought the Democrats were infiltrated by Cuba. Now, it gets even better than that, which means that the plumbers unit at the White House in 71 and 72 was not only blessed by the White House, but was actively run by the CIA. And it gets even better. It's possible either, I can't tell if the CIA set Nixon up or if Nixon was just left holding the bag, because H. Howard Hunt, another one of the Watergate burglary team who was former CIA, along with G. Gordon Liddy, testified at the summer 73 Senate Watergate hearings that the CIA, although he didn't say the CIA, it was clearly the CIA gave information to G. Gordon Liddy and the plumbers unit at the White House that the Democratic National Committee was taking money from the Cuban government under Fidel Castro, and that's why they broke into the Watergate. Which means that when that operation went bad, which I believe happened because another one of the Watergate burglars was actually an informant for the Democrats, it's a little complicated. I didn't have time to go down that route. But anyway, that explains why Nixon resigned, because what he was actually doing was falling on his sword to protect the fact that the GOP and the CIA were influencing domestic elections long before Watergate, and Watergate was just another prong of that operation, but it couldn't be exposed because it was too sensitive, and therefore Richard Nixon was not only set up, I believe, or Richard Nixon, he wasn't really set up. Richard Nixon, with the permission of the CIA, engaged in the break-in at the Democratic National Committee, and then when they got caught, Richard Nixon was made to be the fall guy. So in essence, I solved Watergate. All right. No, we don't. We can get rid of our dear friend Reggie RT Trust. No, one thing we're going to talk about this morning, other than my towel off day, is I have noticed, and we're going to have a towel discussion about this with our towel friends. Yes, we will time out our dear friend. Not just time him out. He will not be coming back. Hold on. This is part of what we're going to talk about. So there have been people, and we're going to have a direct discussion about this. Let me just go up there. Where is this? All right, hold on. So people like Reggie RT Trust. This is actually a really good example of what I'm talking about. So he's gone. But what we want to do is, so in recent days, towel friends, there have been, yeah, no, we're not, Reggie, Dark Side of the Moon, this is what, yeah, no, don't worry about it, friend. We're going to talk about it this way. So don't worry, friends. I know we have a very welcoming ethos here, rooted in compassion for each other, and I want to maintain that, but I also want to discuss something. So we have a few basic rules on this channel. No being derogatory, no being discriminatory, and no sea lioning. Now, sea lioning is when you ask questions in bad faith over and over and over again. We don't really have that going on too much anymore. That was an original insidious tactic we were seeing in the comments. What we have now, and this is now going to become a new rule on Towel Channel, and I want to talk to you all a little bit about it. We are now going to have a new rule, which is called no rage baiting. Okay? Now, rage baiting is a very specific type of trolling. Okay? It's very subtle. It's very insidious. It's where someone ostensibly appears to be acting in good faith by participating in the community. They may even say they really like you, or they may share your views, but what they're really doing is they're waiting for the moment to bring up unrelated topics, either by posting news links or just by saying it in their comments, to induce emotional reactions in targeted other members of chat in order to drive them away. We saw this happen with Troy the other day. Unfortunately, we saw it happen with Diana and Natalia yesterday as well. And what makes it insidious is they'll veil the conduct in what would look like ostensibly mundane or just regular conversation. You know, Troy might be saying, oh, I really love the chat, I found a home here, but then Troy will, when I'm not paying attention, tactically do something to either drive Colleen away or Drew drops away. That's an example of the kind of trolling we're now looking out for. It's not really trolling, it's a psychological operation to drive people away, because this chat is clearly a space that is threatening whatever the powers that be feel a YouTube chat should be. Now, they don't like that it's a space where people feel welcome, and it's regardless of their views, and then it's very tolerant. So to insulate that ethos, we have to be a little bit proactive. And so the way that we're going to do this is, I think it would be helpful. So we kind of have like a rapid reaction force already, that even if I'm like getting pulled a few different directions or researching, people will let me know on X through DM, which is the quickest way to get me my attention if something's going on. So I think what we should do is, we should kind of have a group, and we don't have to assign their names here, because then people. So you all, and I think some of you who reached out yesterday can be part of this group. If you see someone doing this in chat, don't necessarily engage with the rage bait. Don't necessarily tip them off that you're onto them. Send me a message. All right, we'll call these Towel Guardians. You Towel Guardians, send me a message, and you let me know. Especially if it's someone who's done like a long cover op. All right, we'll keep an eye on them. And most of the time, what they're expecting is that I'm going to get distracted by researching something or by a phone call or whatever, and that's when they're going to move. So I will then bait them by pretending to not pay attention, wait for them to make a move, and then I'll remove them immediately. See what I'm saying? It's genius. All right. But it's very, very important to me that, no, Iris, I wasn't on stream yesterday. This was happening. What happens is I open today's stream on Saturday night, so it left the comments open, and people can just chat even though the stream isn't running. And in that chat section, I know the rage baiting tactic became, it wasn't even hidden. There were links being posted to completely unrelated content to the stream. And that part, you can kind of overlook as maybe someone just being interested in news. But then when certain chat members reacted to specific pieces of content, then this is where I knew it was rage bait. The other person started insulting our members of the chat and trying to hurt their feelings and drive them away. That's rage bait. So we have to be on guard for it. If we notice it happening, we'll be able to quickly move it on. Now, that's not to say that someone voicing a different opinion than you is rage bait. Yes, Steph, you got it. Oh, no. Yes, exactly, Steph. So definitely reach out to Vicky, please, if you have contact with her, and let Vicky know that although we caught on to it quickly, there was what I would call a rage bait operation that was attempted in our chat to make people feel heard and unwelcome. But we, thanks to the vigilance of Steph and others, we caught it right away. So, and I don't want anyone to feel this a commentary on the different ideas that were being talked about. We have different ideas and different perspectives voiced here all the time. It was just the way it was being deployed was tactical. All right. Now, I caught on to this when Troy did it. Troy did it much more subtly and effectively, by the way. But I still caught on to it almost immediately. I kind of missed the Colleen Henry interaction. I felt terrible. And then my guard was up. And then as soon as the Jew drops and Troy thing happened, I got rid of him. I knew exactly what he was doing, and he's not coming back. Diana Natale, I mean, when she dropped the mask yesterday, it was horrifying. And I thank God, because Steph mentioned it and I had the chat open, was that I was able to go over and intervene while I was writing my very interesting Watergate story. So all of that is to say I'm onto it. I'm very sorry that those tactics were deployed. I know a lot of you wouldn't necessarily notice it right away, but it's a form of gaslighting. So if you see it happening, I know it's designed to impact you emotionally, but definitely pull back, recognize what they're doing, report it to me, and recognize how they're trying to destabilize the atmosphere here, and that's how we ward it off. Their tactics don't work if we're aware of them. So long and short of it is, we have a new rule on Towel Channel: no rage baiting. Yep. Oh, Iris, we got it very, very quickly. I mean, I'm sad that it took a week or two, and I definitely have and will continue to extend my apologies to Jew Drops and Colleen Henry, and Steph and Vicky, and I believe Wicked Uma, who was also got caught up in that crossfire yesterday. Those tactics were definitely deployed specifically. They didn't know who would react, but it was deployed to induce those reactions, and then as a result of those reaction, make you all feel like for some reason I was condoning it, and then drive you away. So, by virtue of me being onto it, they're going to fail. However, we do have to have some community vigilance, because while I would love to be attentive 24/7, it requires all of us collectively monitoring, recognizing what the behavior looks like, and then making sure that we're putting a stop to it rather than falling for their tactics. I'm sure it frustrates them to no end, but hey, you're dealing with a critical theorist. What do you want? I think that way. All right. No, you're all wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. You are all wonderful. We're becoming. Now, this is relevant because someone also mentioned yesterday they got spearphished. If you're in this chat, if you're watching this, we're obviously ahead of a lot of the news outlets. That's no surprise to a lot of you, I think, if you've been here for a while. But you're going to be subject to not just those kind of emotional attacks, which you can protect yourself against if you see them unfolding so they don't actually function in the way they're intended, which is to impact you emotionally, which upsets your cognitive function and then inhibits you from being able to analyze what's going on. That's one thing. But the other thing is you could be subject, especially if you're putting your email out or whatnot, to what's called spear phishing. Okay? So first of all, enable two-factor authentication on all of your accounts. That is a basic security premise. That just means you either get a text message or you use a security app on your phone. When you log into your email, it makes sure that you have your phone in your possession and that it's you, and then it will send you a code or you can't get into your email. It's a bit annoying. You get used to it after a while. Enable it on everything. The other thing is spear phishing. If someone sends you an email that you've never seen before with a PDF, do not open that email. Do not download that PDF. Those PDFs contain or an image or anything. Don't open emails from unknown senders right now or for any period in the future. Delete them and report them. Someone in this chat got one the other day. They are PDFs. It will look like a billing invoice, or it will look like urgent action, or like following up on your correspondence, but it's fake. It's called spear phishing. It is designed to penetrate your email account by getting you to open a file that is actually a self-executable software program hidden within the PDF that will then either store your keystrokes or compromise all your passwords or your email or your computer. If it roots it, that's the worst possible thing. And it will do it in a way that most antivirus can't detect. Because it's very serious. And the reason why these files are dangerous is because they are deployed ahead of the ability. They're called zero-day exploits. They're deployed ahead of the ability for operating systems and software programs like antivirus to detect them. But you don't even have to deal with that if you just do not open, especially if you shared your email here, do not open emails from unknown senders. Do not open PDFs. It is called spear phishing. They are designed to take your information. And one of the people in chat, one of our towel friends, got one of these. And so a lot of us have been doing research here. If you've shared your email, be careful. Do not open emails from unknown senders that in particular contain PDFs. Don't open them at all, because you never know how complex it is and what they could interject. They could use like an SQL injection into the header if they really knew what they were doing, and probably compromise you that way too. So don't even open the email. Report it, and do not open the PDF in particular. So I hope this all makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry we had to do this. It's called spear phishing. So there's two. Let me just grab the DNI. Let me just grab this for you, okay, Jew Drops, because I'd rather we look at it from the DNI. DNI, hold on. I just went to it the other day. Here we go. All right, so let me just open this here, okay? This is from the Director of National Intelligence, and I think this is the best way to talk about it. This is approved for public release, so we can talk about this. Now, folks, if you, as I said, if you've been on this channel, and I'm not trying to fearmonger, but we actually had a report of this, and now we're also seeing rage baiting and some very specific tactics deployed in the comments of this channel, not right now, but over the past week or two. So let's just talk about this. This is our morning towel safety briefing. I am not part of the government. I am a towel. If you have further questions about this, please seek out official governmental sources like this memo from the Directorate of National Intelligence, or the Director of National Intelligence. And please make sure that if you are in this chat, if you're sharing your email, if you're corresponding, that's great. I want you. That's exactly why they're trying to compromise us, because we're very effective in what we're doing. I don't want you to stop being effective. I want you to take proactive security tips to insulate yourself from hostile actors. Of course, I'm so happy to help Steph. Here is the PDF. We are reading about spear phishing. All right, so you all go ahead and just take a look at this. Good morning, Peony and Rose and Ange. So yes, and I think whether this is FKR or whatever that's doing this, I think some of it is FKR. It doesn't really matter. It could be anyone. It doesn't matter who's deploying it. We don't have to get into the minutia of the who or the why. The more important is noticing it, because it doesn't matter who's deploying it if we know what it is. So this is a little bit different than rage baiting. The rage baiting is something we've addressed now, and we're going to keep an eye out for. We have the Towel Guardian squad that is going to be on report notice to Towel. Anything that comes up like that, we're going to catch right away. It's a little more nuanced in how we notice it, but my action shall be swift. I shall swingeth my towel gavel, and I shall declare the person persona non towel grata. That's diplomacy. This is closer to like an actual attack. So if anything, if you get this at all, hello, Phil, welcome. How are you? Thank you for joining the chat. If you notice this language, okay, a spear phishing attack, and this is from the Director of National Intelligence. A spear phishing attack is an attempt to acquire sensitive information or access to a computer system by sending counterfeit messages that appear to be legitimate. Spear phishing is a type of phishing campaign that targets a specific person or group and often will include information known to be of interest to the target, such as current events or financial documents. Like other social engineering attacks, spear phishing, so social engineering is what they're really doing to us. Spear phishing takes advantage of our most basic human traits, such as a desire to be helpful, providing a positive response to those in authority, a desire to respond positively to someone who shares similar tastes or views, or simple curiosity about contemporary news and events. These messages are delivered via email and are designed to convince the user to open a malicious link or attachment, exposing the target to malicious software. The goal of spear phishing is to acquire sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, and other personal information. When a link in a phishing email is opened, it may open a malicious site which could download unwanted information onto a user's computer. When the user opens an attachment, malicious software may run, which could compromise the security posture of the host. Once a connection is established, the attacker is able to initiate actions that could compromise the integrity of your computer, the network it resides on, and data. In the past, users could easily detect phishing emails, which were often sent from unknown senders, contain misspelled words, and use poor grammar. Today, phishing scams are more sophisticated, identities are masked, messages are tailored, and email content appears legitimate. Signs of a phishing scam may include generic greetings, urgent action requests you did not initiate, requests for personal information, and even baseless threats. Other cyber attack concerns include compromised or counterfeit websites that introduce malware to obtain a user's personally identifiable information. Skilled hackers can create new websites that appear legitimate or hack into a legitimate site undetected and embed malicious code. Signs of a malicious website include strange or unexpected search engine results and abnormal redirects to unexpected websites. Antivirus software tools can often catch website redirects, and most search engine companies such as Google, Chrome, and Bing alert users to problematic websites and often block access to those with malware. Here are a few easy things to help protect yourself from phishing and malware cyber attacks. Avoid websites that produce browser alerts and advise against access. Do not open email attachments or click links from unknown senders. Use a strong password and change it as required. Okay. Please go to onguardonline.gov and staysafeonline.org for more information. Oh, goodness. Well, thanks, Phil. We're glad to have you with us. Just don't engage in any rage baiting or try to compromise us with spear phishing, and you'll be just fine here. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thank you for attending your morning towel safety briefing. We are flying air towel, and I can report that conditions seem to be stable right now. No major turbulence expected. However, there may be unanticipated pockets of storms in the near future, and we may not be able to land air towel safely. We may need to circle the runway for a prolonged period of time today and throughout the week. With that said, I'm thrilled that you're with me. We'll get caught up on the news. I may have solved Watergate on my off date yesterday. That was a bit of, I was just kind of doing my thing. I was driving over to T-Mobile, and then I was thinking to myself, you know what? This is a very mundane, routine administrative task. I think I should solve Watergate. Now, I didn't actually think I should solve Watergate. I was more just thinking about some documents we were reviewing on TowelStream on Saturday. And then I said, aha, I got it. That one random denotation on page 100 of William Wiley's CIA file is actually proof that Richard Nixon was not responsible for Watergate. And you may be saying to yourself, Grant, I mean, come on, no way, right? Well, yes way, because in 2022, these files were declassified for the first time, which means no one knew about this, and very rare, they're unindexed on Google. You can't actually search them. You have to get to them on a very specific repository of declassified files, the Mary Farrell Foundation. Then you have to just have a hobbyist interest in learning about random undercover CIA agents named Charles William Wiley who were connected to Jim McCord, the Watergate burglar, and then find out that the CIA lied to the FBI on June 28, 1972, to cover up that it was actually the CIA who prompted the plumbers to break into the DNC by alleging the DNC was taking money from the Cuban government at the time, and simultaneously then covered up their own role in the break-in and made Richard Nixon fall on his sword. I solved Watergate. I'm proud of myself. I emailed the Richard Nixon Foundation. Hello, of course, Peony and Rose. Yes, there may be some turbulence on Air Towel today, but we are starting the morning strong. We had our security briefing. Please remember to buckle your seatbelts, find your towel buddies, hug your towel animals, and let us see where the ride takes us today. From the flight deck, my name is Captain Towel, and I will continue to guide us along, what hopefully should be a relatively short-term period of stability, although I make no guarantees because random things just happen. Then people start yelling and chat about how something wild is going on, and then we have to go look at that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ange. I'm so glad I was able to do a security briefing for you this morning. I am thrilled, and I also got some peanut M&Ms. I don't think those two things are particularly related either, but, I mean, it's the morning time. What do we do? We're waking up. We're getting ready. We're going to be on P. Diddy verdict watch out of federal court in the SDNY, I believe in Manhattan, in New York. And then we're going to keep an eye out for a number of other developments, none of which I can talk about. What do you mean you can't talk about them? Well, I'm a towel. I can't just go around talking about things. That wouldn't make me very much of a towel. Yes, there's lots of learning going on. Whole lot of shaking going on. Yes, call me Towel Elvis. Somebody get me a rhinestone suit. I've always wanted to be Towel Elvis. Have you ever considered that I would make a good Elvis? Elvis was an honorary DEA agent in all 50 states. I think he just liked it because it was ironic because he did a lot of drugs. I mean, which is his right. Personally, I wouldn't have done that many drugs. That was a lot of drugs. They killed him at the end of the day. He took quite a cocktail there. But needless to say, maybe call me early career Towel Elvis, All right, so that all came about because I just started singing whole lot of shaking going on. I'm pretty sure that was the Beatles and not Elvis. Either way. All right, so what do we want to look at first? Let's look at the Watergate story first, because then we'll go look at the story about juror number 11's father-in-law that broke overnight as well. And then we'll watch juror number 11's interviews, because Towel has something to do at 11, so I have to be watching something for 10 minutes at 11. It's a very important phone call. No, it's not an important phone call at all. I actually have a call. Let's see what it's about. Okay, so I have a call because I'm going to donate to some kind of foundation. I forget the name. And they're going to use the money to train dolphins to swim free in the ocean. That's what the call is about. Trust me, that's exactly what it's about. Now, I actually am going to have a little conversation because dolphins are apparently a little mean. So maybe I'm going to tell them I want my donation to support orcas. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into this and how I solved Watergate, I need to tell you I have a very important call that's clearly about orcas coming up. So that's why we're going to watch the jurors, Juror 11's interview, and analyze them at a certain point, probably before 11 o'clock. And you might be saying, Towel, first of all, that is not true. You are not going to have a phone call about dolphins or orcas. Nothing about that is true. Well, okay. How did you figure that out? I'm baffled. I don't know how you saw through me there. Second of all, I think we should drop this because I don't really want to go down this road right now. All right, so anyway, I was at T-Mobile yesterday and I was ruminating on, well, I wouldn't say ruminating, but I didn't really like the mendacity of having to sit in a T-Mobile store. So while my brain was rebelling at that administrative stagnation, I was thinking about this document I had read the day before. And I said to myself, you know what? I think that I shouldn't just move on from this. I really think this solves Watergate. So I drive home from the T-Mobile store, and I wouldn't say I was rushing, but, I was kind of relaxed, but I don't know how to be relaxed. I always have some kind of concern that whatever it is that I'm, thinking about has some monumental implication, and if I don't go right about it right now, then it's going to be lost to history. So I'm driving home, and I'm like, I really wish I could enjoy this wonderful Sunday afternoon, but I have to vindicate Richard Nixon. I really thought this to myself. Looking back on it, it was a little bit of an absurd situation, okay? I was just kind of sitting around and, hello, Mandy Strong. Listen, I solved Watergate. It wasn't on purpose. I took a day off yesterday and I solved Watergate. Now, the reason why this became a big deal for me is I'm driving home from the T-Mobile store, and I just wanted to have a relaxing Sunday drive where I could listen to Swedish music, that is Swedish rap music, and think about how it's ironic that I'm listening to European music in a European car in America. I know, I'm a little bit weird. So anyway, I just wanted to do that. And then as I'm driving, I think to myself, wait a minute. The only way that the CIA would have lied and known about it in the chain of command to the FBI about Watergate 11 days after it happened, and the only reason that the CIA would have been running domestic political congressional candidates who were their agents in 1970 is that the Plumbers wasn't a White House operation. It was a CIA operation to help the White House and the GOP because the CIA thought the Democrats were infiltrated with communists. And then I realized in my mind, well, wait a minute. When H. Howard Hunt was testifying in front of Senator Ervin's committee in 1973 in the summer, he said that the impetus, it was a very quick line in his testimony, he said the impetus for the Watergate investigation was, and let's just quote him, all right, because this is what really put it all together for me. I had this aha moment, and I was like, oh, goodness, I solved Watergate. So I wrote it up, and I'm going to read you my whole article, which is really good, by the way. I did a good job. I think they should run it in the Washington Post. I actually tagged Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward, who are both still alive, and I was like, how'd I do? But anyway, let's listen to Howard Hunt's specific testimony that led me to realize all of this was a setup. Not a setup. Hold on one second. Just a CIA operation, all right? So, Howard Hunt, would you be so kind as to say the one sentence hidden in a 4-hour and 37-minute congressional hearing that probably only, 65,000 people have watched it in 5 years, but I'd say I'm probably 5,000 of those views. I watched this almost every night for a year or so. I would just play it on repeat, like his testimony, John Dean's testimony, Liddy's testimony, and then I found an oral recording, like an audio book of the entire Senate Watergate report. It's 30 hours. I listened to that 500 times. I know everything about Watergate. Yes, I'm telling you. So I emailed the Richard Nixon Foundation. There's this one guy who's been working on this for a very long time. He published a book in 2017. It's the last guy that's defending Nixon in public. I think his name is, hold on. Let me give you his name. His name's actually important. CIA Richard Nixon Foundation. It's George something. I only learned about him overnight. His name is, hold on, what's this dude's name? What is his name? Hold on. CIA Richard Nixon Foundation, CIA role Watergate. All right, hold on. I think it's this guy. All right, so his name is,
Massachusetts.
There's an ad on the video. I just want to see the description. His name is Jeff Shepard, Geoff-Shepard. He's the former associate director of the White House Domestic Council, and he was the former deputy of President Nixon's legal defense. So, I had known about this guy for a while. Back in, 4 years ago or so, I started really looking into Watergate because I didn't believe. First of all, I knew a little bit about Bob Woodward's relationship with Mark Felt, who was Deep Throat, and I knew that there was some weirdness there. Just something was weird. And so I kind of got the sense that there was more to Watergate. I always thought that there was more to Watergate than was reported. And I didn't think the answer was that the Nixon White House thought the DNC was buying hookers, so that's why they sent the plumbers to the Watergate. That was kind of like the rumor at the time, and that was like one of the theories. That was the most ridiculous explanation I had ever heard. That is not why this happened. So I was like, for years, I had it percolating in the back of my mind, like, what was Watergate actually about? Like, what was actually going on there? Little did I know the answer was sitting in front. Now, I wouldn't have figured it out till after. I don't think anyone could have figured it out until after this CIA file was declassified. But this really does, in a lot of ways, change, like, not only Richard Nixon's legacy, but it also changes the impetus for Watergate. Watergate and the break-in of Daniel Ellsberg's office, Dr. Fielding. Ellsberg was the Pentagon Papers leaker. The break-in of the office of Dr. Fielding, which, by the way, got Ellsberg's charges thrown out, so that was stupid. That, coupled with the Watergate break-in, they were not isolated examples of White House overreach. They were just part of a larger, not White House, but GOP and CIA domestic election influence campaign that wasn't really malicious. It just more viewed the Democratic Party as a threat to national security because the Democrats, and I don't doubt this for a second, were infiltrated with communists. So, like, and it's weird to think about the GOP and the CIA as like, it's weird to think of the CIA as like a partisan political actor, but in this case they were. So it wasn't Nixon. Nixon was just part of this apparatus. So anyway, listen to what H. Howard Hunt tells the Watergate committee in this testimony. Hold on a sec, I muted the site by accident. Listen to this specific sentence.
John W. Dean III, counsel to the president. Later, I learned that Charles W. Colson, special...
Oh. Hold on, I got to increase the volume. But the reason why this is so relevant is this is the whole kit and caboodle. I mean, and it's not like the biggest thing for like the world, but it does for Richard Nixon, his family, for the Richard Nixon Foundation, for just, well, even for the Washington Post. There are implications, like Pulitzers were won for that reporting and things like that, and it didn't tell the story. And I don't know if it didn't tell it because Woodward was a Democrat. I mean, like, clearly Woodward's a Democrat. I mean, you can tell. So I don't know if like the Democratic Party had an interest in how that story was presented, but there's definitely some analogies to like the Karen Reed story here with like, people are telling a story because the narrative is really important, because if you don't tell it a certain way, then the actual narrative will come out. So that's why it stinks. It reeks of intelligence operation, the Karen Reed case. But before we get there, let's listen to this.
Counsel of the president had approved it too. In April 1972, Mr. Liddy told me that we would be undertaking the Watergate operation as part of the Gemstone program. He said he had information, the source of which I understood to be a government agency, that the Cuban government was supplying funds to the Democratic Party campaign. To investigate this report, a surreptitious entry of Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate was made on May 27, 1972, and a second entry on June 17th. The second entry was accomplished by a group, two of whose members had been among those who accomplished the fielding operation. I was indicted for my part in the...
So he gets thrown to the wolves, but then that's H. Howard Hunt. But this is what tipped me off. I was like, wait a minute. It wasn't just that like Nixon asked for a favor. It was that the CIA told Nixon and the White House that the DNC was taking money from Cuba, and that's why they did Watergate. So anyway, this is the story I ran overnight. New, per newly declassified files, Watergate burglar Jim McCord remained an active CIA asset after he formally left the agency in 1970. Another CIA asset, Charles William Wiley, then lied to FBI Watergate investigators about Wiley's ongoing CIA connection with McCord on June 28, 1972, including McCord's efforts to plant Wiley as a CIA-backed congressional candidate in 1970, which was before the plumbers existed, by the way. And also, you should note, H. Howard Hunt, G. Gordon Liddy, and Jim McCord all left the CIA in like 69 and 70, and then went to work at this private firm for McCord that was really running domestic intelligence for the CIA, and then went to the White House to work as the plumbers. It was always CIA. It was 100. It predated the break-in of Fielding's doctor's office in 71. It predated Watergate in 72. It was an ongoing CIA operation to influence domestic politics to help the GOP because they thought the Democrats were full of communists. Actual communists, which is true. This deception occurred just 11 days after the Watergate break-in and 8 days after Mark Felt, who was Deep Throat, I believe he was a Democrat, began leaking information to the Washington Post about another agency asset, Watergate ringleader H. Howard Hunt, being involved with the White House. As such, it is likely that FBI knew Wiley and the CIA were lying about McCord's agency involvement before they asked Wiley the question, yet decided to only hold Richard Nixon accountable for the operation. Indeed, per agency documents, McCord and Wiley were in active contact throughout 1970 and 1971, including related to Wiley running for Congress, along with, quote, matters that are of interest to the CIA currently. Yet Wiley misled the FBI into thinking McCord was simply, quote, an old friend who solicited information from Wiley from time to time, just like the Bureau. Of note, Wiley reported this deception to his CIA handlers in SRS, on the Special Research Service, on the same day that FBI agents visited Wiley for an interview, indicating that there was an active CIA cover-up of agency involvement in the Watergate matter. See pages 109 to 112 here. So then you go over to this little document, right? Okay, and it takes you right to page 109 because Tal knows, or right to page 99. Now, Tal's got to zoom out a little bit because we were a little bit too zoomed in there. But if you take a look, this is it, all right? It talks about how Wiley, and I think it actually starts up on page 98. It talks about how Wiley, right here, a memorandum dated April 4th, 14 April 1970, captioned Charles Wiley states, subject telephoned today after having talks with Mr. McCord and advised that he had unfortunately lost the race to be a congressional candidate from his district. All right. Thank you for the advice, humanimal. Keep towel nice and hydrated. Now, you can see McCord leaves the CIA on August 30th, 1970. Now, you might say, how do you know that? Well, I found his retirement paperwork. So you go over here, and this is Jim McCord's retirement package, all right? This is the letter from the head of the, this was Richard Helm. This was the director of CIA, Richard Helm. And it was sent, you can see it up at the top there. It's a little bit hard, but it's 31 August 1970. Dear Jim, as you bring to close before more than 25 years of service to your country, I want to join your friends and coworkers in wishing you well and hoping that you find the years ahead filled with enjoyment and satisfaction. It takes the conscious efforts of many people to do the important work of this agency. You leave with the knowledge that you have personally contributed notably to our successes in carrying out our mission. Your faithful and loyal support has measured up to the high ideals and traditions of the Federal Service. May I express to you my appreciation and extend my best wishes for the years ahead. And then you can see here the retirement paperwork. He was dishonorably retired for disability reasons. And the paperwork is all stamped. And he got some kind of certificate of distinction. It's all stamped at 30th August 1970. All right, so he was gone from CIA. So he involuntarily retired under the CIA retirement and disability system. Your retirement will become effective 31st August 1970. Annuity will commence 1st September and payable on 1st October. Every effort will be made to expedite delivery of your first check. You'll receive a lump sum payment, etc. So he was gone. All right. Now, the reason this is relevant is he was still CIA after he left. McCord went from CIA to this private firm, and then he went to work for the Plumbers in the White House in 1971. But he was CIA the whole time. And you can see this document says that after August 30th, 1970, there's all this documented communication between McCord and Charles William Wiley, and McCord was active CIA. And there's also stuff about how McCord was talking to other CIA agents and running operations for them. And here's a part where McCord in 12th February 71, way after McCord was gone from the agency, Jim impressed like a person who called him, which was like a person writing a book about their time in the CIA, about the fact that any mention of the company, CIA, or personnel by blank in his book would be at least potentially damaging to activities that are of interest currently. He's talking about he was working for the CIA still in 71. Now, this all culminates to this little message right here. On June 28, 1972, Wiley telephoned Louis W. Vasile of SRS and remarked that Wiley, was really surprised at the depth the FBI must be covering this, example, Watergate, as he had already been approached, Wiley, and interviewed by a couple of FBI agents based on several long-distance calls Jim McCord had made to Wiley. Wiley further stated he only told them, the FBI, Jim was an old friend and occasionally solicited information from Wiley just as the Bureau did. And they tried to redact that. Like they put a strike through it so a OCR scanner wouldn't pick up that text. But my eyes work, okay? Like I know what that says. Like it's very obvious what that says, okay? Like that you can read it yourself. Like nobody's hiding that. Like he lied to the FBI to mislead them about the CIA's role in the Watergate break-in. So let me keep reading my story that I wrote overnight. All right. Even more concerning, in the months before McCord left CIA, April 1970, Wiley contacted McCord to advise CIA that Wiley had unfortunately lost the race to be a congressional candidate from his district as mentioned above. This coordination between the agency and Wiley related to Wiley running for Congress indicates, in turn, that the CIA's election interference activities in 1970 and 1972 went far beyond Watergate. The CIA saw the Democratic Party and liberal politics in general as a threat to national security because of potential communist infiltration. As a result, Richard Nixon's use of the Plumbers to break into Daniel Ellsberg's doctor's office, along with the DNC committee, the Democratic National Committee headquarters, was only a small part of a wider CIA GOP domestic operation to win elections in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Read confirmation that McCord retired here. Per the CIA's own files, McCord was Wiley's initial handler when Wiley joined CIA in 1956. At that time, Wiley was creating an index of every edition of the Daily Worker newspaper in order to prepare a list of communists in the U.S. who had publicly outed themselves in the 30s and 40s, only to then go on to work for the Soviets in the post-war years. Read Wiley's CIA case file here. What do you need a link for, HB? Hold on. Colleen has the link. Hold on, never mind. As such, in the immediate aftermath of Watergate, Wiley and the CIA intentionally misled the FBI about Wiley's CIA connection to McCord when the Bureau began asking questions after McCord and his team of agents were arrested breaking into the DNC on 6/17/72. See confirmations of McCord's active involvement in the CIA here. Wiley was questioned by the FBI according to the document because the FBI noticed, quote, long-distance calls between McCord, who was formerly retired from CIA by then, and Wiley. See page 100 here. In turn, Wiley's deception, which he reported to his CIA supervisors with glee, was designed to hide the fact that McCord was still in contact with his network of CIA operations in the lead-up to the Watergate break-in, which means, in turn, Watergate was an operation approved by Richard Nixon and deployed using CIA assets with knowledge of the agency. This may explain, although the details are likely lost to history, why Mark Felt blew the whistle on the Watergate break-in to Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein at the Washington Post, as Felt must have realized the only way to prevent the CIA and Nixon from hiding this operation for the FBI and the public was by way of targeted leaks to a newspaper outside of CIA control. Indeed, per Wiley's CIA file, although the 1960s era CIA did not have any totally controlled newspaper property, news bureau, or radio bureau in Washington, Nor do CIA have any organization where Wiley could be placed without creating a questionable situation. The CIA does note that it had the capacity to place CIA agents in such roles through various Washington connections at established magazines. See page 72. So let's look at page 72 because this is interesting. They wanted to plant Wiley at a newspaper. So let's look. It's actually really interesting to see how the CIA does this. So the CIA had this plan, okay? And look how they lay it out. They're so methodical. So look it. They lay it out in this framework called object, problem, and then proposed solution. Okay, so object, to place a skilled and controlled source in some type of a position in Washington, D.C., which will have normal, routine, and ready access to the Washington writing and radio colony. That means the press pool. Problem. Source must have sufficient background and prestige to be accepted. He must have income adequate to be in Washington, ostensibly from his own efforts. He must have a valid reason for being in Washington. He must have high capacity to produce. He must have a strong security sense, and he must have unquestioned loyalty. Proposed solution. A. Source to be used as Wiley. Wiley fits in nearly every particular to the elements set out in the problem above. Method of solution. 1. Source will begin at once to write articles of importance, aiming at the placing of these articles in national magazines, particularly magazines of the type of Life, Look, Reader's Digest, McCall's, Grossi, etc. Source has numerous valid ideas for these articles, and already some interest has been shown in these writings by editors of the aforementioned type magazines. Source will slowly divorce himself from his numerous activities in New York City, maintaining only strong interest in his Cuban connections. Source will need approximately 3 months to write these articles and to sell them. It is Source's intention that these articles carry his byline, which is a basic element to building prestige necessary for Source's future activity. Source is convinced he can handle this successfully. Note, heretofore Source has, under instruction, kept the use of his name to an absolute minimum for obvious reasons. This requirement will now be limited. He went by Charles E. Sororian for a while. His real name is Charles William Wiley. At the same time, he will prepare brochures for a lecture tour to be given by Source during the fall and early winter, basically on Cuba and Latin America. Already Source has drafted these, and he's an excellent lecturer. Starting on about the 1st of July, he'll do an extensive tour of Central and South America, and he'll be a freelance writer-reporter using his credentials from the World News Analysis. His entry will be provided using numerous Cuban contacts Source has obtained, and it will probably take most of June, July, and part of September. And he has excellent Cuban anti-Castro connections, and is which will be sharpened for use on this tour. So he's going to make a lecture tour covering all parts of the U.S. when he's back, and he's going to run through the sponsorship of the Babcock Agency of Virginia Beach, Virginia. This agency, which handles, among others, the important members of the National Review staff, will be handled on a direct communication, taking a usual 10% fee. In addition, through other organizations, Source will arrange lectures on his own, which is routine, and which will not conflict in any way with the Babcock Agency interests. Okay, so I wonder if the Babcock Agency is a PR agency, and I wonder if it's a lot like Reagan Communications. Let's check the Babcock Agency of Virginia Beach. Interesting place to have an agency, Virginia Beach. What is this? It's a law firm, but what about the 1960s? It was not. Was it a law firm in the 1960s? The Babcock and Will, it's not the Babcock and Wilcox Company had a presence in Virginia Beach in the 1960s, though it was not a major operational center. B&W was known for its work in nuclear energy and heavy industrial manufacturing, particularly steam boilers. In the 1960s, B&W was involved in projects like NS Savannah, the world's first nuclear merchant ship, and the development of reactor systems for nuclear power plants like Indian Point. It was the government. Oh my God, it was owned by Edison. This is incredible. It doesn't say anything about them being... It was the CIA! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh! Why did they leave that in there? Oh, no. Anyone who was looking at this would immediately look into that. They're not some PR agency. It was... Why did he retain... Oh, my God. It was a CIA front company. And you're telling me that you don't think it's possible Reagan Communications was deployed by the DOJ to infiltrate the Reed jury on behalf of the DOJ? Come on. Come on. Come on. They own everything. Everything. Everywhere. Everything. Every company. Every organization. Every newsroom. Every government department. Every government committee. Every state, local, federal police force. It's incredible. It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Why is this? Who declassified this and why? And by the way, so look at their analysis of why this plan might not work. I love how they think. They're like, the main question concerning the above plan was whether or not this could be accomplished in a shorter time, guaranteeing soundness, logic, and security. Many approaches were studied, and for reasons set out below, they were discarded as not workable or as unsound. I love this. They think through everything. They write it up in outline form. It's all schematic. It's so beautiful. It is sublime. We are the greatest country in the entire world. No one should ever mess with us. This is from the 1970s. It is the greatest thing I've ever seen. There is nothing in the civilian world that matches this. There is nothing in any other country that matches this. I'm sure they're slowly catching up. This is the greatest intelligence system that the world has ever seen, and nobody knows anything about it. Do we have a cover organization in Washington that would be usable in connection with this set out plan? Listen to how they describe the news in the 60s. As far as we can now determine, there is no suitable cover organization in Washington that would cover the movement of the source into Washington, explain his presence there, and give him required freedom of movement in the area of interest. We have no totally controlled newspaper property, news bureau, or radio bureau in Washington, nor do we have any organization where source could be planted without creating a questionable situation. Do you understand what that means? Their goal was total control. The goal was total control of some news organization. I bet they have it by now. Could we establish a grant which would do as cover for bringing source into Washington? A very careful study of this problem indicates that this is probably not logical. A grant for research would be difficult, as source is not what could be called a research type, nor would he have freedom of movement, and he would not have a reasonable excuse for being in certain areas and asking certain questions of interest. If a cover is given, for instance, for writing a book, it is believed that this cover would be limited and would preclude source moving in certain areas of interest, i.e. if he were to write a book on blank, he could logically talk on the subject and interview persons knowledgeable, visit the Hill, wait till you hear this next part, and some of the press, but it seems doubtful to us that he could convert this into matters of specific interest to us. Could our source obtain a position as full-time employee or perhaps stringer of a going organization such as a Washington News Bureau or magazine of the type of Newsweek or World Report? How much do you want to bet Newsweek is the government and World Report, U.S. News and World Reports is the government? Bet you $100. Why don't they just tell us? If we would place legitimately or otherwise our source in such a position, this might be very limiting. In other words, source could be confined to desk work and have no access at all to the actual operations of the magazine or getting about Washington as a legman and reporter. The chance also exists that if he were able to obtain such an assignment because of his contacts, he might be sent out of town immediately. Furthermore, source does not necessarily have the background of taking a position as editor or similar type with any established news bureau or magazine. Furthermore, if through various Washington connections, we were to approach an established magazine and ask for a roving assignment of source, it is most likely that the magazine editor or owner would turn down the idea automatically. Finally, in this connection, a possibility may exist that Source himself, using his Cuban stories and entree, sell himself as a stringer to some Washington news bureau or magazine, but probably only holding out of New York. 4. Could Source obtain employment on a congressional committee on either side of the Hill, which would give him access to the areas of interest? Listen to why they think they can't pull this off. Source has exceptional connections on the Hill, and it is believed that through these connections he might obtain some type of assignment on a temporary basis or perhaps on a regular basis. However, in the opinion of this SRS staff, this is exceptionally hazardous, and if it would become known through some misfortune like this, it would be of enormous embarrassment to agency officials. Even the fact that you were thinking about this is an embarrassment to the CIA. In addition, Source might well obtain employment with the congressional committee, but his work might be too limiting to prevent him to move about, and it might well preclude any opportunity he had of making contact with the local press. Furthermore, most committee assignments, investigative or otherwise, generally follow a 9-to-5 routine on the Hill, and freelancing and freedom of movement are not easily obtained in congressional committees. And then listen to this. It is regarded as impossible to place Source on a congressional committee if the employing senator or congressman was to be informed, even in a most nominal way, of Source's missions. Oh my God. These people, this was absurd. The long-range proposal. They have a plan. The blowing of the Source prematurely. They have a plan. And then they think he's going to get an important newspaper scoop, which would increase his prestige. And then they'll get him into an agency. Oh, my God. So anyway, I solved Watergate. And you can see, according to Senate testimony from another CIA agent, the aforementioned Howard Hunt, the Watergate operation was initially launched because the U.S. government suspected the DNC was being funded by donations that trace back to the Cuban government, run by Fidel Castro, thus explaining alongside their domestic political agenda why the CIA was involved and why, when the operation went bad, President Nixon fell on his sword and took the blame in order to protect the GOP and the CIA. And as you heard, in April of '72, Mr. G. Gordon Liddy told Howard Hunt, that we would be undertaking the Watergate operation as part of the Brimstone program. He said he had information, the source of which I understood to be a government agency, that the Cuban government was supplying funds to the Democratic Party campaign. To investigate this report, a surreptitious entry of Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate was made on May 27, 1972, and a second entry on June 17th. Hunt's reference to the source of which I understood to be a government agency, in turn, almost certainly confirms that it was the CIA who provided the information to President Nixon's White House staff that, in turn, led directly to the Watergate break-in, using CIA assets that were deployed with the knowledge of CIA and White House leadership. For his part, Charles William Wiley, the man who misled the FBI to protect the CIA and President Nixon, went his entire life without being revealed as a CIA agent. Even Wiley's obituaries did not disclose his stunning record of service to the country under the codename Chester E. Sororian. According to his friend, David J. Ayers, Charlie became, and I'm going to read this because this is incredibly important and it really reflects a lot about how I think about life, so we're going to listen to it. Charlie became a war correspondent, among other things, with at least 4 tours in Vietnam, including Tet. Where do I begin? He was the last journalist to interview Malcolm X in a restaurant in New York City a few weeks before his assassination. His hunger strike in a Cuban dungeon, daring Fidel Castro to let an American journalist starve to death, you mean an American spy, rather than knuckle under. His deportation from the USSR in '62, ordered personally by the head of the KGB, whom he later met with 4 or 5 other hours in an apartment in Moscow, with a picture to prove it. His trip to the Soviet border with the People's Liberation Army back in the 70s, for which Soviet spotters retaliated by shooting 2 Chinese soldiers. The letters of testimony and notes of thanks from Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, the former president of South Vietnam, General Westmoreland, the captain of the ill-fated Pueblo, the leader of the Cuban patriots who were slaughtered at the Bay of Pigs. There was his time with Gloria Steinem, when she was a CIA agent posted at an Eastern European embassy, or chatting with someone who appears to be then Mujahideen soldier Osama bin Laden on a mountainside in Afghanistan during the Soviet invasion. Watching Humphrey Bogart waiting for his girlfriend after rehearsal for a stage show Charlie was in. Hanging out with a fellow USO performer named Bob Hope when they bumped into each other in Hong Kong. His friendship with Mike Wallace and conversations with Charlton Heston. The hardened African-American gang member at our local George Jr. Republic Rehabilitation Facility, hugging Charlie after his talk there, and then bugging the staff for over a year to bring him back. Charlie literally had tears when he told me about this. And best of all, Charlie and Alice selling Jack Lemmon his prize poodle. Pictures with Robert Dole, Edward Teller, Gerald Ford, our own J. Howard Pugh personally writing and handing him checks to fund his work infiltrating communist congresses in Eastern Europe during the 50s and 60s. That was actually the CIA. Notice this guy is probably CIA too, because he doesn't say anything about the CIA. Ayers goes on, without ever revealing Wiley's true work, to explain the lessons learned by a man who served his country nobly, even in the face of overwhelming geopolitical odds. And, although this is a slight aside from the implications of this story that have to do with the CIA misleading the FBI about their role in the Watergate break-in, I hope it is one that pays respect to a man who never truly got the flowers he deserved from the American people he served with enduring loyalty. Charlie revolutionized the way that I think, the way I analyze things. I have read incredible books. I had amazing professors, met some real geniuses, but no one like Charlie. What did I learn that I have and will continue to try my best to apply, but without the benefit of his unique mind, inductive logical ability, encyclopedic memory, and passion? First, without prejudice, look at reality from the other person's point of view. If you want to understand Mao or Stalin, Putin, the average Russian, the average Chinese loyalist, Palestinians, Biden, Trump, anyone, get into their heads. Like we always do on here, get inside the mind of the author. Hermeneutic reconstruction, inductive reasoning. More importantly, what would you do if you were them? How would you think and feel about this if you were them? How does the world look to them? Second, acquire new knowledge and integrate it with your existing knowledge constantly. In doing so, learn from everyone. Listen to people you don't like. A sworn enemy of communism, Charlie read and saved every issue of the Daily Worker for many years for the CIA. During the 30s, Charlie found a way to get translated broadcasts from Germany. As a boy, he listened to and read all AH's speeches back when Chamberlain was still trying to appease him. He read and clipped news from everywhere, box after box of it, and especially tuned into and read non-American news sources daily right up to the end. Now listen, I think this is a lesson for all of us. If you've been listening this morning, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're just leading up to watching some of the juror interviews again with new hindsight. But I solved Watergate, and I figured it out because this man, who's a patriot, lied to protect the GOP and the CIA. He lied to the FBI about the CIA's role in Watergate. But he's a wonderful man. And we're about to hear this lesson from Charles William Wiley's friend about how Charlie thought about his life, okay? War hero, CIA agent, a man who almost single-handedly helped defeat communism. Listen, this is his view. Okay, he hated communists, okay? I hate communists. But you must listen to what he has to say here because it is so important for what we do on this stream and in this channel. Third, after doing all this, set aside your prejudices and ideology and let the facts speak to you, whether or not you like what they tell you. For example, the person you hate may be evil, but he may also be incredibly smart, not crazy. Yes, winning that war might be easy, but can you hold what you win, Karen? Charlie's predictions were almost always accurate, given well in advance, and frequently defined popular conservative wisdom. I think a lot of people would say that about me as well. His uncanny gift of induction, based on an incredible grasp of facts fitted to other facts, free of ideological blinders, was his secret. That's exactly how I do it. Fourth, never stop growing and improving. Let me illustrate this from two things I observed. First, when Charlie forgot some fact, even in his 90s, he refused to Google it. He just kept thinking until he remembered it. Charlie told me this kept his mental connections fresh, kept his brain from getting lazy and stale. Second, a stellar and riveting speaker, he always insisted I ask students to write up honest evaluations of what they liked and didn't like about his speech. He said he was most interested in reading the negative comments because praise didn't help him improve, which is why I don't read attacks, but I read critical commentary on my work only. Finally, fight for what is true and good, regardless of whether you are on the winning side. Charlie used to often remind me that Whittaker Chambers, which was the man that got Nixon into the presidency, by the way, he was the one that exposed Hess, was it? Hold on, Richard Nixon, Congress exposes communist spy. He exposed a very high low. It wasn't it might have actually been Chambers. Let me see. No. It was Richard Nixon when he was in Congress. What was the guy's name? Alger Hiss. So when Alger Hiss got exposed, like that brought Nixon to power. And what David J. Ayers is talking about here is he's saying that because Nixon pressured Ayers, or because Nixon got Whittaker Chambers eventually to cooperate, he was able to expose Alger Hiss. And that was heroic because Alger Hiss was very high up. He was like one of those FDR like stalwarts in the 40s. He was high up and they got him. Mind you, we weren't at war with communism in the 30s, but still, we are not communists. Charlie used to often remind me that Whittaker Chambers, in renouncing his loyalty to communism, said clearly that he chose what he believed at the time to be the losing side in order to choose truth rather than live by lies under communism. Yeah, well, we won. Screw you, Whittaker Chambers. Communism is basically dead, except for China. We are not communist. The last time I spoke to Charlie was about a month ago. I expressed despair over seeing the gradual victory of everything I have fought against and cared for about for most of my adult life. He answered, Dave, I have fought on the losing side my entire life. Even the defeat of Soviet communism in the Iron Curtain, something he had sacrificed to see for decades, had been, as he saw it, squandered by the feckless, clueless foreign policy of both parties since the close of the Reagan era. This is what I'm talking about. We beat communism, and then you allow the BRICS to rise up and threaten the integrity of the petrodollar because you're so confused with domestic. I'm not talking about the people, our politicians. Because you're so confused with domestic political squabbling that you don't see the entire world rising up against you in order to undermine the influence of the American Western hegemon on the world scene. This guy got it. Charlie often reminded me that he had been a conservative activist when you could fit all the champions of true conservatism in a phone booth during the early days of William Buckley. And in that, he reminded me, as he had many times before, that I need to do more than just fight, more than just stand for truth. I also need, as he did, to not let all those evils and disappointments befoul my private world, to wreck the peace or warmth of my marriage and family. He lived that, relying on his wonderful and beloved wife Alice every day. She was CIA too. He would send her confidential material and she'd run it to the bureau, calling her at least once a day on the road, talking everything over with her. His partner in every way. He's making a pun there. She was in the CIA. He talked about the joy and accomplishment he got from his son and daughter and grandchildren and in-laws. He nurtured and protected his private world and the people and friends he loved, and this gave him strength to engage the public world through one losing battle after another, right up to the day he left us. Charlie, your leaving has left a big hole in my life and a lot of others, but I am grateful to God for having known you this well and this long. I appreciate your loyalty and how you always had my back. I know you did everything you could to make sure Alice was taken care of, that she will miss you terribly but will be okay. Yours has been an incredible life and legacy. You lived well. You died well. May you rest in peace. And someone asked in the comments why I put that David Ayers long section at the end. And clearly it was because I did not want to besmirch Charles William Wiley. He didn't lie to the FBI maliciously. He was trying to protect his country. He did. He was an honorable patriot who I have a lot of respect for. And I was not going to tell that story about what actually happened in Watergate and present this man as some guy who lied to the FBI. No, he was a hero. He didn't maliciously lie. He was protecting the president and protecting the CIA. You know, he's a hero. And Nixon is also way more of a hero than people realize. He could have easily said everything I just said to you during his resignation speech. He could have easily gone up there and just said all this. He didn't do it. He wasn't responsible for Watergate. He went along with it. But what was his real heroic action? And he died without ever getting this said to him, which I'm sure killed him, sure crushed his soul. He did the honorable thing. He wasn't, for all his good, okay, and for all his faults and whatever, he did nothing. That was not him. He fell on that Watergate situation was him falling on his sword honorably to protect the intelligence community and the GOP. I think President Ford probably knows it, but I don't think too many people know this. That's incredible. And Wiley was a really honorable man, too. And that's what I did on my off day. So, now we get to today's story. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's just after 10:20 a.m. We got to get ourselves prepared for today's story. It's going to take me a second. Today's story is about the father-in-law of Juror 11. This is our next segment, and this is going to lead us into rewatching the Juror 11's interviews, because we now have things to analyze. All right. Now, as a towel, I would just like to let you know I'm glad to have you with me on this Monday. Clearly, I was well rested. I got 24 hours of sleep over 2 days. I'm not sure if that should be legal. This is what happens when towel gets that much rest. I have a lot of things to say. I don't talk for like 48 hours. And then my mind just bubbles up with all these thoughts. All right, Murder by Maestro is taking us into the garden. All right, Murder by Maestro, I'm bouncing along with you. You see? Hippity hop. I'm a little towel rabbit. Hippity hop. We're going out into the garden. B-Rabbit's going to hear this and be like, oh my goodness, they're talking about rabbits. All right. Now, here's what we got to do. We got to do a few things. Number one, ladies and gentlemen, we have to start talking about the story about the juror and the father-in-law, because this is a big deal. Now, I don't know how I did this research. It must have involved some binumerical speaking towel. I'm not really sure. I just kind of show up in the morning and I'm like, I'm here. How can I help? And then people tell me things and then I try to help. I'm a little bit socially naive sometimes, but other than that, I am an incredible towel. And I love so hard and I work so hard and then I collapse sometimes. I'm going to breathe dewdrops. I'm just a little hippity-hoppity rabbit. I'm going to eat some peanut M&Ms before we get into our next story. And then we're going to watch juror videos, and then I can really relax and eat lunch. Well, I have to do something at 11. I have to make a call. It involves orcas and dolphins. I don't have time to explain. Don't ask questions. Somebody get me an orca. I don't have time to explain. I have this phone call, and it would be helpful if I could study an orca. Do we have orcas in Boston Harbor? If I just go to Boston Harbor, what do orcas eat? Do I just put it in the water and then the orca? This is what I mean. I know how to do some things, okay? I can research complex documents. I can see history in a linear timeline in my mind with all the documents there memorized. But I don't know where orcas live. And if I did, the way that I would try to see one is I would go to the water and I would put orca food in the water and just see if it comes up to me. I don't think that's how it works. Yes, Nanya. Yes, you cannot kill no. You may not harm any orcas. No, absolutely verboten. Nanya, you may not harm orcas. What have you been hunting? Oh, you're an orca fisherman? All right. I'm having second thoughts about bringing Nanya on a boat with animals. And especially if we have to bring orcas on the boat. I'm a bit concerned. And then he's just going to start hunting them. Listen, Dewdrops. At 11 o'clock, okay? I just have to get these Jurors videos playing by 11 because at 11 o'clock, I have to have a call. And I was talking earlier, I was trying to be transparent. And the call, well, it was originally about dolphins, but then I realized dolphins are a little bit chauvinistic, so I decided it's going to be about orcas and dolphins. Now, my plan is, I'm going to make a donation, okay, to a fund that supports orca. I can't do it. I never should have gone down this road. I told you. Okay. Hi, Deaf Otter. It's so good to see you, my friend. Okay, so apparently the way that we get an orca is that we throw Nanya business in the water. All right, Nanya, are you willing to voluntarily jump into well, two questions. One, are there any orcas around Boston? And then two, if there are, Nanya business, are you willing to jump into Boston Harbor, not in an act of symbolic protest against the British Crown, but instead as a way to trap an orca? First of all, who gave me a microphone? Second of all, I guess we're back to moments of levity every now and again between segments. Third of all, when did we develop segments? When were segments introduced on this broadcast? Fourth of all, when did we become a news broadcast that just waits for news to happen? Fifth of all, I'm a towel. All right. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. Thank you for joining us. Cartwheel, you have a wonderful username. I would just like to say, I've never seen someone with a username about cartwheels. Are you doing cartwheels right now? Like, is that what you do? Listen, I love that username. In fact, it makes me think about how maybe some days you're just watching YouTube and then you're like, oh, I'm going to do a cartwheel. That is the greatest thing I've ever thought about. Like someone just spontaneously, extemporaneously doing cartwheels in celebration. I love it. It's the kind of inner joy that I express on a daily basis. I hope that you also will share that joy with us. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Welcome to the Honorary Towel Fold. You are now part of our Blue Wall of Justice. We're about to cover what's going on with the father-in-law of juror number 11 in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Then we're going to rewatch some of the jurors' interviews because I had to make a call to someone about an orca at 11. I'm going to make a donation in support of orca habitations worldwide. Now, I have learned from my study of domestic intelligence documents that that's all I have to do. Whenever someone questions me, I can just be like, no, I'm not doing anything weird. I'm just working with an international research institute funding orcas. And they'll be like, okay, that sounds really specific. He must be some kind of scientist. And then they'll leave me alone. You see what I'm saying? I'm picking up all these tricks. And then the other thing is, apparently, if I want to run for Congress, I got to get the permission of the CIA. I didn't realize this when I initially ran for Congress. I think I realized why I had a little bit of a false start now. You don't just run for Congress. You got to go get the CIA's blessing. Clearly, listen, I didn't read that part of the Constitution. I've read the Constitution a few times, all right? And I like to think I'm a close reader. I have a copy of it. I'm pretty sure like 3 copies of it within reach on my bookshelf. But I have never seen the part that says one of the requirements is running for Congress is you have to get the CIA's permission. If I had known about that, I would have done that. But they don't say that. Listen. I know people like myself on the spectrum have issues with unwritten social rules. But that's kind of one of the rules you should like write out, like it should be right on the door or the electronic website where you fill out the FEC forms. If I want to run for Congress, one of the boxes should be, I obtain CIA approval. You know what I'm saying? And if they're going to require that and not tell you, it just creates this whole system where people don't know what's going on. And then I have all these unwritten rules I violate. And I'm like, I didn't mean to do that. Why didn't you just tell me? I didn't mean to stumble onto the biggest public corruption investigation in the history of the United States. Why didn't you just tell me? And then I realized they're not going to tell me because I'm a journalist who doesn't work for them. And so they're just going to be like, oh, that Grant, let him go run off. One day he'll be useful, but let him just frolic out there like a little towel. He'll figure out what he's going to figure out. He'll make his own moral decisions. He won't compromise national security. He loves America, which is true. I love America. But anyway, I don't really know what that has to do with orcas per se. I think it was more me just talking a little bit about the thing I have to do that doesn't actually relate to not orcas. You see what I mean? So therefore it relates to orcas. Oh, right. I was saying you could just go out there and be like, I'm a researcher interested in orcas, and people won't ask you any questions unless you start breaking out in laughter. I've thought about this a lot. I'm also convinced that Murder by Maestro might actually be the head of some government and not telling us. But, I don't think those two things are related. I'm just a little bit worried he's some kind of royalty. I'm getting a little bit concerned. Well, no, I'm not concerned. I'm going to go visit Murder by Maestro one day and I'll be like, can you take me to your royal gardens, please? Let us discuss intelligence matters, my dear Mycroft. Murder by Maestro, have you ever considered that we should have a show, okay? And it will be called The Brave Little Towel, The Brave Little Towels, okay? And instead of it being a cartoon, we'll make it some kind of real life drama, and you will be the main character, and you will reprise the role of Mycroft or Dr. Watson. I think you're better suited as Mycroft because you're definitely, like, in my mind, like the head of a government, okay? So you are Mycroft Holmes, and I'll be Towel Sherlock, okay? And then Ange Whittick can be Dr. Watson, okay? So, and LA Connection can also be Dr. Watson. There's lots of... How about this? Everyone can be Dr. Watson, except for Murder by Maestro, who is Mycroft Holmes. So, therefore, in this show, Murder by Maestro and I, okay, I'll be Sherlock Towel Holmes, and he will be Mycroft Towel Murder by Maestro Holmes, and we will sit around, and I'll have my cigar, and he'll be in his garden, and we need a very large English estate, okay? Sandringham, something like, we just need a very, very large British estate. Then we go to the back of the estate, all right, are you following with this plan? We bring up all of our documents and newspapers, and we're going to dress like it's the 1890s perpetually. I want you to understand this. We will not be wearing any modern clothes. We'll be wearing only clothes from the 1890s. We're going to pretend we're going to live like surrounded by giant gardens so that there's no world around us, okay? And then we're going to pretend it's the 1890s. All right, so then Murder by Maestro and I we're going to sit around, okay? And then I'm going to start the day by going every single day. I'm going to get a large, first of all, okay, I think there might be a flaw in this plan because we have to have our castle either with a Dunkin' Donuts in the castle or, well, it is a castle. It's more of a let's call it a castle. We need to have a Dunkin' Donuts in the castle, ideally. So I don't know how do we do that? Do we just hire someone to just live in the Dunkin'? Maybe we can build an apartment attached to the Dunkin' Donuts. The point is, I need a large Dunkin's iced coffee every morning. There's no negotiation about this. It must be prepared in a mock Dunkin' Donuts in the castle. You can already see this show is going to be wonderful. All right, so every day I got to go to the donkeys in this castle. And Murder by Maestro, he's playing the role of Mycroft. Now, Murder by Maestro makes his own coffee, and every day I point out to him how I think this is incredibly strange that he found a device that will make coffee instead of just having the donkeys make the coffee for him. But anyway, that'll be part of our running gag. So then, I'm going to start the day with my Dunky's iced coffee. I actually have the prop right here. It's not a prop. It is the Dunky's iced coffee I drank this morning. This is cookie dough flavor. It's quite good. I'm going to start every day by lighting my cigar, looking over at Murder by Maestro and saying, "What do you have for me this morning, my dear friend?" And then Murder by Maestro is going to be like, "Well, I was in the garden and I was looking, I was really interested in like Slovenian politics. And so I found this interesting document, and it turns out, you're not going to believe this, that the Russians actually control Slovenia." And I would be like, "Well, you know what, my friend? That is a threat to the existence of the Western liberal hegemon. Let us commence." And then we would go about our day, and then eventually we'd find some crazy convoluted network of Russian intelligence in the British countryside. We'd get in a chase with them, we'd call MI6, and then it would not be in the newspaper, but Murder by Maestro and I would sit around at night and say, "That was a job well done, we have protected the British state." That's my life goal, that's all I want to do. Yes, Modelo Macy, you can become a towel security officer. None of your business. You are not allowed to make rocket fuel. I'm a little bit concerned you would use it to hunt orcas. Colleen Henry, you can be in charge of security with Modelo Macy as well. You have a good eye for that kind of thing. In short, I think we're a government. Not a real, this is satire. I am not a government. I do not represent the government, but I think I would be willing to assist in matters of governance, okay? Now, we are not allowed to have a state. We talk to the French. No matter how much support I get in France, they're not going to give us northern France. I don't think I'm actually allowed to talk to the French about this because it would violate the Logan Act. Like, I can't go to the French and say, "Will you give me northern France?" Because they can't give it to me personally. They could probably give it to the United States, but I can't negotiate foreign policy on behalf of the United States. So what are they going to do with it? I guess we could technically have them give it to someone in France who likes me. Are there any French towels here? And then we can just name that person. That we'll make it like a duchy or something. We'll what did they call them in India? Maharaja. Does anyone want to be the Maharaja of northern France? Listen. This is our Monty Python hour, okay? This is our Monty Python sketch hour. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how Maharajas got involved in this conversation. I think it had to do with the fact that I can't take possession of northern France. Oh, goodness. By the way, if you're wondering how did this juror get on the jury, I don't think the Commonwealth missed it. I think she had a cover identity. There were informants on the jury. The question is, why were there informants on the jury? The answer, I don't think, is that they wanted to just help Karen Reed. I think the feds were trying to find out if the state would mess with the jury. It was a honeypot. I don't really get why the verdict had to be not guilty, but that was a honeypot. A honeypot is where you set someone up. They were setting the state up. I think, all right, here's what leads me to believe they did that. During the first trial, I don't think it was true, but there was a lot of noise about the first foreman being close to the Commonwealth or something. And so the feds probably couldn't prove it ex post facto, but I bet they thought the Commonwealth, because they were getting reports about this, and it explains U.S. Attorney Foley's hostile posture with Hank Brennan. Even though U.S. Attorney Foley confirmed the end of the federal probe at the end of January 2025, and the leak gave Hank Brennan the confirmation that ARCA and Reed's team withheld contacts and payments from the Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors during Reed's first trial. U.S. Attorney Foley in that letter was hostile with Hank Brennan, quite hostile. And I think the reason why she was hostile is the John O'Keefe investigation was over, but the people Hank Brennan is working for, and maybe he doesn't even know this, are still being investigated, for sure. And it's not just that. They weren't being investigated for what they did in the context of the Reed and O'Keefe case. They were being investigated because of how they were acting in that related to that case, because of what had been going on in their department, otherwise related to Birchmore, etc. Therefore, U.S. Attorney Foley must have closed out just the O'Keefe portion of the probe, not for a fake reason, not to make anyone feel comfortable, but because that part isn't still going on. But there is another part of the investigation going on that must involve the conduct of either the Norfolk DA or the MSP troopers that work for him, more likely the troopers, maybe with Morrissey's knowledge, maybe not, I don't know. Two things I think are possible. One, I think the feds, and I thought Karen was kind of wrong about this, but I've talked to some people and I think she was right. I have reason to believe that the federal government did bug Michael Morrissey's office prior to November of 2022. Now, the reason why this is a big deal is for two reasons. One, it would mean that Morrissey being investigated had nothing to do initially with Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti walking into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022. Two, it would line up with the information that I've been told, although former Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz is dead. It lines up with the information that I've been told that Ken Berkowitz personally, sometime in 2022, maybe late 2021, more likely 2022, went to the FBI and reported the Stoughton Police and the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. So just keep in mind that U.S. Attorney Foley, and I don't know this, I'm just inductive. I'm using my Charles Wiley style inductive analysis, and I'm right more often than I'm wrong, even though it betrays conventional wisdom on both sides of this case. I believe U.S. Attorney Foley is still investigating not just the Norfolk District Attorney and the state police unit attached to the Norfolk DA, but I believe that relates to Sandra Birchmore's murder and perhaps more, but I believe there is a wider federal corruption probe looking into Massachusetts that touches on multiple areas of the state and is very hush-hush. And I believe because that probe is so big, and it's ripe for the new DOJ under President Trump to do this, because everyone in Massachusetts is a Democrat. They're going to wipe, when President Trump talks about coming, in my opinion, when he talks about coming for the sanctuary jurisdictions, he's not talking about the ICE raids. Those are distractions. They have federal prosecutions coming, and it's going to hit every Democratic politician in Massachusetts, like across the board. That's what I'm exaggerating, but I think and remember, Morrissey's a Democrat. So even though they ended the John O'Keefe probe, like, it's still a notch on the DOJ's belt if they're getting Democrats to get Morrissey on something. And there's I can't say too much, okay? And I don't have any inside information. People talk, okay? And I'm telling you, that's something something so big is coming. And it touches on the O'Keefe and Reed case only to the extent that investigation was closed, but hit on other stuff that could be coming. I'm telling you, I see the full picture, and that makes perfect sense why the feds would have. It's not about the investigation of John's death. It's about the unit. It's about the MSP. So therefore, why would you put informants on a state jury? Because you think the MSP is going to try to influence the jury or the Norfolk DA. Duh. I mean, obviously. And it's not just that. They wanted a not guilty. That part I can't explain. I need to talk to some people about that. I'll get an answer. I will, trust me, I'll get an answer. I don't know if it will be the answer I want to hear, but I'll get an answer. I don't know the why, but I do know that it happened. So the question is, if it was simultaneously to monitor the MSP for trying to mess with that jury, right? Putting federal informants on there, or the Norfolk DA. Why they're not guilty? Why was not guilty so important? I think I know. Kind of message, like Protect Levy, message to Hank Brennan, narrative. Like if there's indictments coming of that MSP unit, then Karen having the not guilty, Karen might be contracted for the government. I'm not going to mince words, because everything I'm reading, if the government's narrative here has to be this unit was very corrupt, even though they didn't necessarily do anything wrong with the investigation of John's death, if the narrative has to be they were very corrupt, then who is the perfect face for that? Karen Reed. So if indictments come down, that's why I'm telling you this isn't over. Karen's deal isn't because of her story. She's going to get big money because she's going to be the face of a story about the indictments that are about to come down. It's not going to be related to her case either. She's just going to be the story. That's why I said she's going to be presented as the hero. That part pisses me off. Anyway, new overnight. The father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial is now working at Ain Shams University in Cairo, Egypt under a fake name. Despite a series of arrests in 2019 for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets, potentially on behalf of Egypt, and for possession of CSAM. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sarageldin, participated in a June 2025 conference by way of a paper on drone detection using the fake name of Ahmed F. Sarageldin. However, Sarageldin's connection to Ain Shams University was documented in 2013 and 2017 under his prior identity, and prior to Ahmed's arrest for CSAM possession and theft of U.S. missile secrets. Furthermore, the 2025 paper is based on Sarageldin's prior patents under his real name. Read more here and here. Interestingly, when Sarageldin submitted a 1990 patent that is the basis for a number of sensitive military technologies, he did so alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name in the exact same way as Ahmed went about hiding his identity on this new 2025 paper. The man changed his middle initial to avoid detection by U.S. intelligence. Read more here. For reasons that remain unclear, after Sarageldin was arrested and pleaded guilty to both sets of charges in 2019, he served only an 18-month sentence to run concurrent for both the CSAM and missile secrets theft in a private ICE detention facility. It is unclear if Ahmed was then deported or if he remains free within the U.S. and working for Egypt. Read more here. Previously, I've reported, the father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system, alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name, and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since after spending time at Chardon State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sarageldin, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa E. Ahmad on all formal patent documents. This was roughly 30 years before Sarageldin was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of CSAM. Read the patent here. However, that man's real name is Mustafa F. Ahmad, Faisal Ahmad, spelled with a U, not an O, and the middle name of Faisal, not E. And that means the man changed the letter in his first name and his middle initial on the fraudulent 1990 patent application. Mustafa is a professor at King Fayed University in Saudi Arabia, per his bio. And then it lists a bunch of e-commerce, like the first e-commerce company in Saudi Arabia. This was the guy who owned Lens Express, by the way. Nothing about his sensitive military technology background. Interestingly, in Sarageldin's federal sentencing memo, prosecutors with the U.S. DOJ told the federal judge that Sarageldin was suspected of spying for Egypt. Then, despite a 60-month sentencing recommendation and a bail violation on the eve of the court imposing sentence, for some reason that federal judge imposed an 18-month federal prison term that Sarageldin was allowed to serve concurrent to an 18-month term for pleading guilty to the state court child abuse material. There was a charge that also forced Sarah Geldon to register as a sex offender for life. Read the sentencing memo, the bail violation, and the CSAM charge. We'll read more about it there. According to federal prosecutors in the Sarah Geldon case, the technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not yet been fully implemented. If the federal government is aware of Sarah Geldon submitting a false patent application connected to a man in Saudi Arabia who may well be in the orbit of the Saudi state remains unclear. However, the patent in question, initially submitted as patent number 4952391 in 1990 under the cover of a device to detect emergency sirens in domestic traffic, was recently deployed in the field to detect incoming arms fire, and it is very possible Saudi and Egyptian intelligence may have ran a deep cover operation for over 40 years in order to compromise that technology. Juror 11, in a written statement to me earlier on Wednesday, confirmed the man in question is her father-in-law, but noted she does not speak to the man currently. He is a registered sex offender, and noted that she answered questions on jury questionnaires with honesty and clarity. Those questions involved whether the juror, a family member, or household member had any contact with the criminal or civil justice system. See one of those forms here, read that original reporting here. Now there's all the documents you need. Okay, we're not going to zoom in on each one, but that's all the documents you need. And there is something that I do want to show up here, which is Murder by Maestro is a genius, all right? Like, not just a genius, but like one of the smartest. I do a lot of this work, okay? I look into not like sensitive government stuff, but I look into corruption a lot. I look into like how people hide things in plain sight. Murder by Maestro is a genius. Like, I literally was contemplating it this morning when I was getting my coffee. He's a genius on a level that shouldn't be possible. It's a level of intelligence that must be protected. It must be insulated, and whatever state you are in, my friend, make sure that they take very good care of you, because there is no one like this out there. Like, the amount of things that this man is able to put together, combine Murder by Maestro and I together, and then you're really looking at a powerful force. But let me just show you. So at first, when I was analyzing this patent from the juror's father-in-law, I was like, that's like a patent clearly about detecting like missiles and stuff like that because of like geospatial, like sonar analysis, kind of using machine learning to detect specific pre-made missile frequencies. I don't want to get into it. It's for a number of reasons. I understand it, but I don't want to get into it. But then Murder by Maestro, is like, no, you got to look at this. This man's patent, all right? This father-in-law's patent was not about just some regular, I say regular. For me, I understand the concept of an analogous machine. None of you are going to understand this. It's not appropriate for me to explain it, not because of what machine learning is or natural language processing, but because the analogy to what we're talking about in the context of detecting missiles is so sensitive that I cannot tell you exactly what it does, and I'm not going to. But basically, speaking, and this is, I know some of you are going to be like, Grant, you're missing key details. I'm doing that on purpose. Basically, think about a word cloud, okay? So when you talk a lot online or whatever, you can look at all the words you've ever said. You can analyze them and look for pattern frequency, okay? Then the words that you say more will be bigger in the word cloud. That's called natural language processing, okay? NLP. There is an analogous form of natural language processing. I'd call it like audio spectrum processing, or like geospatial audio spectrum processing. It's not natural language. It's like analyzing the natural audio frequencies in the environment. And I call them natural, but anything that exists that is a sound that is not created by the device, I'm referring to as natural, even if they're artificial sounds created by weapons or something. Basically, like talking, like saying words create a database of specific, like, sentence structures and words, terms. when you're analyzing the geospatial sounds in an environment, they don't have words attached to them most of the time. Some of it involves words, okay, remember that. But most of it involves ambient sounds, birds chirping, cars in a war zone, guns firing, missiles, helicopters, planes, tanks, things like seismic activity due to bunker buster bombs. Just a lot of sound is happening. What would be really valuable is if you could think of sound like a database of words, okay? Because then what you can do with the sound is you can run what I call geospatial audio processing, which is an analogous to natural language processing. You can run it to analyze the ambient environment, okay? When you analyze the ambient environment using an analog of natural language processing, what you're basically doing is you're loading up a bunch of preset sounds, like this missile makes this sound, this gun makes this sound, this gun makes this sound, this mortar launcher makes this sound, this plane makes this sound, this engine makes this sound. You're think very generally, you're preloading them into a system that can then in real time detect those sounds to do two things. Warn soldiers about incoming fire, or it does three things. One, warn soldiers about incoming fire. Two, feedback real-time GPS positioning to unit commanders about the source of the fire to call in airstrikes and then organize battalion movements on the battlefield. Three, the way anti-ballistic missile systems work, and I'm not going to talk about this in depth, the way they work is generally, okay, they see a missile's coming because you get early warning detection. Missiles travel very, very fast, like Mach 10 to Mach 15 nowadays. If you're using hypersonic missiles, even slower missiles travel very fast. And what it does is the missile has a signature, okay? It's going to move in a certain way, and then it's going to come down in a certain way. Now, new missiles are maneuverable in flight to detect what we're going to talk about in a second, but you still need to know the sound pattern recognition of a specific type of missile to detect it. Then what you do is, depending on the missile, if it's like a slower missile, you don't just tell your commander or your airstrike facilities where the missile was fired from. No. The best thing you can do is intercept the missile, like the Iron Dome, right? That's just one example. You want to stop the missile before it hits. You don't need to know what happened after it hits. That's useful, but the best thing would be stopping it. So your air detection, your air defense system has to be able to pick up where the missile's coming from, determine its trajectory, and make the best possible guess based on routes of travel of where that missile is going to be at a specific point in the atmosphere. And then you need to send up your own missiles with specific information fed to them in real time about the positioning of the hostile missile so they can intercept it. Now, the big problem with this is that it requires a lot of things going right to work. And the other problem is, if you were someone who built the interception detection system or the technology upon which it is based, and you knew that it operated on this analog to natural language processing and that there were preset determination frequencies, you have to preload what missiles or fire, the hostile fire the system's going to detect. Well, you could build a missile that either uses sound masking that defeats the technology entirely, or that emits a type of sound that isn't picked up on by the system because you understand how it thinks. So therefore, this is very dangerous, in short, because look at what this father-in-law's patent was actually about. Okay, and this was all Murder by Maestro. This patent is actually about recognition of special voice characteristics for use in lie detectors at a distance, folks. Clandestine. Arrangements for giving variable traffic instruction, having an indicator mounted into the vehicle. No. Engine characteristics by their cycle. Speech classification or search using dynamic programming technique, dynamic time warping. Speech recognition techniques specifically adapted for robustness in adverse environments, noise or stress-induced speech. Speech or voice analysis technique not restricted to a single group, characterized by the type of extracted parameters, the extracted parameters being correlation coefficients. They're talking about this technology not only being able to detect rockets from hundreds of meters, thousands of meters away, they're talking about being able to use it to real-time map human voices and spy on them and analyze them for stress. It is the most incredible, far-reaching, dynamic military technology I have ever heard of. If we deployed this in the civilian sector, it would look like the scene in Batman where he's able to like see in black and white and geo project into the city where he is not. If you combined this technology with LiDAR, you could literally walk through a city while sitting in a chair and have real-time simulated feedback of a 3D environment projected around you. Now it would be what's actually, oh my God. Oh my God. That's incredible. That's the most incredible thing I have ever heard. Oh my God. No, it's forget about like just the application to crime fighting. Listen to me. What this technology would allow is you to sit in a chair with with like a visor on, and the input wouldn't be a computer. Well, it would be computer generated. You'd have to interpret the signals. It wouldn't be a machine generated experience of a world. You could literally get real time audio and visual feedback from like 100 miles away, and the world built around you would be what's actually happening in the world at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It would literally allow you to time travel. It would allow you to be in like 7 places at once. You could DVR it so you could just jump back. Oh my God. Oh my God. I see the future. It is glorious. This is incredible. Oh my word. I'm so glad I'm alive. Yes. No, I understand, Murder by Maestro. Trust me. I get you. But this is way more than that. If you applied this technology you could apply it for malicious purposes to spy. You could apply it for a number of reasons. But if you applied it in real time, this technology would allow you to have a simulated real world environment that is actually occurring in that place and time, projected around you. If you combined it with advanced like LiDAR mapping and real time audio. This is incredible. I am so glad to be alive. I don't like how this can be used nefariously, but yes. Oh, I've heard of it, Colleen Henry. I've heard of it. And don't get me wrong, I totally believe that some of this stuff could be used maliciously, Murder by Maestro. You're that for spying, for audio detection. Hold on. I have to go downstairs though. Hold on. I got to put the video on for you all of the Juror. It's almost 11. I got 2 more minutes. All right, hold on. This is going to be exciting. I just have to find the interview. Hold on. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I got the compilation interview for you. We're going to watch this on Towel Stream. I'll be back with you in a little bit. You have a wonderful time. Murder by Maestro is a super towel.
And what made you come forward to actually share your experience about being a juror in this high-profile case?
I actually want to give a message to the family, make them understand that, or at least hear us out saying it's not our fault that Karen Reed was innocent. I mean, the Commonwealth and the investigation couldn't actually prove and show evidence enough to make us convict her of anything. So I want to come out to let them know that we feel for them. Like, I personally feel for them a lot. I'm a mother, and it broke my heart to see the family leaving the courthouse on that day. But it wasn't her fault, and I hope they find who did it.
Let's talk about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion.
At first, most of us were on the same page, pretty much. We were shocked with so many holes the case presented to us. But there was some people who had questions, and we were there those 4 days to answer those questions. Where like heated argument, like, oh my God, we disagree and everything. No, but we had some disagreements about this evidence X or Y, and we talked through it. We were very respectful of each other, and we came out to the agreement.
Was there any particular evidence that you guys were really stumped on?
For me, specifically the taillight, we all took a look close to the taillight, and we couldn't make the taillight, the damage on the taillight, the original taillight, compatible with the injuries on his body. Mm-hmm. So having a close look of the taillight helped me a lot, and I'm sure the other jurors too.
And that solidified it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned who might have done this. I know David Yannetti, her attorney, said, there's somebody else out there that is potentially responsible. Do you have any ideas who could be responsible, or do you feel the same way as you sort of suggested you do?
Yeah, I think something happened inside the house and he was placed outside. So whoever was inside the house, we didn't hear from the owner of the house or Brian Higgins, who allegedly had some sort of, involvement with Karen Reed days prior. So, the spotlight for me is on them. But I can't say, just like they can't prove that was Karen Reed, I can't prove it was any of the people in the house.
Can you quickly clarify what happened when you guys came out with a verdict and then said, oh, actually no verdict? There was a little point.
Yeah, we had some questions about the slip and how to...
Oh, the slip.
Yeah, if we did right.
Got it.
And we sent back, and we didn't even send back, was in a deliberation room with us, but then because the judge knew that we had the verdict, she asked to seal the paper and bring it to her.
Is that the situation where she came back and said there was a verdict and then less than 30 minutes later? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked maybe, I think, an hour more, and then we came with the other verdict.
What were you guys split on, and how many of you guys were split on certain parts of this verdict?
I think, sorry, we're half and a half as when we first got there. Like Friday, last Friday we didn't do anything. We were just like, we all want to talk, put it out, because too many days without talking about it. And Monday we start to look into the evidence, the witnesses and the videos and the taillight close. And we're kind of like half and a half, and we had to see which questions, what make you be guilty, what make you feel not guilty for this charge and the other charge. And wasn't that hard, I think. I think we are very respectful. We heard, and everybody left feeling that they did the right thing.
And how has your life changed since you've been part of this experience? I know it's still pretty early after, but has anything changed about your viewpoint toward justice or the justice system?
Yeah.
Since then?
So a lot of people were raising this thing, oh, she's an attorney, she shouldn't be a jury, and this and that. Just clarifying, I am an attorney from Brazil. My license is in Brazil. I never work in the U.S. I can't practice in the U.S. And I didn't lie when they chose me to be a jury. And nothing changed so far. I did like to be part of this because for me, most of the time I'm a mom. I do have a part-time job, but from home because I have to take care of my kids. So being out every day, being there every day, getting this routine of working outside the house, actually I really enjoy it. And being in a courtroom made me feel like the old days when I was young. So the change was just my personal opinion about like what I'm gonna do next. But overall, I'm just waiting for summer to start and take my kids out and get this behind, and just I'm gonna keep following close because I want to see what's gonna happen. I want to see what's the DA gonna do next. I didn't have a chance to check the news and if they said anything.
I am so curious about this. When did you realize the gravity of this case? Obviously, you didn't know anything going into jury duty, but when was that point that you really realized, oh, wow, we just made a decision and it was this big? It was the Karen Reed case.
When I heard the people outside last Wednesday, because I didn't know there was that amount of people outside. As we drive every day, we could see some people in pink, and I didn't know pink was her color. I had a bunch of pink shirts, and then I stopped using them because I don't want to give a vibe. But I had no clue. There were, I don't know, hundreds of people outside. It was that of a big movement. And Aiden, Turtle Boy, I never heard about him before that. So I saw that he was very involved in this and I recognized him from court. So I started looking at his work or his advocacy, I don't know. And yeah, I didn't know it was that big. I mean, the judge said when she was picking us for the jury poll, it's a media case, it's a big case, but I had no clue that big, like national big.
Right. So when you were sitting in the courtroom, when the verdict came down,
when
what
I heard
was
people
going through your mind, and what did you hear in there?
I heard just the people outside, and that's when I started crying, because that people outside made the family of John O'Keefe feel very sad, just hearing that. So that moment broke my heart. And then I don't know. I just hope they find justice.
Is there anything that you would say to the O'Keefes if you saw them?
Yes, please keep fighting. We really don't think it was Karen Reed. The investigation was floppy. Believe that. Look at yourself, and keep fighting to find who did this to him, because he seemed to be a very nice guy. His niece testified, friends testify, and we had no doubt that was unnecessary death. But it wasn't Karen Reed, and let's find who did it.
Do you think the investigation was just sloppy, or do you think a potential cover-up with the police because he was a police officer?
I'm not going to say it's a cover-up, but was a sloppy effort. I would keep it just being like sloppy and lazy, I would say too. But if it was a cover-up, let's find out.
Is there something that really stood out when you were listening to some of the testimony? Like, wow, when you say sloppy or lazy, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
No reports. Like, nobody made like an official report of like the GPS location of the evidence. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, the ring camera disappeared. Oh yeah, no, this moment, like 2 minutes, we don't have the recording anymore. So all those coincidences doesn't make sense.
And
Did you guys ever talk about the dog or potential dog bites or anything?
We mentioned, I mean, you mean deliberation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we mentioned the dog, but not much. I mean, I think that's looked like a dog bite, but because it wasn't presented to us, like more information about the dog and everything, we put our opinions aside and just, focus on the evidence that was actually there.
did you always believe, or do you believe that Karen Reed is innocent? And did you always believe that from the moment you stepped in to be a juror to the moment that you walked?
No, I didn't know about the case, so when I first started, I thought maybe manslaughter because of the drink thing, that she was under influence overall. And but after the weeks passed by and the witnesses, and I just couldn't make her guilty.
Was there like a turning point, like a aha moment where you're like, okay, maybe she's not?
The Commonwealth witness judge, I forgot his name, Judge Welcher.
Yeah, Derek.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher.
Yeah. So Dr. Welcher, car accident reconstruction, seemed a little off, and wow, they couldn't even prove that. So that moment was maybe an aha moment. Mm-hmm. And when ARCA came in and gave us such a good accident reconstruction to us, made sense.
Interesting. Is there anything else?
So before this trial, so last year, you never heard of the Karen Reed trial before?
No, I moved here February last year, so I think you guys were talking a lot about it. I saw billboards, I saw some yard signs, free Karen Reed, but I was never curious to look to see what was it. I love crime, I love true crime, to listen to podcasts, but mainly in Brazil, mainly things that happens over there. So I'm not involved with social media, local news in the US, so I really didn't know much about Karen Reed. I just know her face and her billboard.
Interesting. Yeah. And what did you think about her presence in the courtroom? I know people have looked at her as like kind of cool, calm, collected, or showing little emotion at times. So I don't know what your perception of her is or was, or how it evolved.
I did expect more emotion. I was looking like, she doesn't cry, she doesn't move, she's just so calm and so present. But she was fighting for her life, and I'm not judging. It's the way that she found herself in that horrible situation, and she needed to fight, and so good for her that she had the presence to do that.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning, but as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill, and there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, ARCA, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside, and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John Luke's family leaving the courthouse was melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The common author and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened, and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers, they know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Paula, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other, the injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal or what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened today because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
at the beginning of the deliberation. I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion formed before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it, but of course, there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that, until we got to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him. So this idea comes from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light, the way that was presented in the sally port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OUI was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of having someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focus on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent. And I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
And joining us now is Paula Prado, one of the jurors who helped decide Karen Reed's fate. Ms. Prado, good morning to you. As I understand it, you're also a lawyer by training in Brazil. So there's a distinction here. Sometimes jurors say, okay, we think she is innocent. And sometimes they say, we think she's not guilty. The prosecutors just didn't prove the case. For you, which one was it? Do you believe that Karen Reed was innocent?
Yes, I do believe she was innocent. I believe if it was a collision, this collision was very little and wasn't enough to cause the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, it was for the past 3 weeks, I was very confident to say that she was not guilty and she's not responsible.
So Paul, if you believe that, if you believe she was in fact innocent, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe that night?
That's a trick question because I can't prove anything. So, but I do believe he died inside the house. Something may happen in front of the house when she dropped him off, because she woke up saying, maybe I hit him, look at my taillight. She made this connection of the taillight being cracked with he not being home. So maybe she did hit something when she dropped him off, and as she drove off like mad, going home upset because he didn't came back from the house, I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
What do you think of the defendant herself? You were able to watch her live in the courtroom day after day, but she did not take the stand. Do you wish she had? And what was your impression of her?
Yeah, at first my impression was she gave me a vibe of being too confident, and that wasn't good for me personally. I expected to see someone more, I don't know, sad or quiet, and she all the time showed herself with she was very calm, she was very participative of her defense, and confident. Her looks to the witnesses and to the prosecutor and everybody around, she was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. And after a while, I admire that. I think she was doing what she had to do for herself. She was, fighting for her life, pretty much.
Paula, there was so much evidence presented over the few weeks that this trial went on. Was there a single piece of evidence that you found as a juror and as an attorney, a single piece of evidence that was the most compelling, that really convinced you she did not do it?
The taillight. So having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room, they gave us the piece that was originally broken. That taillight, compared with the videos of Karen Reed leaving the house in the morning at 7:07, I think, when she first got out of the house to go look for him, I saw it, and most of us, I think, saw it like her taillight was red, mostly red, so wasn't compatible with the taillight fully broken that we had in front of us. So that's over there was the reasonable doubt we were looking for.
What about the fact that this trial is so high profile? I mean, there were crowds outside the courthouse every day. In fact, when the verdict was read, you could hear from inside the courtroom, as I'm sure you did, the cheers go up. Were you aware of that? Did that weigh into any of your decision making? How did that play into the dynamic there?
The first time we heard something outside was on the day of the verdict, when we heard them chanting when we said not guilty. Before that, as we drive to the courthouse, the bus would drop us off behind the courthouse and the streets were closed. So honestly, we couldn't see anything or hear anything. And in the courthouse, inside the deliberation room, they covered everything, the windows, so we didn't have a view from outside. Honestly, we knew there were some people there because as we drive around, we see some people in pink, and we imagined that there was some movement inside the courthouse. Oh, sorry, outside the courthouse. But we couldn't hear anything, and I had no clue the amount of people that were outside until I come out and watched on the TV last Friday.
Paula, you were visibly...
Last Friday, no, sorry, last Wednesday.
We knew what you meant, but Paula, you were visibly emotional as you left the courtroom. You were in tears. But why? Why were you so emotional as you left?
Because I'm a mother, and I've been watching his family over this past 2 months, and I know I can't imagine what they are going through. And as much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's family. And it's the reason why I'm coming out and talking to people is to keep the flame going and the supporters going after the DA or whatever they have to do to reopen the case and find who really killed John O'Keefe.
Do you have a theory about that?
I believe, as I said, that he died inside and something happened inside that Maybe he could even like accidentally fall and hit his head back. Maybe a little fight went inside, because we saw videos on last bar they were where him and Brian Higgins were like making gestures that they would talk after. So I can't say for real, but I believe something happened inside the house.
Fascinating.
Yeah, very interesting. Paula, to have your perspective, thank you. And jury service is not easy, so I'm sure the judge thanked you, but it is appreciated. Thank you.
Her perspective especially unique, considering, as you pointed out, her background. I mean, a lawyer herself in Brazil. So
very, very interesting. And a lot of people have said, you know, however you come down on this trial, perhaps the investigation should have been more complete, and perhaps it will continue. We shall see.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC, or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Tonight, we're hearing from a juror on the Karen Read trial, which gained national attention. You'll remember earlier this week, she was found not guilty of killing her police officer boyfriend.
And test, defendant not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
You can hear those cheers which erupted outside as Reed left. Supporters had stood outside the courtroom every day of the trial. Joining us now is juror number 11, Paula Prado. Paula, how did your opinion of Karen Read change throughout the trial?
At first, I thought her demeanor in court was a little bit too calm and composed for someone who was being charged for murder, especially for a loved one. But I learned how to admire actually that behavior. She was very participative on her own defense and helping each other, and calm. I think her confidence was because she knew she wasn't guilty, and that helps me to change this prejudgment I have of her.
So you changed from thinking she was guilty to thinking not guilty?
Not just because of her behavior, of course, because of the whole trial itself and the evidence presented to us. Had too many holes, and we couldn't connect taillights to John O'Keefe injuries. We felt there was something else that could have pushed him to hit his head so hard that he had a skull fracture. And we definitely believe that if he was hit by a car at 24 miles per hour, we would find more injuries on his body.
Now, Paula, I know you work as an attorney in Brazil as well, and you've presented cases. Which side really solidified your position, the defense or the prosecution?
I honestly pay more attention in the prosecution witnesses and the case they presented, because I needed to see what they have to prove me that she was guilty. And of course, when the defense started bringing their witnesses, I already kind of had my mindset that Karen Read wasn't guilty. So the defense witnesses just came in to top it off and make me more sure and certain that she wasn't responsible for John's death.
And what were the pieces of evidence presented from either side, really, that pushed you to find her not guilty, or at least raise enough reasonable doubt?
Definitely the tail light. We had the opportunity to check the tail light from inside the deliberation room. So we had the broken tail light, the original one. We also had a new one to compare, and we had videos of Karen Read getting out of the house in that morning at 5:07, 5 a.m. And we saw her car lighting. The red was way too strong and way more spread out, as if her tail light wasn't broke that much. The pieces that were missing were too much for us to be able to see the red light.
Take us inside the jury room. Was there a lot of back and forth with the verdict with other jurors, or was it everyone on the same page?
No, we definitely, at first we started deliberating on Friday, so everything was new. Everybody wanted to just talk one over another. But on Monday we start being more organized, and there were different opinions. But we are very respectful. We listen to everybody. I think everybody left the deliberation room confident and certain of our decision. We listened to everyone. We answered all the questions we had. We compare our notes to see if we got anything wrong or right, who has this information, who haven't. And I think we did a great job. We were respectful. We tried very hard to listen to everyone.
Now, the defense's allegations of a cover-up, I wonder if you think the jurors felt that that could be true, or if that held a lot of water for you.
It could be true. It could also not be true. The same way I can't charge Karen Reed with murder, I can't say there was a cover-up because I didn't see evidence for it. I saw holes and I saw a flop investigation, and I think the prosecution they worked what they had. The investigation was poorly from the beginning. No reports, no time, no videos that were missing. They could be covering for someone, of course, but also could be something else.
And what was your reaction when the verdict was read and you saw the reactions inside and outside the courtroom?
My reaction was cry. I was the juror who left court crying because I felt sad for John O'Keefe's family as they were leaving before everybody else, and of course frustrated and upset. I'm happy for Karen Reed and her family so they can move on, but definitely Joe O'Keefe's family didn't get the justice they deserve.
A lot of emotions inside and outside the courtroom. Paula Prado, thank you so much for your time.
So tell me about your feeling when you found out that you were going to be on the jury, when you went to your voir dire in jury selection and they picked you to be on this jury. How did you feel?
When I was in the room, when I received the letter, I actually liked the idea because I'd never been a juror before. I wanted to know how the process is. For me, it was like a 1-2 day thing. It's going to be fun to do it. When the judge said, oh, it might take 8 weeks, I was like, wow, I hope I'm not selected. And once I was selected, I had to run. All I could think was the logistics of everything. So I just want to run home and make phone calls to arrange everything. But I was excited. I was happy to be part of the process. I had no clue it was that big. It was a mediatic case. I had no clue to get a lot of attention. But I did like the idea of being part of something that big and important.
Can you tell me what you knew about the case? Of course, the understanding is that you don't have to be ignorant of the case. You just have to not have an opinion formed, right, and be open-minded and evaluate the evidence in the courtroom. So what did you know about the Karen Reed case before you started hearing evidence?
I know she had a billboard on Route 1. Every time I go grocery shop, I see Free Karen Reed. That's all I knew about her and her name. I also saw some lounge that has signs Free Karen Reed, but didn't strike me to go search and understand what it was. So I had no clue what crime or what she did, who she was, who John was, nothing. I really didn't know. And I never heard about those supporters, the big crowd she has. I learned that the pink was her color like mid-trial, so I stopped wearing pink because I had a lot of pink shirts and I didn't want to give it the wrong vibe. I didn't really know. I don't watch local news, I don't watch television. I had a pause on social media, and whatever I have on social media, my X account is my last post is 2022. My Instagram post is last one was last year. So I just didn't have access to what was going on here. I'm more interested in international news, Brazilian news, and that was it.
Can we talk about your background a little bit? Because you came, I called you the expressive juror, because the jurors I thought generally were very stoic, took a lot of notes, a lot of heads down, you took a lot of notes. But as the trial went on, your expressions became a little bit more obvious. I know that you were controlling them because I could see you. I also couldn't read what you were reacting to. Like if it was, sometimes you'd have the same look going back and forth between the lawyer and the witness. Can you talk about your background a little bit?
Yes, I have a law degree from Brazil. I'm licensed to work in Brazil. I graduated in 2010, and then right after, a year and a half after, I moved to the States to study, to learn English. I didn't know any English before I got here, and I never worked again as a lawyer. I just help some colleagues I have in Brazil with some cases. Sometimes I can do a petition from here. I still know how to write and think like a lawyer. And I also have an MBA in marketing because my life is here now, and I want to do something professionally after my kids grow a little bit. So I combine marketing with my law degree, and I work with the Brazilian law offices to do the digital marketing, the social media, and those things. Another reason why I was involved with the social media, but all in Brazil. Everything I saw was all in Brazil, was never here.
When you reached out to me, you indicated that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't remember exactly, but it was surprising to you what people were thinking about the case after you were able to plug back in to the world about the case. What are some of the misconceptions you think people out there have that you've seen, and is there anything that they're getting right?
Some people got things right. I reached out to you because I thought you had a good impression of us. I choose the journalists I want to talk to. More people came on the way, but I didn't have a chance to look to all the media and all the news about us. I just look on X, and I start, as soon as we get back in the room after we give the verdict, I just open my X account, old, and I start to following everybody. I didn't know your name, I didn't know anybody's name, so we start to, like, guessing who is this, who is that, and there was some misconception, misunderstanding. The jury sent a note to the judge asking her to stop objecting Brennan, or John O'Keefe's brother had to change seats because a jury complained, or the jury, let me remember one more. The jury were uncomfortable with Paul O'Keefe. The jury sent a note to the judge. The last one, the jury already know everything. They just are hanging on the second-degree murder. That's never happened inside the deliberation, but some reporter said that, like, how do you know? You don't know. The juror is my cousin. He said X, Y, and Z. No, your cousin wasn't there. So I read a lot of this.
And you felt like you wanted to just get the record straight, that your experience as the juror did not match what was happening on social media.
No, we never sent a note to the judge before the deliberation. We never complain. We are a very happy group of people, you know, fulfilling our duty, and that's it.
So I know that I kept posting that it's very different watching the trial and then being in the courtroom. Very different experience. So people would react to the judge's heavy sighs or a witness's heavy sighs, which I know you didn't hear because I didn't hear, and there's no amplification in the courtroom. But one thing people, and I think that I went ahead and projected onto you, plural, ustedes, that there was some growing frustration with the number of sidebars toward the end of the trial. Because at one point I thought the judge said, this will be quick, and you all laughed, like, yeah, tell us about it. Were you just patient with it, knew that this is the cost of being on a trial, or did it start to wear you down a little bit?
No, we didn't care about the sidebar at all. And we even said that to the judge when she came to talk to us after. The sidebar for us was a moment to stretch, to close our eyes, to, you know, clear our head. We didn't mind the sidebar. We laughed because it was probably not true that would be quickly. And all the time she apologized and everything, and we think it's funny to apologize. We know it's part of the process. We expect that to happen. You know, I feel like sometimes judge or lawyers, they would talk to us like if we have no clue what a court process is, what the system is, what the legal system is. And we do, not just me, everybody does. We understand it's part of it. So we like the sidebars. And I can speak for all of us. We like it.
Likes this, more sidebars.
Yes, because we can stretch, we stop. We didn't like when she says, oh, we're going to get here at 8:30 and then we're going to get inside at 9:30. Didn't make sense. Or they get late, too long of a lunch break because they need to do the sidebars. So I guess the sidebars without us, we didn't like much because we want to get going. But the sidebars with us inside the court, we're okay with it.
What about, this is just a personal question for how people relate it. I know that I can't sit for 10 minutes without my phone, right? I can't pick up, you know, if I'm sitting waiting for something, I want to get my phone, I just want to look at it, I want to scroll through stuff even if it's unimportant. And I kept looking at all of you having to sit there, and some of the sidebars, which would go for a long time.
We could check.
And your generation, I mean, I'm 63, right? So I actually remember having to sit doing nothing. Was there this anxiety that and I know I don't want you to speak for other people, but I'm sure you chit-chatted about it. Was there an anxiety of nervousness of not having a device? Or did you look at it as a Zen moment that maybe I'll reclaim my...
I think the first few weeks, for me at least, was hard. Because, especially because I want to check what was going on home with my kids, so it was hard to not have the phone. But we got used to after 2-3 weeks, I guess. I did, at least. I was okay with it. Sitting down, listening that much information, that was hard because most of us were out of college or haven't been in school for such a long time, and it felt like we were back in school and need to take notes and pay attention. So it took me a while to get used to, again, to have that much information and learn and understand everything. But other than that, we learned it. We got used to.
All right, so I'll preface this with you were all very professional, very studious, took a lot of notes. What was the giggling about? You had 2 giggling episodes. And I know that you tried. I saw all 3 of you trying to bring it back together, and I have to admit, I had a giggling episode with a court officer during some testimony, so it happened.
I remember one of them was because I think Alan Jackson asked Yuri Buchanan, the judge asked, you expect me to read all this? And then Alan Jackson said, yes, I did. So we laugh about it because it was a thick document. And another, I don't remember another one, but that one, the 3 of us laughed, and I think the judge called us to ask individual questions on the following day or 2 days after, and we thought it was because of that, because the 3 of us just start laughing. Me and Juror 4, that's also speaking.
And
Jason, yes. Yes. And the other lady between us. So it was because of that. Like sometimes, and we try not, some witnesses show or said something that was so absurd, or some interactions between lawyers and the witness was a bit rude. So we have to keep together, be quiet, but something very entertaining.
Tell me, it's a workplace basically too, so things happen that you end up having a private joke about something, and then it just gets out of hand sometimes. Talk to me about the reaction when the verdict was read and the crowd outside screamed and cheered, because after the first verdict that was not guilty, it was hard to hear in there, and outside just erupted. Were you shocked about that? Tell me what it felt like as you heard you heard your verdict being read, and then you heard the crowd outside.
To be honest with you, I don't remember what happened in that courtroom that day, that moment, because once I heard the people outside, I just closed my eyes and I started crying, and I left the courtroom without looking to anyone. I did not expect to hear it, because through the whole trial we didn't hear anything on a jury room. We did not saw many people outside because we come from the back of the courthouse, so we would see someone walk with a pink shirt here and there, but that was it. Never hear chanting or comments or laughing or yelling or booing, nothing. And it's particular to me when I heard that people screaming out of happiness. At the same time, I was seeing John O'Keefe's family crying out of sadness, and that broke my heart. So that moment, I kind of understood how big this case was and how we're making someone happy, and we're making a lot of other people sad too. So I don't remember what happened in courtroom that moment. I just closed my eyes and cried.
When you reached out to me, you noted that you felt that justice had been served for Karen Reed, but hadn't been served for John O'Keefe and his family. Can you talk about what that means?
Well, through the whole trial, I observed a lot of his family, his mom, and his moments to cry. Other family members or friends cried too, and it's emotional. It's a life. It's a person who lost his life unnecessarily. None of us know what happened to him. What we know is that wasn't Karen Reed responsible for his death. She did not kill him. And if she did, the police and the Commonwealth didn't prove that to us. So still, I feel super happy that she got justice and she's gonna live her life, and I hope she have a great life ahead of her. And I feel extremely upset and frustrated that John O'Keefe's family, his mom, his father, who were there, his brother, they gonna still hanging on the question who killed John O'Keefe, and what's gonna happen for now. I don't know. I know there is a civil case that can come up now. I don't know if the I don't know if the DA said anything, or Mr. Breno. I didn't hear from anybody.
But I really hope this case can be reopened and they can investigate it and find who killed John O'Keefe.
Who do you hold responsible?
I can't hold anybody responsible because of the same way I did not convict Karen Reed because I didn't have proof of her being participating of his death. I cannot say another people did. But I do have my suspicions, and I already spoke about this, that something happened inside the house and that I find very fishy that Brian Higgins and Brian Alberts and the rest of the family were investigated. I'm not even talking about the guests of the party at that night. They were guests. But there was a moment in the court that a picture of the front of the house was shown to us, and they had to take us out of the courtroom to cover the garage door. And I wonder, why can't we see the garage door? Why Dr. La Posada couldn't speak about what she saw in the pictures? This was objected, so it wasn't on the record, I think. But she said something about, I saw real estate pictures. She said in court, and then objected, and we needed to not consider that question. But once the word is out, I wonder what was inside the house that we couldn't hear about it, or why we couldn't see the picture of the garage.
It's such a challenge to be told that it's objected and sustained and don't think about it, or it's, we're going to strike it from the record, forget that we just said that. It does seem like an absurd way to, and that's for every trial. It seems like an absurd way to run a trial.
Yeah, we did not consider that information when we're deliberating, of course, but still in my head now, and I want to know what happened at the garage, what happened at the house, why that people never came out, what Brian Higgins was doing at 2 a.m., 1 a.m. at the police station.
Let's talk about the cases a little bit. When the prosecution rested, what was the narrative? What was the point that you believe the Commonwealth was trying to convince you of? If I had to tell you ask you what the prosecution's argument was to you, what would you say it was?
Well, they want to convince us that she back up her car fast enough to clip him, taillight cut his arm, and throw him away. He hits his floor on a frozen lawn and died. That's it. And she saw everything and left the scene.
Were there any witnesses for the prosecution that you felt did a good job moving that narrative forward and proving that?
No, because just the eyewitness could say all that, and that case was Jim McCabe was the only one we heard, and we couldn't believe everything she was saying. Her story was very credible, was very well said. I think that's the expression, but didn't make much sense. It's like if she was coached. I think some other jurors felt the same way.
What about any of the expert witnesses for the Commonwealth? Were there any that you think did a good job, and who do you think just did a bad job?
Bad job, clearly. They're calling him Blue Man. Welcher, yeah, Dr. Welcher. I mean, without my respect to his work and his job, I don't think he was trying to hide something or convince us of something. I just think he didn't do a good job. That's it. Maybe his businesses needed to step it up in the game and learn a little more techniques, spend some more money on things that actually matter than buy a new Lexus. So yeah, it was, to me, felt like a joke, that video that they presented to us to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. I mean, okay, I can put my arm in here and just wait for a 2-mile car to come. Anyone can do this, and you pay almost $400,000 for that person. So that felt, to me, I felt very uncomfortable. So yeah, his colleague, Mr. Shannon. I really don't care about his degree. Everybody's talking about how many years to complete a degree or whatever. He has experience. He's been working with this company for 8 years, according to his profile. He made some mistakes, okay. But, adding Mr. Welcher and him together and the amount of money who was paid for them to do a great job, I don't...
Hi, Dewdrops. Hi, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to have a very, very prolonged phone call. It worked to my advantage. It was not a phone call that I think was initially intended. My towel mom is hilarious, all I want to say. It was a phone call that was initially not going to work to my advantage, and then I was like, I'm a towel, and then it worked in a hilarious way. Towel Mom, you cannot outsmart Towel. I am smarter than Towel Mom. You don't understand. I love Towel Mom dearly. But Towel Mom tries to outsmart little Towel all the time. And I'm just like, no, Towel Mom. If I can figure out stuff like that we do on stream, then no, Towel Mom, you cannot outsmart Towel. I was very loving and I was very nice. But hello, I'm back. I had a phone call. Jew Drops, I don't know if you heard. I had a phone call about orcas. Basically, we're going to speak in analogies here. Towel Mom was like, Grant, I think it would be really nice if you went and became a licensed orca diver. And I was like, you know what, Towel Mom, have you considered that I already know how to swim with a lot of different types of fish? And Towel Mom was like, no, I think you really have to know how to be a licensed orca diver. And then I was like, no, you don't understand. That would be a huge opportunity cost. I can't just be a licensed orca diver. I have a lot of other things to do. And Mom was like, all of that is absurd. There are no other fishes in the sea. You don't know what you're talking about. You must only be a licensed orca diver. And I was like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a Towel Mom. That was basically, no, we are not having, no. Towel Mom will get on here and just start yelling. Towel Mom does not respect little Towel. She infantilizes little Towel, and she is not coming on here and just yelling. That is just not happening. I can come on here and yell, not Towel Mom. I gently corrected Towel Mom for her myopic worldview and the fact that she doesn't understand opportunity cost, and she called my plans absurd. Towel Mom, you are absurd. How about that? All right, Jew Drops, if you don't want to watch this while I eat my lunch, what do you want to watch? I did spend some time in the sun, though. I was outside talking to Towel Mom. We had a long, complicated debate. There was another person. The conversation was absurd. I can't even tell you what the conversation was like. Towel Mom thinks she's so smart, but she just doesn't realize how special little Towel is. So she's like, you're a regular person, just like everybody else. Like, why won't you just be regular? And I'm like, you don't understand my abilities. I am a towel. But then I think she thinks because she doesn't really understand the towel thing. So she's like, so if you just consistently refer to yourself as a towel, doesn't that mean that I should take you less seriously? And I'm like, no, Mom, that is not how mimetic cultural transmission works. You should take me more seriously. Then I just dropped some things on her to mess with her mind. I was like, oh, and then this person, I didn't say who. I was like, and this company wants to work with me, and this one wants to work with me, and that one. She was like, that's not real. And I started opening the emails, and she was like, oh, maybe that is real, but they're not going to work with you. And I'm, Mom, stop it. Anyway, you might be able to out-argue Towel. Towel Mom can out-argue Towel. She starts yelling, I just run the other way. I don't want to deal with I can't out-argue her. But she goes on TV way more than me. Although I'm on some of your TVs right now. But when it comes to outwitting little Towel, oh no. Oh, you're not going to outwit little Towel. Not if the government can't outwit little Towel, if the state regulatory bodies can't outwit little Towel, you can't outwit little Towel Mom. Not Towel Mom, it's not happening. She does it. Yes, Colleen Henry, that's what I'm saying. Listen, Towel Mom struggled. Do you know how hard it was for Towel Mom to get on Twitter? It was an adventure. It took like 16 times to get her up and running on Twitter, all right? So the idea of Towel Mom... the idea of Towel Mom trying to understand the towel thing, that was not... She had to ask what doxing was one time. There is no way we're going to get the towel thing through to her. She is just going to be utterly baffled. You could go into the X comments and just like hundreds of you call her Towel Mom. She still would probably get upset about it because she wouldn't understand what it means. Now, the other thing is, I think this is, and we're going to, once you listen to this, now that you've listened to this juror talk for this long, you want to hear how she sounds when she's speaking in her more, I'd say, like, not normal English, but like, listen to her this was her 4 years ago. Listen to her with her guard down.
Who is the woman not behind the man, but next to the man?
Same side.
Towel Mom just wants to be proud of Grant, and Grant just wants to be a towel. That's true. She doesn't get it. I'm like, just let me be a towel. You don't understand. We'll figure it out. We'll set up some kind of... They want me to live. They'll find a way for me to not starve. We'll figure it out, Mom. We'll figure it out. I think the more I try to explain it, the more she thinks that I'm absurd. And I'm trying to explain to her, you can be absurd and then also not starve. It's a little bit of a juxtaposition, but as long as you have some brilliance in there and a very good photographic memory and a pursuit of justice and you really love America and you're not a communist, then people will support you and not make sure you don't die, even though you want to wander around the countryside in a robe giving moral lectures. Towel Mom is just generally baffled by the whole thing. I think we're going to have to translate it to her. Someone's going to have to write her a heartfelt letter that is like, listen, Grant may seem like he has no idea what's going on, but in reality, this is why we love him. If somebody can do that, maybe Towel Mom will get it. Oh, so in January of 2024, Accountability for Vermont, one of the Turtle Boy fans, I think it was like Stoop the Kid, it was like Grant calls himself a towel. His pronouns must be towel. I don't really know why. And I was like, you know what? Fine. I will become an anthropomorphic towel because 1, that's hilarious. 2, there's an anthropomorphic towel on South Park called Towley, and he climbs mountains and he gets a little high sometimes, and he randomly solves complex social problems like me. And then also Towley's a government-created robot towel. And then also, there's a towel in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, so that's a nice nod. And then also, towels are fluffy and absorbent, and they're useful. Everybody likes towels. So I was like, you know what? Fine, I will become an anthropomorphic towel. It actually started just as me changing my profile picture on Twitter. Then it turns out that they take away your blue check mark on Twitter. If you change your profile picture, they wait like 5 days to put it back. So then I could never change it again because I didn't want to lose it for 5 days. So I was like, you know what? Fine, I will just permanently be a towel. And I think that makes it even better. But now all the people here, we have towelettes and washcloths and soap dispensers and hemp towels and flannels and paper towels and electric hand dryers and beach towels and microfiber towels. And there's just so many types of towelettes, of course, moist towelettes. There are so many different types of towels now, it's become a thing. But trying to explain that to Towel Mom in the context of her being concerned about the future of my life, well, you know, there's a little bit of a language barrier there. You know, I speak a very specific kind of like towel style, like I'm very verbose, and I talk a lot about like very large concepts, and then I will say randomly like, and do you not realize the number of people that have looked at my writing over 1 year? It's like 180 million people. And then I'll show her the analytics and she still won't believe it. And I'm like, you don't understand. It's because this isn't normal. This is very weird. You can't just expect me to just live a run-of-the-mill existence. I don't know how to do that. My brain would rebel at stagnation, and then I would overthrow a small European democracy. Just let me do my work. She didn't really get it. I think it's because I don't do the best job explaining what I'm trying to do with myself and my life. I got as close to telling her what I want to do as possible. I can't tell you anything about it, but I got as close to it as possible, and she still didn't get it. It's like, you don't understand. They're going to love the towel thing. I'm not going to lie. Befuddling Towel Mom. I only get a little bit of downtime in my life. I don't see her that often. She's always like jet set somewhere or other. She's always somewhere. She's never just around. But if I do see her, at least 5% of my downtime is spent just befuddling her. Like this morning, I walked into she was home, and I had gotten some donuts, and I put the donuts on the counter. And then I started talking to her, and I said, Mom, I think I vindicated Richard Nixon. And then, no, I don't think Mom's concerned about that. I think Mom understands, like, the role that my journalism plays and, like, the wider impact. I think she's just befuddled by, like, the community that's formed around it. That's why I'm trying to say we have to talk to her to tell her that it's playful, but it has a real serious meaning in love and fluffy towel compassion. So anyway, hold on. Now I gotta go listen to it back because I forgot what I was saying. Oh, right. So I brought in this box of donuts this morning, and I'm saying to Towel Mom, okay, Towel Mom, I think I vindicated Richard Nixon. And she's like, well, your grandfather's going to be happy. And I was like, yes. So then I start saying to her, all right, so do you know who Jim McCord is? And she's like, no. And then I'm like, do you know who H. Howard Hunt is? And she's like, no. And I'm like, do you know who G. Gordon Liddy is? And she's like, no. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, I'm sorry for that. I'm not going to be able to explain this at all. You were alive then. How do you not know who any of these people are? If you don't know, that means nobody's going to understand except for like Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, and they're Democrats, so they don't care. And she was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, all right, listen. And then I took her through what Towel uncovered on his off day on Sunday about how Charles William Wiley, who was a CIA agent, misled the FBI on June 28, 1972, about how Jim McCord was an active CIA agent after his retirement from the Bureau on August 30th, 1970. Specifically for the purposes of influencing domestic elections to help the GOP, because the CIA at the time thought that the Democrats were infiltrated by communists. Now, Tell Mom got the 30,000-foot elevation perspective, but she had no idea who Senator Irving was. She had no idea who any, she didn't know G. Gordon Liddy or Howard Hunt or Charles Colson or John Dean or Ehrlichman or Haldeman. I'm surprised she even knew who Richard Nixon was. And I'm just sitting there trying to say, you don't understand. I figured out the biggest story in the past 50 years. Watergate wasn't what it seemed. Nixon did nothing wrong. It was the CIA. And I will admit, at a certain point, I knew she wasn't getting it, so I just wanted to troll her. By the end, she just looked at me completely befuddled. And I was like, this is hilarious. I sometimes think, see, imagine if you just had someone in your life who, obviously we cross paths, but she's busy being a Towel Mom. She has lots of things on her plate. She tries to tell me about it sometimes. She's very involved in brief writing, things I don't really understand. But she's very good at what she does. But anyway, so imagine there's this person in your life. You see them once in a while, you're doing your work and they come in and say hello. And, I say hello and I'll drink my water and then I'll leave. And maybe, I'll see her when she's around a couple times a week. So then I go downstairs some days, though, just to befuddle her. And with my eyes closed, I just start reciting things like that to her. And I'll be like, how can you not know this? And then she just looks at me like, I'm like, but you were alive then. That's why people want us to have a podcast, because you must imagine this. My mother will be like, he wasn't even alive. How does he know all this? It's very funny. I think the older generation doesn't really understand how this could be possible, but there's more than just me out there. I'm just one example of this, whatever, star child syndrome, whatever the hell is wrong with my brain that allows me to memorize all this. I am erudite. You are as well, Paula. All right, so here's what we got. This, now I know Drew Drops Kiki Riri. I'm very sorry to do this, my Super Towel friends. We are going to listen to what the juror actually sounds like when speaking with her guard down. It was a few years ago. Her English somehow gets better, although I guess it makes sense because she went to Brazil for a bit, but her English is much better. And her goal in these interviews isn't selling Karen Reed's innocence, it's selling Islam. Now, I am a Rawlsian. We believe in overlapping consensus here. Different comprehensive worldviews share the public space rooted in toleration. But we're going to watch a lecture after this, Murder by Maestro, is a big fan of this lecture because it talks about the intricate. See, I feel like Murder by Maestro and I have a good sense of what the nuances are of the security state. Like, we're pretty good at figuring out like what and like we know when to not talk about certain stuff, and we know what they're trying to do and how they're trying to do it. But and why I think this is so interesting, and I don't mean to speak for you, Murder by Maestro, you are a super Tao. But what's so interesting about the video we're going to watch after this video is it explains the context for why Wahhabism is actually the power behind the scenes in Saudi Arabia, and in turn, why the on the surface battle between the Sunni and the Shia sects of Islam, as made manifest in the different strategic interests of the Iranian state versus the Saudi Arabian state, is actually a facade, because their interests are closer aligned than you would believe. Because in 1979, when the Shah of Iran, who was actually the son of the first Shah, got overthrown and ended a 2,500-year Persian dynasty in Iran, that was because it actually started because of a law that the Shah, the last Shah, made a law that said non-Muslim people in Iran who won public office could swear on a holy book other than the Quran. That caused the Ayatollah Khomeini to get very upset, and that the Shah, so then Ayatollah Khomeini was like baiting the Shah because he knew the country was about to fall. So like Khomeini wrote this like fiery like newsletter, which was apparently like a big deal in Iran in the 50s and 60s or 70s. And then the Shah responded back by calling Khomeini an Indian-born, and then he used the term for like the rank in Islam below Ayatollah to insult him. That caused people to get even more mad, which caused them to protest, which caused the Shah to shoot and kill like 63 of his own people, which caused the overthrow of the Iranian regime in 1979. Now, what happened when the Iranian regime got overthrown? Simultaneously in Mecca, there was Wahhabi extremists took over the holy mosque in Mecca, where the black cube is. It's like the most holy site in all of Islam. As a result, even though the Saudis didn't get overthrown by the same type of Islamic extremists that took over the Iranian state in 79, Saudi Arabia knew to ward off that kind of revolution, they had to give a certain amount of influence to the Wahhabi extremists. And so from 1979 until he died or whatever, all the Saudi leaders were pilgrimaging to Kandahar to visit the leader of the Wahhabi faction of Islam. And guess what his name was? Osama bin Laden. And then we're going to find out, if you wonder how all this ties in. Did you know one of the primary goals of the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in line with their Wahhabist influence, is spreading Islam to Western nations, well, any nation really. And one of the ways that you might do that is perhaps convince Westerners who are Catholic and feminists that their values can operate in harmony with Islam. But don't tell them that. Show them.
Oh no! You were one of those feminists?
Yes.
And having the same coffee? How did you go from bikini to work?
Oh, and yes, Hank Brennan's brother does comment on X. He seems like a good guy, and it does look like it's his account too. Tony Brennan.
Bikini?
I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist.
Haven't you heard enough of my voice and Coffee with Kareem,
Yeah, I'm definitely the number one fan, but,
born and raised in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, specifically,
correct.
right?
I was raised Catholic. My grandmother was Catholic.
Oh, wait a minute. Some news just came over the New York Times wire. It's tangentially related to the case. The Trump DOJ has found that Harvard violated the Civil Rights Act. Guess who represents Harvard? Josh Levy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. I'll be back with more updates as I have them.
Catholic, and but in Brazil, everyone is born Catholic. I was taught how to pray and believe in God and have fear of God.
That is not true. I mean, it's primarily true, but there are more than just Catholics in Brazil. I know this because we have Brazilian people in this chat who have told us that there's like all sorts of different religions in Brazil, including Muslims. We're also going to go on Verdict Watch in the P. Diddy trial, by the way, so I'm going to put that up in the corner of your screen soon.
Funny story is that it's like my family, we are all women and they are very clean women. So every time was a storm, my mom would tell me I would be afraid of the thunderstorm. My mom would tell me it was God washing the
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Hold on, I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. What I was doing there was I was pulling up audio. I know you could see me talk. I know all the comments are going to start saying that I'm muted. Grant, why did you... Oh, hold on, Murder by Maestro. You are entirely right, my dear friend. The CIA backed the installation of the Shah in 53, but let's be aware, the Shah took over in a coup, but he was still the son of the other Shah in the Persian dynasty. I'm back. He was still the son of the other Shah. Mic fixed. He was still the son of the other Shah. It takes like 20 seconds. He was still the son of the other Shah, and that dynasty went back 2,500 years. Now, did the CIA back the Shah? Absolutely. They backed the Shah because the Shah facilitated Western expansion. Now, obviously, what happened, though, was that was a very bad idea. The CIA and the Shah never should have done that. By converting Iran's economy to a little bit more Western, the Shah caused his own downfall. And I just listened to a book on this last night. What happened was, so the Shah didn't just industrialize the West. It started with land reform. There were people calling for land reform, and the Shah wanted to ward off the Islamist extremists taking over Iran. So the Shah came up with this plan where he did pseudo land reform, but then what he also did was he brought in Western supermarkets. Now, you might be saying, okay, in Western supermarkets, we had those, they came around and it got rid of our mom and pop shops, and then Amazon came around and got rid of the supermarkets, basically. Not really. Still groceries are local. But this was different. In Iran, there is a very, very strong network of local street vendors. I mean, it's more, they're forget your mom and pop shop, a large percentage of the Iranian country, a large percentage of the Iranians were street vendors. And I don't mean more than 40%. I mean, enough percentage of the population was street vendors where when these supermarkets came in, they didn't just stop them from coming in. They literally revolted, okay? And so the Shah made some really bad decisions because the CIA was pushing him. But by the end, Murder by Maestro, make no mistake, the Shah was persona non grata on both sides, okay? The Western leaders in the intelligence world that the Shah wanted to really suck up to, they hated him, and his own people hated him because he sold him out. And that's why by the time he had cancer, when he got overthrown, even Egypt would barely grant him asylum, and nobody really wanted him because he screwed both sides over. And all it led to was Khomeini taking power, and Iran's never been the same since. But the relevance for our purposes there, by the way, is just that Saudi Arabia avoided an Iranian-style revolution, okay? They avoided that. But the cost was they had to, cede proxy control of their state to the Wahhabi extremists, the leader of which was Osama bin Laden in Kandahar, for a long time. And if you think Wahhabi extremists don't still have influence over the Saudi state, well, go check whether the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs is still operational. If it is, the Wahhabis still have influence over the Saudi state. It's still active. They still have influence. There was some political changeover in Saudi after 2017, 2018, 2019. It's very complicated. It involves U.S. and Saudi intelligence, fighting in this very complicated proxy battle. Certain sectors of U.S. intelligence wanted this guy MBZ to be the next kind of de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia at King Solomon's blessing, but other factions wanted it to be this guy MBS. The MBZ factions tried to assassinate MBS in Vegas in August of 2019. I'm 90% sure. I think it was around there. But they failed, and so then MBS went home, cleaned house, and took over Saudi Arabia. However, it's not like MBS, pretends to be very liberal, an ally of the West, like an enemy of Iran. No, like there are Wahhabist factions that influence Saudi Arabia, and it's also very clear that the reason why Jamal Khashoggi was taken out was because he was his brother-in-law was stuck in Saudi Arabia, and Khashoggi threatened MBS and said that Khashoggi would reveal information about Saudi intelligence's role in planning 9/11, and so that's why Khashoggi was killed, Jamal Khashoggi, in the Turkish embassy. And then also, you'll hear in the video we're going to watch a little bit later, Khashoggi was an intelligence asset for the West. And so, not only did MBS kill a journalist, he killed an intelligence asset who served the United States, and he killed him to cover up Saudi Arabia's role in 9/11. And it gets even more wild. Just when President Trump was about to allow the 9/11 families to sue Saudi Arabia for 9/11, Trump got impeached with that nonsense Ukraine stuff, which was probably pressure from the domestic Saudi lobby to stop President Trump from looking into them. It's very likely Saudi Arabia has far more influence over America than any of us realize, and this is a clear and present threat to the national security of the United States, to the influence of the United States on the world scene. And we're going to find out why this juror, although I don't think she's directly in the orbit of Saudi intelligence, betrayed a wider plan. I don't know if she's working for us and pretending to work for them, or working for them and pretending to work for us while actually working for them. Spies are very complicated. I don't know if she's a spy, but this is the kind of thing you would see in the world of statecraft, which is selling the Islamic religion to Westerners without telling them what you're doing. And so we're going to watch the juror's video. You tell me if that's what it looks like. Then we're going to watch an analysis of why the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs that engages in just this kind of conduct is more than just a pernicious reflection of a sort of autocratic, theocratic style of regime. It's also an indication that Wahhabi extremists have more influence over the modern Saudi state than we realize, which would mean Saudi Arabia is still our enemy, because although Saudi Arabia's regime has changed, the Wahhabi extremists that have held influence over the Saudi government since 1979 that were responsible for 9/11 still have influence to this day, which means if there is a war, I doubt Saudi will defend Israel or Iran. They will actually side at the last minute with Iran. So watch.
The house and moving the furniture. So we had this practical vision of God in our house.
And it's connected to cleaning and organizing.
Connected to cleaning and organizing, yes.
Hilarious. Yeah, my wife loves to.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. So if that's actually you, Jason Broyles, I mean, you're gone forever. But also, not only would you never get a wrench, but I don't even want you around here because I don't want you to figure out what's going on. I don't know if you were an operative for Kate Peter. I don't know who you were an operative for, but there's so much juridical movement, Mr. Broyles. Anyway,
clean and organized. So that's fascinating. That's part of your childhood theology right there.
Yes.
So how did you go from that?
By the way, I don't know if that was actually this. So this guy, Jason Broyles, is a parking clerk from Connecticut who pretends to be a woman online named Haley Walbrecht or something. And what's weird is Jason Broyles used to be in Kate Peter's Discord all the way back in 2019, Kate Mafia Masshole Peter. He showed up in the fall of 2023, paid for this Karen Reed billboard or something, then went away for a while, then popped up again in January of 2024 through that spring, specifically targeting Lindsay Gattani, almost like as a proxy for Kate Peter. And so I've always believed that Jason Broyles and a few other people, like Occam's Razor, I always have had this opinion, that they're not actually Turtle Riders or Karen Reed fans. They're Kate Peter moles who are pretending to be Turtle Riders and Karen Reed fans and targeting very specific people that Kate doesn't like, or Kate has a reason to smear or wants to keep silent, in order to get credibility with the Turtle Riders and Karen Reed fans. You know? And so, like, I've seen Jason Broyles, like, talk about young children. I've heard reports online about this man, like, allegedly being involved with, like, oh, goodness, I don't even want to say it. Just some disturbing things. And I've even said into the screen before, Karen Read, you know, setting aside, and I've even some Free Karen Read people and I have talked about this outside court, setting aside how you feel about the case, how can you have these men in the orbit of your movement doing this stuff while masquerading as protecting victims? Do you realize that's going to lead vulnerable victims to go talk to them? And then they're going to get in these victims' lives and prey on them. Okay, so at least 3 different women in the Free Karen Read movement, and I'm not saying who was involved, but at least 3 different women had their pictures shared by men in the orbit of the Free Karen Read movement. It's disgusting. I don't care what you feel about this case. It's disgusting. Former Judge Erskine was right. It's wrong. It's gross. And the buck stops with Karen Read on that. All right? I'm not saying any names. Karen Read can figure it out. Karen Read can find out which men in the orbit of her support network were sharing pictures, naked pictures of her female supporters. Karen Read can figure that out. Not because I like Karen Read as a person or think she's okay. She should figure that out and or want to help her in any way. Karen Read should figure that out because it's the right thing to do on behalf of the people involved. On behalf of those vulnerable women who had naked pictures spread, 3 different women in the Free Karen Read movement that I know of. 3 different women. Karen Read's the one who should put a stop to that. Karen Read should find out which men in the movement that supports her and invokes her name were passing around those pictures of naked women. I don't know where it's going to lead. I have no idea who she's going to discover was involved in that. I have no idea. There's nothing that we were recently discussing that made me think of that. I have no suggestions as to who might be involved. I don't know where the rabbit hole is going to go. I just know that if Karen Read actually, setting aside this case, actually cared about any of her female supporters, then she would take the effort and she would go find out why 3 of those female supporters had naked pictures of them spread without their consent by men in the Free Karen Read movement. She should find that out, you know. If she can't be a towel if she finds that out, you know. She'll never be a towel, but we can make her a baby washcloth. Just a little baby washcloth. Little baby washcloth. Wouldn't you like to do something nice? Don't you want a little notch on your soul, Karen? See, I'm not yelling. I'm nice and composed. I'm nice and composed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep listening to this juror interview because clearly someone doesn't want us to listen to it. And then we'll analyze more about the role of Wahhabi extremists over influencing the Saudi state to spread Islam in the West under cover.
That to eventually leaving Brazil to come to the United States and then studying Islam before that, and then eventually embracing Islam in the United States. I mean, Brazil's usually considered a culture that is very different from most Muslim cultures.
For sure.
So how did you go from bikini to burkini?
Well, I gotta say, we do have soccer in common. I think most of the Middle Eastern countries love soccer
too,
just
yeah.
like Brazilians. So back in 2002, there was this soap opera in Brazil, very popular, called El Clone. Probably a lot of people heard about. And there was a story about this Moroccan lady who was living in Rio and deal with all the cultural differences. And she was sent to Morocco to get married. And she had a very wise uncle who was always coming with good messages about Islam, a little details about the history of Islam, who was Prophet Muhammad, how we should behave in a family. And it was the character was a very interesting character. So that was the first time I heard about Islam. That was also the same year of the 9/11 terrorist attack. And so the whole world was talking bad.
Now notice how weird this is. Like, I pick up more, like, her narrative is immediately like, I became Muslim right after 9/11. Everyone didn't like Muslims then. Here, let me tell you why it wasn't that bad. I'm wondering if it is actually Saudi intelligence. I don't exactly. Listen, I don't care if you believe. I don't care if you believe in Islam. I don't care if you believe in Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, evangelicism. I don't care if you're a Satanist. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you're a pagan. Your comprehensive beliefs do not matter to me. I respect them for what they are. They're very personal. What bothers me, though, is this idea that, like, subversively we should encourage anyone else to be any other belief system. Now, here's why I don't like it. I've done this before on this stream, but do you ever hear me, like, manipulating you into Catholicism? No. I don't do that. I've never done that. I will never do that. I might openly tell you I like cheeseburgers or something, or like that I like this passage of the Bible, or I like Jesus, but I'm not trying to manipulate you into eating cheeseburgers. I'm not trying to manipulate you into reading the Bible, and I'm not trying to manipulate you into following Jesus. That's just things that I personally either like or think about. Okay, cheeseburgers, Jesus, and the Bible. Now, if I wanted to be malicious and sell you either cheeseburgers or Jesus, let's use Jesus for this example, the Catholic Church in particular, this is what I would do. I would say to you something like this. You know, for me, right, as a broadcaster and someone who has this wide range of knowledge and intelligence, so one of the most grounding principles in my ability to understand all of this and interpret it in a cognitively balanced way is my faith. And for me, I don't think there was ever a more important time than when I was at Boston College, right in 2013 and 2014, and I was praying to the Virgin Mary outside of BAPS one night. And I'll always remember it. I was sitting there. It was late at night. It was after 8:30 p.m. It was dark. It was a balmy spring evening, heading about 74, 76 degrees. The kind of night where you just are starting to hear the crickets chirp for the first time after a long New England winter. When the smell of a thawed grass and soil is something in the air that gives one a sign of hope. And I was praying that night, and I distinctly remember hearing a very special call, and the words were, "The world is yours to behold, if only you can abscond from your temporal inclinations." Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was a tough time for the church. We had just maybe 15 or 20 years earlier dealt in Boston. Okay, I was at the epicenter with the situation involving the crisis of faith in the church that came about because of the actions of a few sordid men. And I'll tell you, folks, I was really close to that situation in the sense that Archbishop Darcy, a good nobleman, he was one of the first men to report Father Gagan, one of the first priests who was caught for this disgusting, abominable behavior. And you know what happened when Bishop Darcy reported Father Gagan to then Cardinal Law in the 90s or 80s? Cardinal Law moved Father Gagan around and sent Bishop Darcy as punishment to South Bend, Indiana. Now, Bishop Darcy was a long-time fan of Boston College football. He loved Boston College football. In fact, I think he used to watch Boston College football with my uncle and also with Father Neenan. All right? Father Neenan told me that, I'm pretty sure, in fact. Before he passed away, Father Neenan was a good man. The great man, one would say. So anyway, Bishop Darcy gets sent over to South Bend, Indiana, which is where Notre Dame is, as punishment for reporting Father Gagan. That's how deep the rot did run in the church I love so dearly, ladies and gentlemen. And we don't have to talk about the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. We don't have to talk about who was the head of that Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. We don't have to talk about why that man resigned from the Pope, the papal seat for the first time in a very long time. We don't have to talk about that. But what we do have to talk about is Pope Francis. Pope Francis, a pope who gave little towel hope. Pope Francis, who all little towels, friendly Jesuits, were saying, Pope Francis is going to go in there and clean up the Roman Curia and the church is going to become better. And Little Towel still believes in that, ladies and gentlemen. Pope Francis gave the church a new life. It breathed new life into the church domestically in Boston, in America, around the world. Pope Francis was a sign that we could remedy this irredeemable rot. And I'll tell you, folks, after that night, not only did my whole life change, not only did I want to go on to become a Catholic priest, but I realized the value of a connection to Jesus. And it wasn't just that it came about through my spiritual faith, but think about it, ladies and gentlemen. The Catholic Church, an institution that has been around for so long, it has local groups. It has churches you can attend. It has a support network. I realized, although I was spiritual, what I was missing in my life was the doctrinal church. And that's why it's so important, ladies and gentlemen, to look for those opportunities to participate in the doctrinal church in your daily life. Did you know that there might be a mass on Sunday in your local parish? You could attend a youth group with your children if you want. There's all sorts of, you see what I mean? Propaganda. Now, for those of you just tuning in, I apologize. We were doing a real-time demonstration of how I would propagandize you to become a Catholic. Now, a lot of you are going to be saying, oh, well, by the way, I am a Catholic, and I believe very authentically in my religion. That does not mean that I would feel okay subconsciously manipulating all of you into becoming Catholic. There's a distinction. I can authentically believe in those things and tell you that I believe in them, but that's different than me trying to manipulate you into following them. It's subtle, but that's why I am trying to tell you what we're going to see presented here. I kind of just beat you over the head with it, okay? Like, I was like, here's how it's done, and I was like being very, very obvious. But no, someone who's actually trying to propagandize you is not going to tell you that. Now, there's one example that I want to show you before we continue with this video. And some of you who have been watching the past few days know. By the way, we're on Verdict watching the P. Diddy trial, so we have something to do today. It's actually important. Well, a bunch of things we're doing are important, but the Verdict watch, if I see that clock stops, you know that we're going to get, if P. Diddy's going to federal prison for the rest of his life, we are immediately going to report on that. All right, so, but there's one thing that I want to show you all, right? All right, and cold reading ties into this, but it's a little more than cold reading. But we're going to watch Orson Welles on cold reading, okay? Because this discipline of thinking about what your audience might want to hear and then manipulating them goes far beyond just kind of what we're watching or thinking about now. It can exist in every type of situation. Have you ever gone to a fortune teller? Did you know, perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, it exists in that context as well? I'm about to show you an example of that right now. It's it's loading up here. We'll tie it into the video we're watching. Think of cold reading, okay? Think of cold reading as...
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Supplicate.
I have seen commercials for everything from addiction medication to cars to insurance to bank loans. YouTube has some very weird commercials. All right. So this is Orson Welles on cold reading. Now, cold reading is one of those things where no matter how you analyze it, you can't really talk about it well unless you experience it. So what Orson Welles is going to do is he's going to tell us about a version of cold reading that has to do with being in a room with someone, looking at them in real time, analyzing how they're feeling, and then giving them answers to, or asking questions that elicit answers that make it seem like you're a psychic. Now, it's really hard to get anyone to talk about this in the discipline of PR, all right? We'll talk about it a little bit. Oh, I have an interview we can watch, actually. But this is the baseline of it. To understand PR, you have to understand cold reading. So, Orson Welles, could you tell us about it? I'm not as smart as you, and I want my cheeseburger, and it's not here yet.
I once, I'm a magician, and I got interested in mind reading and fortune telling, fake fortune telling, and I got to know a lot of old fakes who had retired as millionaires, and they told me their secrets, how you do it. There are things that are called cold readings. Oh, what's that? A cold reading is you warm up the sucker by telling him things that he says, how could he ever know that, you see? You say, between the ages of 13 and 15, you had a great change came in your life. But that happens in everybody's life. But he says, He came in and told me things I already see. You've got a scar on your knee. Everybody fell down and has a scar on their knee. Those are cold readings, you see?
I have a scar on my knee.
Sure
How
you
did
do.
you know that?
Yeah, you see? Just something bigger than myself.
Yeah.
Well, now, the point about this is that after they're warmed up, they're amazed by this knee bit and the rest of it, they start telling you. Because you just say, is it? And you see from their face it is or it isn't. And then you tell it back and they say, how did he do it? You see? So I was bored. I was playing in Kansas City with Catherine Cornell one time, and we didn't have any matinee on Wednesday, so I hired a room and put Dr. Swami fortune teller, you know? $2 readings. And for the whole day they came in, and each one, because I felt guilty about it at the end, I said, I'm not going to take your money. You know, because I couldn't have really taken it. For a whole day, I was a fortune teller, faking. But then there began to happen to me the thing that does happen to fortune tellers, and which is the occupational disease of fraudulence, fortune tellers. And they have a name for it. It's called becoming a shut-eye. And a shut-eye in the argot of these crooks is the fellow who begins to believe himself. You see, and you make these wild guesses. One of them explained to me, he says, supposing you're a night clerk in a hotel, and when you get the job, first of all, a fellow comes in, wants a single room, you look at how good his luggage is, how good are his shoes, and you tell him there's a room in the court, there's no room, or yes, sir, depending on various pieces of evidence. He says, you've been a night clerk long enough, you glance, and you tell him. You've been a night clerk a little longer, and you don't have to look. You've seen it, but the computer in here has made all of those deductions without your being conscious of it. So the mind reader gets so that he, without thinking, does that, and then they say it's true. And a woman came in to me at the end of my career as a fraudulent fortune teller in a bright print dress, and sat down looking perfectly all right, and I said, you've lost your husband last week. And she burst into tears. She had. And then I quit.
That was terrible.
Yes, it's one of those things. Undoubtedly, it's not psychic. Undoubtedly, there was evidence of a tragedy. There was all kinds of things that went into the computer and got processed without me crookedly thinking what I'm going to say to her. And that's how it works, I think.
That's fascinating. And you get sort of 5 spooky premonitions a year.
Like that, and then, you know, yes, I do. And I'm sure they're all spooky like that in some kind of funny way. I suppose I looked at Una and said, you know, she's just, Una is exactly the girl that would be happy with Charlie, I suppose. And instead of thinking, maybe you'll meet him, what did I lose? I said, you're going to marry him. And she did.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, I was muted. I'm back. But you can see what he's saying there. Do you see what he's saying? He's saying he got scared, Orson Welles, scared of his own abilities because he was basically able to predict he knew this woman had experienced a tragedy. He guessed her husband died, and then she was like, yeah, and he got scared because he knew that's how they can really not manipulate people. They're right every once in a while. Now, the other thing is we are on a full afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, a full afternoon of P. Diddy Verdict Watch. You can see it at the top of the screen. If P. Diddy goes to federal prison, we will be here to see it. Now, I also want to show you an interview with Edward Bernays, okay? Now, Edward, we've been trying to understand why is this juror this way? You know, why is it propaganda, PR? I don't know if we can really know unless we listen to this interview with Edward Bernays. And I want to see, there's a very specific interview where he's at a kitchen table and they interview him and he's kind of eating. And I want to listen to that one. I don't think it's that one. Edward Bernays full interview. Sitting at table. He's kind of sitting at a table. He invented public relations. And he's kind of like, I don't think it's in the Century of the Self. It might be, no, because it was more of like just an Edward Bernays interview. It was actually, it wasn't part of Century of the Self, I don't think. Hold on. I got it. I think it's this one. I thought it was where he was sitting eating dinner. But let's listen to this one. This man invented public relations. I think this is the interview I wanted to watch. I was almost positive there was a better one. But this one might give us, it might serve our purposes, so to speak. All right. Hold on. Let me just see. Because I thought he was, seated for this one. Yeah, I don't think this is the one I wanted to watch. He might give away something in this one. But the other one, he's, kind of sitting, eating dinner. And he really, in that one, he gives you, a full insight into the history of public relations. But let's see. Maybe this one will do what we want. Maybe this might actually be a good one. All right, hold on. I'm going to be a little towel. And we're obviously on P. Diddy Verdict Watch, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's going to jail, Drew Drops. I'll do a poll for you right now. But we're going to watch Drew Drops. You may actually like this, because I'm not talking just to Drew Drops, but some of you found the juror really irritating because it seemed inauthentic. Tell me if this is the reason why. You might really like this.
I'm Bill Moyers. Do you ever have the feeling that someone you don't know is trying to send you a message? Well, you don't have to believe in extraterrestrial creatures to know it's so. We're all constantly the targets of people who want to win us over. Every government department, every major corporation, every organization with a mission employs experts in public relations whose job is to get their message across in the best possible light. Public relations has become a major industry of the 20th century. Product and symbol, in a way, of our age. This broadcast is about two men who were the first of their kind, pioneers of PR. One gave the Rockefellers a new image, the other turned lights on all over the world.
Keeping with Chevron's tradition of service throughout the 20th century, the people of Chevron bring you this program in support of public television.
Here's a program about propaganda brought to you by Chevron.
A century ago, a reporter asked the railroad tycoon William Vanderbilt how the cancellation of his trains would affect the public. And Vanderbilt replied, "The public be damned." You could get away with such contempt in those days if you were rich and powerful and audacious enough. Plundering potentates like Jay Gould and Jim Fisk built their vast fortunes through fair means and foul and cared not a fig what anyone thought of them. But that began to change as America moved into the new century. Big business had to contend with the public opinion made possible by the new media of mass communications. But if new technology helped to create mass opinion on a national scale, it also made possible the manipulation of that opinion. Men began to master the art of what the historian Daniel Boorstin calls the pseudo-event, one that doesn't just happen, but is contrived news created for a purpose. The news conference, the press release, the staged event, all became part of a constant drama of persuasion. Off stage, the public relations experts writing the script and directing the actors. None have ever done it more skillfully, to my knowledge, than Edward Bernays and Ivy Lee. If I had to point to one moment when public relations as we know it began to come into its own as a 20th century phenomenon, it would be in a meeting in 1914 between Ivy Lee and his most famous client, a man whose very name embodied the whole capitalist system.
Passing by, passing by, passing by, passing by. Oh, the good we all may do. passing by.
That's fine. You're a good song leader, Mr. Rockefeller.
John D. Rockefeller Sr., with the exception of a few emperors of China, he may have been the richest man this world has ever seen. He lived to a ripe old age, and with age came honors and respect from America and around the world. The family name was synonymous with philanthropic giving. The old man beloved as a patriarch of American enterprise and a benefactor of humanity. Here's how the press and newsreels of the day fancied him, the kindly, friendly elder whose golf scores and folksy homilies could make headline news.
The world's richest sportsman tees off. John D. Rockefeller Sr., not far from the century mark, drives the first ball on his daily round of golf, which he claims is the chief reason for his health and long life. This year, in a jovial mood, he consented to a talking picture for exclusive recording by Paramount News.
I hope you're well.
Bless you. I am very well.
Good.
I am very grateful to you and to a host of people who are so kind and good to me all the time.
Why, because you're so good to everybody.
Yes, you are.
But wait a minute. This newsreel was from 1932, and it's surely not how newspapers and magazines saw John D. Rockefeller 20 years earlier. To the generation before the First World War, Rockefeller was the rapacious Midas, a billion-dollar tyrant who would crush anyone in his way. His all-powerful trust, the Standard Oil Company, was broken up by government legislation. Bodyguards had to surround him when he went to church. Even some of his charitable donations were returned as tainted money. He was, after all, the man whom Senator Robert La Follette called the greatest criminal of the age. No wonder the muckrakers went after him with all the barbs in their quiver. What a target he was, and what a time they had. There he was, hoarding his money and thumbing his nose at Uncle Sam while robbing the country of its wealth. He was their one-man rogues gallery of barnyard images, as greedy as a pig, as slippery as an eel, as vile as a vulture preying on the public. What in the world happened? How did they change the image of the most hated man in America? What transformed the ogre into the grandfatherly choirmaster of the newsreel? Well, the turning point came in 1914 with a strike by the miners of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, in which the Rockefellers were principal shareholders. Rockefeller Sr. turned over the reins of power to his son, John Jr. But in the mind of the press and public, a Rockefeller was still a Rockefeller. Rockefeller Jr. would inherit both the family's fortune and its problems. In 1914, the problems centered on the town of Ludlow, Colorado, a scene of violent confrontation. They called it Bloody Ludlow.
On the east side of the Rockies, was in the
miners of
working.
Colorado in that period were among the most painfully oppressed anywhere in the world.
George McGovern, Democratic presidential candidate in 1972. He wrote his Ph.D. dissertation and a book on the struggle of the Colorado miners.
They lived in company towns where everything was owned by the company. The stores where they bought their groceries and supplies, the churches, the schools, even the courts were more or less controlled by the companies in that period. And these miners worked under the most appalling conditions. The mines were very dangerous. It was not unusual for 100 or 200 miners to be killed in a single year. And of course, at that time, they worked at subsistence wages without any union representation.
When the miners of Colorado were poor, hard-working men. Now Rockefeller, he was a rich man. He owned the mines and he owned the land. He wrote the law books for Colorado, and the sheriff was his right hand.
United Mine Workers moved in an effort to organize the coal fields when the major coal companies refused to meet with the union representatives. The strike was called, and about 13,000 miners and their families moved out of the company towns, moved into tents that were provided by the union.
Will the miners, they took to striking for union and a living wage.
Strikers did not have a very high standing in the eyes of the American public when this strike began in 1913. It was just generally taken for granted that if you were on strike, you were unappreciative, you were undisciplined, you were under the control of sinister foreign influences, you weren't quite loyal to the nation, and therefore every resource of the police power or private corporate power that could be directed at breaking the strike was generally accepted.
Call the militia, get vigilantes, we'll get 'em guns, don't you spare no cause, 'cause we have got to show them dirty miners that Rockefeller, he is the boss. And so one morning, without warning, that state militia, they opened fire.
The soldiers raked the colony with machine guns and then set fire to the tents which housed the families of the miners. The next day, 53 people lay dead. Among them, the charred bodies of 13 women and children pulled from the ashes of their homes. The date, April 20th, 1914, the day of the Ludlow Massacre. It was headline news across the country. For the first time, public opinion sympathized with the strikers. Rockefeller was condemned as the man behind the guns, the murderer of women and children. The writer Upton Sinclair organized pickets wearing the crepe armbands of mourning to stand vigil outside Rockefeller's home, office, and places of worship. Bloody Ludlow would not be forgotten. Rockefeller Jr. was moved to act. The vilification of his family's name had gone far enough. It was time to refurbish the Rockefeller image. He turned to a former newspaper man with the reputation for clever handling of the publicity problems of big business, a man with the unusual name Ivy Ledbetter Lee. Ivy Lee's son, Jim Lee.
Rockefeller was in serious trouble with the Colorado Fuel and Iron Strike and really didn't know what to do, and someone suggested that there was a young man with a tall, stiff collar who had a lot of new ideas, and he might like to talk to him. So he got in touch with Ivy Lee, and this was the beginning of a very long and very interesting association.
Ivy Lee was one of the first of the century's image makers, and a wizard at it. It's just the art of getting believed, he said. His critics disagreed. They called him Poison Ivy.
At the turn of the century, why, businesses had, and some businesses and some people tended to operate without any respect to what the public thought of them. They didn't care. So public be damned was they didn't care what the public thought. Ivy Lee came along and said that you can't continue to exist, to operate successfully, to be thought well of, unless you take into consideration what the public thinks of you.
It was the first time in any American labor struggle where you had an organized effort to use what has become modern public relations to sell one side of the strike to the American people. In this case, the Rockefeller or the management side.
Ivy Lee said many times that he never changed Mr. Rockefeller. What Ivy Lee did, primarily for Mr. Rockefeller Sr., was to make the other side of the man known.
There were a variety of techniques that Ivy Lee used. It was a total public relations campaign. It included, first of all, a series of fact sheets that he published to give the mine operator side of the strike. everything was done to discredit the strikers morally and to paint them as substandard citizens. Ivy Lee engaged the services of prominent people to sign articles that gave the mine operator's side of the story. He persuaded the governor of Colorado to sign such a public letter that was widely distributed across the country, even delivered personally to the President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson. This effort on the part of Ivy Lee to put a more favorable interpretation on the strike as far as the managers were concerned, plus the publicized trips by Mr. Rockefeller to Colorado, his effort to come to know the miners firsthand, pictures of him visiting with strike organizers. Talking with the miners and their families, asking the mothers about the conditions in the homes, asking the miners about the conditions underground. So this was the general thrust, just frankly to do a snow job for the mine operators and to discredit the union in every possible way. And I must say that while they didn't exceed 100%, they were sufficiently successful in it so that they did change the public perception of the mine operators and their responsibility for the strike. It's a lot cheaper for Rockefeller and his colleagues to pay Ivy Lee $1,000 a month to give them a new face than it would be to address the grievances of pay that was too low, hours that were too long, mines that were unsafe, housing that was substandard, and all the rest. It's probably not an exaggeration to say that modern public relations in industrial disputes was born in 1914 with the Rockefeller-Ivy Lee marriage and has continued from that day until the present.
Bloody Ludlow changed things. After Rockefeller's visit to the miners' homes and those carefully posed newspaper pictures, working conditions improved. The company's grip on the town was loosened. Miners could form grievance committees. But one principal demand of the strike was subverted. The mine owners refused to recognize the United Mine Workers Union, and the miners were effectively denied any real bargaining power. But not Ivy Lee. His bargaining power soared. So masterfully had he handled the press that his powerful employers commissioned him to undertake a full-scale renovation of the Rockefeller name. He did it in part by overcoming the old man's penchant for privacy. Rockefeller had long given generously of his wealth to various charities and organizations, but only rarely, as in 1913 when he richly endowed the Rockefeller Foundation for Learning and Research, did he do so openly. He simply preferred to give without fanfare. Ivy Lee convinced the family it was better to be seen as a philanthropist and take the credit than to leave the public only the critic's side of the story. This the Rockefellers agreed to do, and Ivy Lee took it from there. He became the man between the family and the press, and slowly the alchemy of publicity transformed the image. In the mind of the public, it emerged, if not pure gold, at least with a fine golden lining, and it made the difference.
John Davison Rockefeller Sr., once the world's richest man, was even better known as a public benefactor, devoting millions to science, education, and philanthropy. Oil was the foundation of the vast wealth which Rockefeller used to help others. Here is an intimate glimpse of the oil magnate posing for Pathé News. And after his picture was taken, he turned cameraman himself, enjoying every minute of it. Deeply interested in his fellow men, Rockefeller was particularly fond of little children, and in recent years became famous for giving them dimes on every occasion. Rockefeller had the real Christmas spirit of giving and loved to present gifts to his many friends, and to the children he always was delighted to have around him. Riverside Church, with its world-famous Laura Spelman Rockefeller carillon, is an imposing monument to his faith,
And Rockefeller Center, the greatest development of modern times, stands as a tribute to the man who devoted his fortune to the progress of humanity. Before Ivy Lee died in 1934, he had lunch with the only man considered his equal, Edward L. Bernays. There they sat, founding fathers of the business. But Lee was in a pessimistic mood that day, and he told Bernays that public relations was a temporary phenomenon that would probably die with both of them. Bernays was to make sure that didn't happen. He was the first person to say, "I'm a public relations counselor," and he was determined to turn the practice into a recognized profession. He wrote books of theory to make public relations a companion of the new social sciences with special insights into human motivation. But mostly what he did was to make public relations work, and to work well for his clients. What clients they were: RCA, General Motors, the American Tobacco Company, Time Magazine, the Bank of America, the United Fruit Company, the government of India, the city of Vienna, and on and on. Edward Bernays became successful and wealthy, and far from dying out with its founders, public relations flourished, and today remembers the man who gave it its name.
How do you introduce a man who is the acknowledged father of public relations, who wrote the first public relations book and who taught the first public relations class, who is a counselor to presidents? What more can you say about an individual who, to the public relations profession, is a living legend? The Boston Globe quotes a head table speaker at Mr. Bernays' 90th birthday at a party held in the Harvard Club in Boston as saying, "One good thing about becoming 90 years old is that you're not subject to much peer pressure."
Edward Bernays, the Public Relations Society of America, honors a pioneer.
Public relations embraces what I call the engineering of consent, based on Thomas Jefferson's principle that in a democratic society, everything depends on the consent of the people.
Bernays was born in 18...
Wait a minute. If you manufacture their consent, it's fake, it's not real.
1992. In this century, he became one of the first to appreciate the power of public opinion and the ability of the media to create leaders of society and to fashion the legends which inspire our lives. As the First World War ended, he went to Paris to work as a press attaché for the American government. Bernays was present for the arrival there of Woodrow Wilson, an event which was to profoundly influence his life and to change his career. You remember Wilson's entry into Paris as the Prince of Peace?
Oh.
Were you there?
I was there. The street was lined, and this rather cold-looking, ascetic man riding in an open Victoria to the plaudits of the stand-up crowds on both sides of this very wide avenue, and being applauded as he rode to the Place de la Concorde, where he stayed. And the day of his coming, my maid, a young peasant woman from the interior of France, came to me in the morning and asked whether she could have the afternoon off. And I said to her, "Pourquoi? Why do you want the afternoon off?" And she said, "Je veux voir les bienfaiseurs de l'humanité." I want to see the well-doer of humanity. And obviously, I let her off.
This image of Woodrow Wilson as the living Prince of Peace owed a lot to official U.S. propaganda. Bernays had been part of a federal wartime agency called the Committee on Public Information. Its purpose was to shape public opinion in support of Wilson's war policies at home and abroad. And now, Wilson's crusade to turn the victory into lasting peace. Bernays saw firsthand the power of words and pictures to sway masses of people, what he was later to call the engineering of consent.
The effect of this activity had brought about a situation in which Woodrow Wilson became a Godhead symbol.
They believed that he had made the world safe for democracy.
That's right.
They believed that he had fought the war to end all wars.
And so
yet,
did I.
And you believed it. You believed your own propaganda. And this was the first time that the government had actually consciously gone into the business of opinion making.
Right. Well, they didn't even call it opinion making at the time. They called it information.
Information of a very special sort. As these World War I posters indicate, this was information backed with the powerful force of emotion. The job of the Committee on Public Information was to change the mass of Americans from an isolationist democracy to an organized war machine, molding a confused and shapeless public opinion to a single purpose. In 1917, the committee was to turn to a new and untried medium to reach this public: motion picture film. Movie screens across the nation reflected the coming images of war and the U.S. government's first shaky attempts to propagandize its own people.
I agree with you, Taterbug. I think President Trump did open up a lot of the discussion about this. Before, it was very taboo in both parties to discuss this, propaganda, and how it works, but President Trump definitely blew the lid off that. And, although I don't agree with everything President Trump believes, in fact, I wouldn't want a country where we all believe everything that our politicians believe, I do think he created a culture of questioning. For good or for bad, I think it's mostly positive. There are some things I get a little concerned about.
The committee's work today would be thought of as amateurish vis-a-vis modern social science knowledge. But the committee accomplished a great deal.
So the propaganda was effective, along with other considerations of
I think the propaganda was very effective, and as I say now, it was propaganda and not impropaganda.
Bernays' propaganda was still very controversial. Republicans attacked the Committee on Public Information as a partisan propaganda tool for Wilson and the Democratic Party. And the journalist Walter Lippmann worried that we might be seeing the first glimmerings of thought control by which democracy would be at the mercy of the few. But Woodrow Wilson could not sell his 14 points in the Treaty of Versailles to the American people and Congress. The Committee on Public Information disbanded, and a young Edward Bernays went searching for a job. When you came back from World War I, came back from seen Woodrow Wilson hailed as the liberator of the West. What did you do? Did you decide then to pursue public relations? Had you discovered some new Rosetta Stone?
Well, after experiencing this world situation and recognizing the importance of ideas as weapons, what Victor Hugo had once said, it is useless to send armies against ideas, I decided to open a...
It's useless to send armies against ideas. Someone forgot to tell President Bush.
Small office and see whether we could not apply what I had learned in the war to peacetime pursuits.
The 1920s. Bernays came home from war and put his talent to work for American Business Corporation. He was exactly the right man at the right time. American industry was in a frenzy of expansion. Cars were being sold by the millions, and mass-produced consumer goods filled the stores. The 20s magnified our love-hate affair with big business. We loved what it could give us, but worried about its social costs, worried about the concentration of enormous economic power in the hands of the few. A new profession was born into this changing world, and Edward Bernays gave it its name, public relations, the conscious shaping of public opinion and attitude.
It's not bad. It's an uplifting little ditty.
His wartime experience was applied to the problems of his peacetime employers.
Taterbug, you're not necessarily wrong, but the Bavarian Illuminati was one specific sect of a wider, what I'd call pagan, pre-Christian, esoteric occult tradition. What you really want to look at, and I think the Rosicrucians are where the split off happened, but if you look at the Rosicrucians, and if you look at like not Freemasonry as a discipline about building things, but esoteric Freemasonry, then you can kind of trace where it goes back to. Like, they're keepers of like these ancient pre-Christian secrets. And the reason why they're so sketchy, and they are all of our aristocrats, they're part of what I'd call like the Bohemian Grove or something like that. Now, Taterbug, have you seen, we're going to pause here, because you know how they're talking about like the Rockefellers and hiding their images. Taterbug, have you seen the video where we go into Bohemian Grove? You must see this, my dear friend. It is extremely fascinating. I know Maestro likes it very much, so I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Now, this shows you what these people are, okay? People say to me, Grant, you're wrong. There is not some like network of wealthy politicians like the guy who invented British House of Cards and the governor of Nevada, Joe Lombardo, and the guy who invented jury research, Donald Vinson. There is no way that all these people just hang out in the Redwoods during the summer, probably right about now, in order to participate in pre-Christian occult rituals where they cremate their care for the past year and things like that. Yes, they do. I can prove it to you. Do you know how I can prove it to you? Now, you might be saying, Grant, it is impossible. You cannot prove this to me. Yes, I can. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. You ready? Taterbug, are you ready for this? Can you handle the truth, my friend? You think you can handle the truth. Towel will show you the truth. Even Alex Jones won't show you this, although I think Alex Jones was always a controlled, limited hangout anyway. But let me be the first towel to thus declare, I will show you, ladies and gentlemen. I will show you what it's in like. I'll show you what it's like inside the Grove. You might have heard of the Grove, but have you ever seen inside of a Bohemian Grove camp called Sahara Camp? Well, we're going in. Everybody get ready. Find your towel buddies. Hold your towel buddies' hands. We're going in.
What does that say?
Sahara.
I just want to get the fuck out of here.
All right, now, this requires a little explanation. So they're going to pull the camera up, right? They think that's a camera, but it's just a bulb. Now, they're on the first level of this thing, okay? So do you see when you walk into the camp? Hold on.
Fuck it.
All right, now when you walk in, to the immediate right, you see the fireplace with an owl above it, over there. Okay, now look over there to the left. There's like a den area, a seating area, and then stairs. This is a 7-level complex built in harmony with the California redwoods. Now, I'm going to let them take you through a little, then I'm going to kind of annotate each part of it, and it gets a little creepy.
This one's probably locked.
Okay, so those are the stairs. Now, mind you, it is a 7-level complex. We are on the first floor. Now, take a look. They're going to turn back around. You see the owl, and then there's Woodburn, BG, 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 Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove, Bohemian Grove, and then obviously they worship an owl. Like the owl, like I'm not necessarily sure now if Hank's a member of the aristocracy or what, but like they worship an owl, brah. Now look, this is where it gets really creepy. If you want to see inside, like you want to see the world they don't want to show you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at that. That is the inside of their clubhouse. Now, notice, they're going to try to get in. It's locked. But look, you see that board? You see the board in the middle there? They're going to turn off night vision in a second. Now, Taterbug, you see what's in there in that back wall? That, or anyone watching, but Taterbugs in particular are going to be interested. You see, that's an interesting picture, right? Now, they're going to zoom in. Hold on. That is a naked woman on the ground. On dirty ground with like stains around her. I believe she's dead. Yeah, I thought at first she was posing, but she's naked and I'm pretty sure she's dead. Now, what is to the right of that? Do any of you recognize those symbols there? Those are all intelligence community symbols. Every single one. Winged eagle. There's like a military insignia. There's an interconnected globe in the middle. This stuff, this is all intelligence community stuff, and that is a dead woman, I'm pretty sure, naked on the ground, on like a dirty warehouse floor. It's not like some high French art. It is a picture of a dead woman, naked. It's snuff. I know, it's disturbing, and I want to be very clear. Yeah, it's probably a sacrifice. And I want to be very clear, this is out in the open in their clubhouse, okay? And the member list includes the governor of Nevada, the guy who invented the British House of Cards, who's a lord, and also the inventor of jury research, Dr. Donald Vincent. Like, I don't know who that woman is. I don't know why she's naked on the ground or dead, and I don't know if anyone's ever going to find her. And these men are apparently very pleased with themselves. They put her up on the wall like a trophy. I think they killed that, not they, but I think somebody killed that woman, and that is a picture of her dead on the wall. It's very hard to actually see it, but anyway, look at the member list. You can see the names. Anthony Clark, Ed Cox, Lord Michael Dobbs, he invented House of Cards, Stuart Hudnut, H-U-D. Oh, yeah, so Stuart Hudnut is the chair of the California Horse Racing Board. Stuart Hudnut, H-U-D-N-U-T. Peter Lake, Parker LaCorrente, Governor, Joe Lombardo, Dr. Robert Maloney, Brent McIntosh, he's CIA. or like Defense Intelligence. I looked him up one time on the internet, the plain internet. Dr. Rajan Midharish, Klaus Reichhardt, John Vinson, Dr. Ben Waterman, Steve Wilson, Ken Weiss. And then the members over on the left, Dr. Dennis Bark, Thomas Hudnut, Peyton Lake, Robert Sutcliffe, he's a captain, Dr. Donald Vinson. And the chef is, I'm not going to say the chef's name, and then there's a chef, a sous chef, and 3 stewards for each camp. And I'm pretty sure that's a dead woman on the wall naked, like laying in her own blood. It's a little fucked up.
Holy crap, I'm gonna have to blur.
Oh, okay, so that makes it a little clearer. Yeah, that is a woman on like an industrial ground, like it looks like she's like hugging like she has one of her arms up. She's just flat on the ground. She's definitely dead. It looks like they left her shoes on. Either they left her shoes on or they turned her into some kind of horse, because it looks like she has like horseshoes on. Oh no, those are just her legs crossed. Yo, what is this? This is I am disturbed. Like, there better be a very good explanation for why this is on the wall. I didn't actually analyze this until now. Like, this is horrifying. Like, she better be alive, whoever that is. And why do you have that on the wall? Oh, and then let's just show you. So you can kind of see those logos get a little clearer. Those logos are all governmental logos. Every single one of them is some kind of unit or intelligence unit. And like, if those logos were clear, that would actually be a really big problem, because those, I'm pretty sure, don't exist on paper. You see what I'm, Murder by Maestro, do you see what I'm talking about? Those are logos. Those are definite, that circle right there. Those are definitely like some serious patches. Like, that's a winged eagle. That's like another patch, another patch, another patch, another patch. I can't, it's the American flag and what looks like the Canadian flag. It's not even a Canadian flag. It's like a flag. Oh, bro. Whatever that flag is, that's what actually runs the country. This thing right here, this is it. It is real. Whatever, I don't know what these symbols are, but whatever it is, I love Grant, not in a weird way. You're wonderful. Sunken grave. But you know, I got to tell you, Murder by Maestro, or anyone watching, this part is the thing that could put a lot of stuff together. I don't really want to know, but whatever these symbols are, like there's like a world, there's like a world. What's weird is it looks like the world is like taken apart in the middle. It's like an empty, almost, like, I'll try to zoom in on it. It's not going to make it any clearer, but there's something very, very odd about that imagery. Let me see. Hold on one second. No promises here. No matter how much you zoom in, you're not going to be able to see it. But those logos, and then there's a flag, there's two flags underneath. It's a U.S. flag, and then like a flag of some, like, it's very obscure. There's no markings on it. It almost looks like just like red and white lines, or maybe like, looks like it might even be a Confederate flag. It's like a red X through the middle. It's very light, but I think it's a red X like this. What is this? What am I looking at? Yeah, no, Murder by Maestro. These people, like, you can get the whole list of names. It's just go to my Twitter for this video. You'll be able to get every name on this list. I'm going to post the link for you right now in chat. Like, some of these guys, if you dig deep on them, they are all very, like, some of them are DIA, CIA, like they're not just DIA, they're like in the White House, some of them. But the thing that I really want to know, Murder by Maestro, if you take a look at these symbols here, so let me zoom in on them for you and then we'll zoom back out. So it's in the corner of the image here, right? It's right in the top right corner. It's really hard to figure out. You have to go to like the one, let me give you the exact timestamp. With the 1:10-minute mark of the video is the clearest shot you're going to get. We might get a clearer shot with the other camera too. But if you look at this, I mean, I'll blow it up for you on the screen to make it as large as I can. It's not like you're ever going to be able to figure out and I'll make it even bigger. It will go over the chat for a second. It's not like you're ever going to be able to figure out exactly what any of this is. But I mean, whatever that stuff is, I mean, bruh, come on. Like, come on. And that, ignore that thing at the bottom. It's just an upside down stored table leg. But like the two flags and then this circle of all these strange logos that make no sense. I like, that's very weird. And then there's like this flag I've never seen before. Now it's in night vision, so it's pretty hard to see, but that right there, okay, is the solution to something. Now, I'll show you the image next to it, all right? Now, I don't really understand what this is either. It's very freaky. But that is the image next to it, okay? Now, if we actually zoom in, there's nothing showing of her. It is blurred. But you can clearly see, hold on, Eva Towel has something for us. Eva Towel, it's great to see you, my dear friend. Yeah, it does look like Runes, Murder by Maestro, but it's actually like DIA logos. Now, this is the picture to the right, okay? Now, so before you couldn't really see it, but let me this is what they have hanging on their wall. These are some very powerful men. And maybe she's dead. I mean, I think it's important for us to at least, but that's not a fake person. That is not at all. That is definitely a real person. She is definitely on a very like dirty rug in an industrial, like that is the weirdest imagery to have at like this nice retreat. Nothing else like this at all. It's incredibly weird. She's definitely on the floor. Like, she definitely is not moving. I mean, it's so concerning what I am seeing right here. Let me just say. Eva Towel, I'm going to open the link you sent along. But let me just say, this is so horrifying. Like, what is that? Why is that there? It's like she's faceless. She's just like a faceless dead body. Naked dead body on their wall. I'm actually getting really concerned. Why? You know, I tried to get people to write about this. I talked to a few of the West Coast papers. They talked to me about it because of some of the politicians involved. They wouldn't touch this. They would not touch it. They would not run it. And they knew I was right, too. They were really freaked out. But they wouldn't run it. Politics, bruh. Yeah. This is a really good article. I have one more for you as well. There's a really good history on the globe, on the Grove that I can bring up for you. So hold on one second. It's a little bit hard to find, but there's only one decent article. Let's finish watching this video, though, before I get distracted. But don't you agree with me that that is like a very... This is in California. Sis, if you look up the Bohemian Grove, right now what we're watching is a video of it's the only video that exists on Earth of inside the Bohemian Grove Club. And this is the Sahara camp, and we're now going to watch an actual tour of the facilities. This is just their lower, like, hangout space. The facilities are even more creepy.
Holy crap, I'm gonna have to...
Wow, Murder by Maestro. Skull and Bone. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. It's a bunch of secret societies. We got it, Murder by Maestro. We got it. We found the people who run the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of them.
Blur that. Bunch of man Johnskis in there. Holy shit. Look at all the owls.
Now, they go really quick here, but look. We almost get a view. It turns out the image is in black and white of the naked woman. They don't pause it there. I mean, it's in the corner there, but she's in black and white. They don't zoom in this time. Clearly another owl on the wall.
It's locked. It's locked.
Snow's Lodge. I wonder if they like to powder their nose in there. Are you going to watch them go upstairs? It's crazy. It's like 7 levels built in harmony with the trees. Not sure, Tater Bug. It was a video uploaded to YouTube by a guy named Dancer1, and they infiltrated the Bohemian Grove. I have no idea how they got out alive or how they filmed this.
Yo, I think I hear somebody. Yo, can you turn the light off? Can you turn the light off for a second?
Now you could kind of see, they got to get out of there, but you could see at the end there's 70, you see how those buildings are literally built in harmony with the trees? I mean, I've never seen anything like that. That was 7 stories. It's like, that's one of 70 camps, by the way. Now, so that list, by the way, that list right there that you see on the screen, no one has ever seen this. This is the only footage that exists ever outside of Alex Jones's. He was invited in because his dad works in the defense intelligence world via the University of Texas, Austin. But this list you see up on the screen, that's the only time you're ever going to see the members of the Bohemian Grove. Well, let me show you one more. So that's one list, okay? Now take a look at this one. Want to see something cool? I got another list. I got more pictures. This was very hard to find. So have you ever seen, you know who Clarence Thomas is, right? The Supreme Court Justice? Well, what is this image that little towel's got up on your screen? Oh, what is that? Is that Doghouse Camp? So we saw Sahara Camp right there, but is this Doghouse Camp? Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that is Doghouse Camp. And who is right in the front row? Justice Clarence Thomas. Oh, how you doing? There's the American aristocracy there. So we saw Sahara Camp. There's Doghouse Camp. Those are some of the men that run the United States, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. The American aristocracy. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. We'll discuss. I mean, Bilderberg is very similar. I just don't know as much about it. We can look at some of the videos I've seen. But Bilderberg is just, I think, another example, like a European version of the Grove. It's harder to infiltrate. The Western leaders do go. There's also the Trilateral Commission. But yes, if you can find me, there's a good video by Luke from We Are Change on his attempt to get into the Bilderberg. We can look at that. But look at some of these names in the Bohemian Grove, okay? Because this is the kind of stuff you will never see. You want to hear some other names murdered by Maestro? I'll give you this link right now. Hold on. So let's take a look. What names we got here? Ben Dean, Alfonso Johnson, Peter Lacombe, Clarence Thomas, Harlan Crow, Fred Wiley. Jack Berthens, Glenn Ash, Dick Hardwick, Rick Supple, Bill Dean, Jim Baker, Sam Russell, Bob Peterson, Del Smith, Steve Tolan, Jay Johnson, Fred Travellina, John Hancock, Richard Evans, Shell Metal, Westy Westenhofer, John Lowe Shivo, Jim Roberts, Charles Colohas, Waylon Picard, Russ Green, Bob Rittmeyer, Bill Tilley, Jim Nance. Jim Nance! The commentator, Jim Nance! Oh, they got Jim Nance, ladies and gentlemen! They got Jim Nance! Oh, no! Oh, and what's that? Is that them hanging out? Where'd Towel get this, ladies and gentlemen? Towel, where did you get pictures of people hanging out at the Bohemian Grove in one of their camps? I'm not sure this is like a thing. Are you some kind of super towel? Me, I am a super towel. I am indeed a super towel, and those are some very rare. Now, Towel, did you use some kind of obfuscation so that bots wouldn't be able to pick up on the image and make sure it couldn't be seen? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I am a smart little towel. How are you going to use facial identification if the bot has to read through a blue line? It's not trained to do that. Ha ha, I'm a smart little towel. Now, let's take a... Is that Justice Thomas? I think it is. Is that Justice Thomas? I think it is. Is that Justice Thomas with a cigar, just enjoying himself? So that's what you got to do to get access to a Supreme Court justice. You just got to go to the Bohemian Grove, just get in there, you go sit around, and you get to have access to a Supreme Court justice. Now, oh yes, our Century of the Self. So we're on Diddy Verdict Watch, by the way. We're going to see if we get a verdict there. We are at 1 hour. Oh, the law and crime clock's broken again. It thinks there's 1 hour and 63 minutes in an hour. We're learning a little bit about the Bohemian Grove. I want to look for one thing. We got a request from Supertel Eva for me to show a video about the Bilderberg. So let's, Luke, We Are Change, Bilderberg. Let's take a look at Luke from We Are Change trying to go to the Bilderberg group, which is like the European version of this. So now I don't even know if Luke from We Are Change still has his... I don't even know if he has this still up. Let's see if I can... I don't know if anyone still has this up. Because he did try to infiltrate it. Or not, he did try to go to it. And they were very hard. Like you can tell from how they treated him. Bilderberg is even more harsh than Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove uses soft security by hiding in the woods. The Bilderberg group, they're like, that's hard security. Oh, thank you, Eva. Yes, I found the killer whales. I'll let her know. That's hilarious, Sonia. Eva, I'm actually looking for something that might give us a substantial amount of insight into Bilderberg on the ground, but it's a little bit hard to find, so let me see if I can, I'm trying to find when he actually went. Alright, because Luke probably has done the most. Luke Radowski from We Are Change has probably done like the most on this. And I want to see if he actually has... I want to see if he actually has his video. I want to see if he has the video from when he went. Like, he actually went. He got kicked out. Yes, this is what it was. He got, like confronted by police. It was pretty intense. All right, let's see. But I want to see the... I want to see... so it was quite old. All right, let's see this one. Alright, so I think it was this one. He got, like, when you try to cover the Bilderberg, like, they can actually What happens when police took the cameras at Bilderberg? All right, so let's watch this one. Luke Rudowski is the person to follow on this, by the way. I mean, he's the one who probably has done the most coverage, and he doesn't even get close. Even though he's done a really good job, they don't let him anywhere near this. So hold on one second. Where is it? I think it's this one. Yep. Let's see if this video is even still on YouTube. I think it is. All right, it is. So, I mean, and I'm being gentle here when I say this. Like, it's a little bit different, I suppose, in Europe. All right, hold on. I had just gotten it. All right, well, we're going to watch this. Nope, we're definitely watching this. Just going to take me a second for it to load up. Where's the one I just was on? Hold on. I literally was just on it. Nope, we're watching this. I'm going to sit here and wait. All right, here we go. Well, Eva Towel requested it, so. Now, I don't know, as I said, I don't know as much about the European version of this as I do about this version, about the American version. So, let's see if this is the one I wanted to watch. All right, hold on. Nope, this is not it. Nope, we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait. There was a specific video I wanted to watch, and now it doesn't want me to watch it, so now I'm even more interested in making sure I click the right one. Nope, you don't understand. I am a persistent towel. No, wait. All right, no, I'm not going to stop. I'm just going to find it. It was at, it was like when they were in a hotel or something. I wonder if it's gone. No. Oh, here we go. What happens when police took the cameras at Bilderberg? All right, so I'm going to load this one up. Eva Towel, I have no idea what we're in for here, but, you know, we're on for the ride, and let's see what it leads to. Don't question the moon landing. A crazy thing happened on the way to the moon. Have you ever watched that documentary? It's really good. I don't really want to get into the moon landing right now, but it's really good. All right, so this is the European Bilderberg. This is the European Bohemian Grove, and then we're going to go back to our propaganda documentary, and we're still on Verge.
Hey, man.
That's quite a bit, thank you.
No, hold on. Listen to me.
Nej, hey, det kan du ikke.
You can't do that, sir. You can't take my camera. Hey.
Nej, hey, det er ulovligt, det I gør lige nu.
Oh, Jack D65, my friend, thank you so much. I love the Super 11 towel emoji. He may take a second to load up on the screen. Oh, there he is. I love him so much, my friend. You are a super towel. Is that another logo you found, Murder by Maestro? Very interesting. Oh, look at the super towel lemon emoji. I love him. No, Murder by Maestro. What did you say? Pigate? No, I'll show you the real British version of Watergate. It's called the Penrose affair. Wilson. We'll watch that next, Murder by Maestro. We're on Verdict watching the Diddy trial anyway.
This is Rudowski. We are Change.org, and I'm joined by the one and only Dan Dix of PressForTruth.ca. And obviously, you guys heard we have been arrested here in Copenhagen, Denmark, for being journalists, I think. Now, we wanted to make this video to pretty much show you and tell you a lot of important things that happened when the cameras were not rolling. Now, Dan, do you want to just start it off here? Can you tell us how everything started? Because, you know, we got here, went to the Bilderberg Hotel at the Marriott, and, you know, what happened next?
pretty much we were chilling in the lobby, having a drink at the Marriott, just hanging out there. And you stepped out for a cigarette to have a smoke there. And you were out there talking to a few Marines or something. I don't know what was going on.
They were actually NATO security that were protecting the NATO's secretary, and you know, chatted them up. Was trying to talk to them, trying to, you know, see what was going on, what were they, you know, there for exactly, and what was going to happen. And then you came up afterwards.
Well, I'm sitting there in the lobby, and then I get a tip that some of the organizers of the Bilderberg group are right over there at the lounge. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, we got to do something. I run out and I go to grab you, and I step outside and I kind of said, hey, Luke, we got to go in and check this out. Yeah. Came in, basically got a good look at them and thought, you know, well, you recognize them from 2012. And we were like, hey, that's them. Let's do this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's important to know we were there with Paul Watson, Charlie Skelton, Hannah, and a lot of the people there were staying at that hotel, and they didn't want to cause trouble. They told us who they were. They all left, and then we kind of had the decision, like, okay, we're not staying here at this hotel. What's going to happen when we walk up to them courteously and just have a conversation with them and try to buy them some drinks? You know, there's nothing wrong with trying to buy some ladies some drinks.
I thought it was quite nice of you to offer them a drink on their, what they said was a ladies' night out for a weekend.
Yeah, but people do have to know, these are the official organizers of the Bilderberg meeting. These people, these ladies that we confronted in the beginning, we have pictures of in 2012 at the Chantilly, Virginia meeting afterwards of them posing outside the hotel. They are key instrumental figures when it comes to Bilderberg because they're the ones in charge of putting everything together. They also brag to other people how they have machine guns, and it's really just you know, a fascinating kind of people, you know, and I would have loved to talk to them. If the security didn't, you know, react the way they did, we would have never released that video because it was nothing. It was me just trying to talk to them. But we wanted to put it out there to show people that we weren't rude, we weren't confronting or ambushing. We just went up to them and said, you know, can you talk to us about Bilderberg since you're planning it? And then, you know, a lot of the things transpired. You could see the video in the above annotation right here. And, you know, the end of the escalation was really when the police came and ripped our, you know, kind of cameras off of us. Well, you know, and then, you know, what happened when they ripped off the cameras and turned off all the video cameras?
Well, they pretty much didn't give us much of a choice. They just took the cameras, turned them off. You'll see it in the video. They just flip off the switch, pull it off of Luke. I grab it from out of my hands and put it on the ground. And then said that we're going to have to check your bags. We think that you guys might be, you might have drugs on you.
No. They didn't say they have drugs on us. They said, you guys are being charged with possession of drugs.
Right.
And then we were like, drugs?
Yes.
And then he, what did he do?
He said, well, you're all, so, and we looked at him and said, come on, man, you know we're sober.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with drugs. There's no drugs around here. And then it changed into being about not being able to produce ID. I left my passport at the place I'm staying, and so I didn't bring it with me. And I said, no, I don't have any ID on me. So then they said, well, we're going to have to take you downtown to figure out who you are.
Yeah, my issue was we never committed a crime. They made one up. As soon as the cameras are off, they're like, yeah, you guys are going to be charged with possession of drugs. And I'm like, holy crap. You know, they're either going to set us up here one more time. They already turned off all the video cameras. These are people who set people up. People also have to understand, a lot of these powerful people, especially when it comes to people like Mayor Bloomberg, I had a previous incident where Mayor Bloomberg's former mayor of New York City, Michael Bloomberg, his security guards locked me in an event, wouldn't let me leave, told me I was detained, came back later 15 minutes with a bunch of police officers, and they said, Luke, we told you to leave. Now you're charged for trespassing. That's what I thought they were doing at the Marriott recently, because then they could say, you know, we asked you to leave when you didn't. You know, I had video footage of the incident at the same time, but the police, when they took it, they deleted it. Yeah. And this was back in the day. This time it was really worrisome because in the law here specifically states that police officers cannot take away you know, your video camera. They cannot detain you unless you commit a crime. Even if you have suspicion of a crime, you only have to give your name, your birth date, and your address. You're not supposed to give out ID unless you committed a crime. If you're in suspicion, you just have to give off your name. So we were like, no, this makes no sense at all. and the Danish police officers started screaming, trying to intimidate us and harass us. So it was a very confusing situation. Where were what was your thought process? And Dan, what happened next?
Well, the intimidation continued. I mean, they brought us down to the station and began frisking me.
It was great to see you, Jack D65. You have a great time at work. We're with you in Towel Spirit, my friend. We'll let you know if we get a verdict in the Diddy trial. Now, Eva, you can obviously tell this is describing by very roundabout ways how intense the Bilderberg group is. It is very high-level politicians. I don't even know why they bother saying like their name in public, in the sense that I don't even know why they announced the Bilderberg group is the thing, because they're very high tech. It's very intense, and you can tell the people, some of the stuff we look into, it becomes topical due to the news, etc. But you look into Bilderberg, you're going to catch a lot of heat. So, and I'm pretty sure, we stopped hearing from some of these guys. It's not, people don't cover Bilderberg for an extended period of time. Eventually, you just stop hearing from them for whatever reason. So, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about that, none of which I suppose I want to share. People are like, Grant, you're fearless. Well, okay, to a point. I would prefer not to get in a battle with the Bilderberg group. Thank you very much. But okay, so we have two things I'm going to watch. One, I want to finish the propaganda documentary. No, not Howard Hunt's Watergate testimony. Thank you. I want to finish the propaganda documentary, and then I want to... not Orson Welles. Please forgive me. I want to finish the propaganda documentary, and then there's a special documentary I want to show to Murder by Maestro.
Who is a woman not behind
I
the
don't
man,
want to listen to that
but
either.
next to the man.
Same side.
Sorry about that. I have a special film I want to show Murder by Maestro, which has to do with something called the Penrose Affair. It was one of the British versions of Watergate. It has to do with Harold Wilson's time as Prime Minister. But first, we're going to finish the propaganda video. I'm going to switch screens here. Give me 1 second. There it is, and let us begin. And I'm a towel. Now you might be saying, sir, we are well aware you're a towel. Well, I know. That's why we're watching this. All right, let us learn more about the type of public relations that I'm worried Karen Read and others have deployed in the orbit of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial.
Everyone from the captains of industry to American presidents wanted his services. President Calvin Coolidge gave off the impression of aloofness and coldness, and there's a story that he asked you to come down to advise him on how to project more warmly. Tell me about that.
Coolidge had been a Vermonter, or was a Vermonter, and anybody from Vermont was regarded as a cold, frigid human being brought up in the north of New England. In addition to that, Alice Roosevelt Longworth, who had an acerbic tongue, had made a statement some time before that Calvin Coolidge, President of the United States, had been weaned on a pickle. And the country believed it, and certainly it hurt. And I thought about it.
Did you hear that? Alice Roosevelt said that Coolidge was weaned on a pickle, and people believed it.
And I had read that the White House indulged in what were known as New England breakfasts. It then occurred to me to bring down actors and actresses.
What's it? Was a New England breakfast the pejorative term for drinking at breakfast?
Them have breakfast with him, including Al Jolson, including the Dolly sisters, and we had breakfast, and we had our country sausages. And there was a man who came to the president, and I heard him say, "Mr. President, you have a cabinet meeting." The president went right on talking to the actress on the left side of him and another actress on the right side of him, and the full cabinet meeting had to wait. The next morning, I was back in New York and noticed that the New York Times had carried the story on its first page without my having any relationship to the story.
They treated this as news.
They treated it as news, which it indeed was.
Do you remember the New York Times headline?
I recall that they said that Coolidge had breakfast with actors and actresses and almost laughed.
It was President Nearly Laughs. Ed, were you helped by being Freud's nephew? Did you have an inside track on the workings of the mass mind?
Well, my mother was his younger sister, and my father was the brother of his wife. And at home, contrary to what is done today, the dinner table at night became a discussion forum at which the two parents would discuss what was on their minds, and children were seen and not heard. But actually, children listened.
What did you hear?
Well, I heard about my uncle's theory of dream interpretation. I heard about psychology as being an important force in evaluating human behavior. I heard of repression and regression and suppression and projection and taboos and Oedipal complexes. And while I never had a course in Freudian psychology, I did help to translate the first book that Freud had published in England.
It's hardly surprising, given those family ties, that Edward Bernays was the first to apply the findings of sociology and psychology to the commercial needs of his corporate clients. He coined the treasure the academic explorers brought back. Just consider the counsel he gave George Washington Hill, president of the American Tobacco Company. Even in a time of unbridled commercialism, Hill was fabled as a dynamo of will and ambition, all concentrated on one single purpose: to sell more Lucky Strikes. When Bernays first met him, Hill had a new target: women smokers.
Mr. Hill always kept his hat on in his office, which was a symbol of royalty. He had a crown, and I had mine off, and whoever else went there had his hat off. And one day he said to me, "We're losing half of our market." And I said, "How is that, Mr. Hill?" He said, "There's a taboo against women smoking on the streets." How can we break that down?
How indeed? Bernays went to Freud's translator and disciple, Dr. A.A. Brill, for a psychoanalytical interpretation.
He said, cigarettes are torches of freedom to women. They indicate women's dramatizing man's inhumanity to women by smoking them, because they're not permitted to smoke. So I called up a young debutante friend of mine, and I said, "Would you be willing to ask some of your debutante friends, and obviously they're young men, to walk in the Easter parade lighting torches of freedom as a protest against man's inhumanity to women?" Well, obviously the young woman snapped it up, and then I said to her, "Might I suggest, in the interest of spreading this gospel, that you let all of the news weeklies know about what you were doing, She said she would be delighted to do that. That was all the activity I had to do with the event, just thinking it up.
What happened on Easter Day?
Well, on Easter Sunday, this group of young people just walked from 34th Street to 57th. The Pathé and International news films took films of them, and the day after, they were on the front page of the Times. And to show the effect such an action has, within 5 weeks of their own volition, the smoking rooms of theaters in New York opened their smoking rooms to women smoking, which had never happened before.
So an age-old custom was broken down
by one action.
Disseminated by the media.
By the media.
1929. The General Electric Company signs Edward Bernays for the spectacular challenge of his career. It's the 50th anniversary of the invention of the electric light bulb. GE doesn't want it to go unnoticed. Doesn't want just an item on the back page of the newspaper, a footnote to history. What can you do for us? Bernays is asked. What could he do for them? Nothing, it turned out, but the publicity coup of the century. The media event to end all media events. Bernays would get the mighty and the ordinary to do what he wanted, and public relations would come of age. Let's talk about this magnificent event you pulled off in 1929, the Golden Jubilee of Light. The Golden Jubilee for the invention of the electric light bulb was the largest event you ever organized. And
it was worldwide.
And it involved everybody from Henry Ford to the President of the United States.
That's right.
But I understand that you sold the idea for 8 months. You went around promoting the idea without ever mentioning General Electric.
Well, General Electric was a beneficiary, and there was no need to mention General Electric because I wasn't interested specifically in General Electric. What I was interested in was taking a man who had contributed the phonograph, who had contributed motion pictures, and who had contributed the incandescent lamp, and giving him the place in the schema of Godhead symbols in the...
No, you weren't. You wanted to sell light bulbs.
United States, who were for the most part political. There was George Washington, there was Thomas Jefferson, there was Abraham Lincoln, and I said it seemed to me that one could take Thomas A. Edison, who was by that time, I think, almost an octogenarian, I'm a nonocgenarian, and help to make him a Godhead symbol.
You didn't want to create the apotheosis of Thomas Edison. You wanted to sell light bulbs. This man bought his own. He's one of those people that what was the word? He's one of the people that Orson Welles was talking about. A closed eye or whatever. He bought his own nonsense, hook, line, and sinker, this man.
Well, the first thing in the development of anything like this in a country as large as the United States is to have a committee formed which would itself be Godhead symbols of a minor sort. And the first thing we did was to form such a committee. Hoover was the chairman of it. Herbert Hoover. The second thing we did was to find a name for it. Light is something that starts in with the Bible. Golden is what everybody wants. And Jubilee is a happy celebration. Light's Golden Jubilee. We immediately had semantic tyranny in that word.
Detroit, October 1929. With Henry Ford as host, Light's Golden Jubilee begins. The arriving celebrities are a who's who of the industrial age. President and Mrs. Hoover, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller Jr., Madame Curie, Orville Wright, William Randolph Hearst. And for the rest of the world, Renee's announcer, Graham McNamee, at the microphone. It was reported later that Admiral Richard Byrd was listening to the program somewhere near the South Pole.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This is Graham McNamee speaking from Dearborn, Michigan, where Henry Ford and Edsel Ford are entertaining one of the most notable gatherings assembled in the annals of American history to honor Thomas Alva Edison on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of his invention of the first practical incandescent lamp. Tonight is the climax of Light's Golden Jubilee, and what a climax. As you know, the entire world is celebrating this epochal event tonight.
This is Edison's Menlo Park, formerly of New Jersey, now in Dearborn, Michigan. Earlier in the year, Henry Ford had moved Edison's original laboratory buildings, complete with outhouses, trees, and bushes, to create this living museum to his childhood hero. The dignitaries come to pay homage in an old-fashioned train, an exact replica of the one on which Edison had worked as a boy. The newsreel cameras of the day record the momentous events and capture as well images of an anxious Edward L. Bernays. 8 months of planning are coming to a climax. Bernays wanted Light's Golden Jubilee to end with all the world bathed in its glow. Radio made it possible. With the largest hookup ever, he would signal to the far corners of the globe for citizens, cities, and nations to switch on their electric bulbs. The dignitaries approach Edison's original laboratory to reenact the moment of invention, to honor Bernays' Godhead symbol, the giver of light.
Here we are in the laboratory, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine how this grand old man must feel? He's carried back half a century to the moment of his great triumph. Oh, if I were a painter, I should like to portray this group about the pump. And now, Mr. Yale is looking at the pump. He's saying something. Just a moment. Oh, yes. He has just told Mr. Edison that he believes the lamp has a good vacuum. Mr. Edison is nodding his head. And it is now ready, as it was ready half a century ago, for the critical test. Will it light? Will it burn? Or will it flicker and die, as so many previous lamps have died? Or you could hear a pin drop in this long room. Mr. Edison has the two wires in his hand. Now he's reaching up to the old lamp. Now he is making the connection. Light. Light's Golden Jubilee has come to its triumphant climax. And now the light is sprigging up on all sides. The modern light of 1929. Outside we hear the crowd cheering. And I hope that you and your families are entering into the spirit of this great moment in history the way we are. You can turn on your electric light and add your personal tribute to that great outpouring of gratitude and personal affection which has made Light's Golden Jubilee the greatest tribute ever paid to any living man. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Thomas A. Edison.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I am told that tonight my voice will reach out to the four corners of the world. It is an unusual opportunity for me to express my deep appreciation and thanks to you all for the countless evidences of your goodwill. I thank you from my bottom of my heart. Good night.
Do you remember what they talked about when Edison and Ford got together for dinner?
Oh, I'll never forget that. I was a not-so-young man, and I was asked to accompany these two gentlemen, both of whom had completely revolutionized America and really the world, and I decided to shut up and listen to the wisdom of these two great innovators. And soon after the lunch began, Mr. Ford cupped his hands this way up to his lips, and in a rather loud voice, because Edison was slightly deaf, said, "Tom, what makes you look so good?" And Tom answered, "My wife gives me Carter's little liver pills." And Mr. Ford cupped his hands again and said, "Tom, how many of them does she give you?" And Mr. Edison said, "She gives me 5 a day." Well, the fascinating thing to me of that entire luncheon was that here I was wanting to bask in the reflected glory of two international heroes. The whole conversation revolved around Carter's little liver pills, and I heard no other subject of any kind discussed. And I decided that maybe...
He's literally selling liver pills in the interview.
When I wanted the wisdom, the revolutionary wisdom of the ages, I had better go to a public library.
You know, you got men like Thomas Edison and Henry Ford and Herbert Hoover and the masses of America to do what you wanted them to do. You got the whole world to turn off its lights at the same time. You got American women to smoke in public. Well, I mean, that's not influence, that's power.
Well, but you see, I never thought of it as power. I never treated it as power. People want to go where they want to be led.
And where has public relations led us? To a world where just about everybody uses it and defends it. The people in the business say their aim is to inform as much as to persuade. And persuasion is no dirty word, they insist. It's the sound of democracy and free enterprise in action. That's a point. But it is hard to recognize Adam Smith's rational buyers or Jefferson's the string and why. It's one thing when funny people in bathing suits celebrate Eat More Potato Chips Week, another when the answer to some governmental breach of law or violation of human rights is a highly paid media consultant. Something else, too, when the remedy for shoddy merchandise is a new corporate logo or a press conference featuring a blizzard of facts from hired experts. And in a world where the rich and powerful can hire more and better persuaders, who has the last word? So the challenge to those who use public relations is one of ethics. To busy citizens caught in this century's thicket of unreality, the challenge is vigilance. I'm Bill Moyers.
I mean, you heard him, folks. That's basically what we talk about. Like, these people justify public relations by being like, oh, it's consent to the governed, so as long as we manipulate people, they're consenting. And our government's like, sure, why not? You know what? What's good for General Electric is good for America. Well, folks, this little towel's not convinced that that's the most appropriate way to go about governance. No, I think there must be a symbiotic relationship between government and its people. The cogency of public discourse must be treated as sacred. And if we as people do not demand a certain level of cogency of discourse amongst ourselves, our thinking will be done for us at the hands of people like Edward Bernays and Alan Jackson, who think that as long as you manufacture consent in a democracy, that is akin to winning an election or achieving an authentic result within other elements of the governmental system. It's not. It is not. It is a fallacy. Fundamentally. Now we're going to watch a documentary so Murder by Maestro can learn about how MI6 tried to overthrow Harold Wilson. I know. I find fascinating things. I know. I'm very fascinating. We're waiting for a verdict in the P. Diddy trial. Let me see if the verdict clock has stopped running. Hold on, little towels. I'm checking the verdict clock. The verdict clock in the P. Diddy trial is still running. It is still running. If we get a verdict, we will be here to announce it. There's a lot of things going on. I'm monitoring for developments. If you've ever wanted to learn about Harold Wilson's government, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, and if your name is Murder by Maestro, you are probably an excitable little towel right now. This is a public information service. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I dropped my soccer ball stress reliever, and I want to find it. There it is. Hold on. You can't just take Towel's soccer ball away. Towel needs his soccer ball. How else am I supposed to make sense of my hands? My hands are strange. I don't know what to do with them. You're a towel. All right. Here we go, Murder by Maestro.
What happened between Mr. Duncan Matlock and myself is private and between us alone.
Do you want me to beg?
I'll do it. It lasted the best part of a year. If the press...
Oh, and thank you so much to Super Towel that Jew drops in. Hello to Kiki and Riri. We're about to watch British television. Who's excited? I'm excited.
Hadn't rumbled him, he'd still be seeing her. He's infatuated with her.
Channel 4's award-winning drama, The Politician's Wife, starts Tuesday at 9 on 4.
On 4 now, just what was it that 20 years ago led to Harold Wilson's shock resignation? Secret History unravels the mystery of his final days.
Oh, MI6 took him out.
He was tired.
Completely worn out.
He was drinking.
Needing the support that the brandy gave him.
He was obsessed by the fear that everything was bugged or targeted.
There was somebody who was trying to do us in.
There were malcontents in MI5 who were right-wing, malicious.
Nobody was trusted.
On March the 16th, 1976, Harold Wilson resigned as Prime Minister. He was just 2 years into his second term of office, and still only 60. His resignation stunned the nation. Extraordinary rumors began to circulate that some dark secret had forced him out of office. Israeli intelligence had a hold over him. An old sexual affair was about to be exposed. He was being blackmailed by the KGB. Throughout his second term, there was constant gossip about Harold Wilson. By its end, he had come to believe the world was full of secret enemies out to get him. 20 years on, important questions remain. Did Wilson become paranoid? Or was he genuinely the victim of plots, smears, and burglary? Did rumor and innuendo hasten his resignation and his physical and mental decline? With new evidence and new witnesses, we will unravel the mystery of Harold Wilson's final days.
So this is what 1964 can mean. A chance for change. More than that, a time for resurgence.
Oh, I'm smart enough to skip over that.
Thank you very much for giving us this Silver Heart. But I still think you should have given one to good old Mr. Wilson.
I'd just like to say the same as the others. Thanks for the Purple Hearts. Silver, oh yeah. Sorry about that, Harold.
He won the general elections of 1964 and 1966. But a year later, his government was knocked back when it was forced to devalue the pound. In a famous broadcast, Wilson tried to play down the damage.
From now on, the pound abroad is worth 14% or so less in terms of other currencies. That doesn't mean, of course, that the pound here in Britain, in your pocket or purse or in your bank, has been devalued.
In 1970, Wilson lost to the Conservatives under Edward Heath. But by early 1974, Britain was in crisis. The Tory government was under siege by the miners' strike. Heath called an election. Wilson entered the campaign as underdog.
Are you at all depressed that they thought that currently in the polls you apparently are sort of running third in the field of three?
Oh, rubbish. I know what's happening. There's been a big swing to us this week. The polls haven't caught up with.
In a dramatic finish, Wilson won by a whisker. For Mary Wilson, who had never wanted to be a Prime Minister's wife, it was a double-edged victory. The Wilsons never moved into Downing Street, staying put at their home in Westminster.
Harold had told us, and as he had also told Mary, that he was going to give it 2 years and no more. That was one of the things that reconciled Mary to his having a further spell as Prime Minister.
Still only 58, Wilson looked forward to a smooth and short final period of office. With a cabinet full of experience from his first administration, he would stay above the fray.
He liked to develop this role for himself of a centre-half who fed goals to other people. When he formed the cabinet with right-wingers, left-wingers, the centre, all the rest of it, I remember him saying to me, "I've buried all the hatchets, but I know where I've buried them, and I can dig them up if necessary."
But from the start, hatchets were out. Not from his cabinet, but from forces outside. The first menace came from an unholy alliance between his political opponents and their allies in the press. Their target was the person whose wounding would most wound him, his long-term political secretary, Marcia Williams. While working at Labour's HQ in the 1950s, she'd spotted Wilson as Labour's rising star and went to work for him. Many believe her ambition and political acumen drove him to the top.
She was devoted to him. She shielded him from many people and had always unlimited access to him. And that, of course, made disliked, envied, and hated by people.
Gossip about Harold Wilson and Marcia Williams' relationship had long provided temptation for Wilson's opponents. In the 1964 election campaign, the Conservative, Lord Hailsham, in response to the Profumo sex scandal which had rocked the Tories, made a wounding innuendo against them.
You talk to me about Profumo. If you can say that there are no human failings on the front bench on the other side of the House.
Hailsham had made a speech attacking Harold Wilson and pretty well accusing him of adultery, and we know with whom. And those of us who were in the press caravan following him were told of the scenes that were going on in the room upstairs where Harold Wilson was in one corner puffing his pipe. Marcia was said to be in tears, and Mary was demonstrably unhappy.
In 1974, less than 2 months into his second term, Wilson decided to award Marcia Williams a peerage. His decision was bitterly opposed by the two key members of his inner circle, Bernard Donahue, head of the No. 10 Policy Unit, and his press officer, Joe Haynes.
Yes, Iris, it was the same medical examiner. This about history, or is for your love? Oh, this is a Harold Wilson documentary about how Harold Wilson was targeted by MI6 because Murder by Maestro finds it interesting. And then I agree, Murder by Maestro, I wouldn't be surprised. And then we'll see you very soon, Jew Drops. And then, yes, Iris, it was the same medical examiner, almost like she got pressured with the Sandra Birchmore case, and then she screwed up the investigation of John's death on purpose to punish the state police.
I took a deputation to the Prime Minister, myself, Bernard Donahue, and Robert Armstrong, who was then the principal private secretary. He waited outside the room because he was a civil servant, but willing to come in to give us any assistance. And we pleaded with Wilson not to go ahead with it because we thought of the harm it would do him. But he refused. He said that she was going to take a job outside of politics. And in the end, we accepted that as a price worth paying. But of course, nothing came of that.
In fact, Wilson had wavered. A furious row was overheard in Downing Street, during which Marcia Williams reminded him that he had promised her the peerage.
He certainly told me that he was under great pressure from her to do it, and therefore he would give way.
The peerage encouraged Wilson's opponents to go in search of scandal.
Iris, just to pause, I don't think that it's that the medical examiner was incompetent. I think she got, it sounds more political, like she got pressured by the MSP in the case of Sandra Birchmore, and she went along with it. But then when John's death happened, that was right around, I imagine when, there was some pressure on her with Sandra, and then I think that to get back at the MSP, she, and this is what really concerns me, she screwed up not screwed it up, but she purposefully sabotaged, and I'm not saying I can confirm this, it would just make sense, because there was no reason for her to be so strange with the findings as to John's death, other than she was upset at that unit. And the proof I have, at least that something weird was going on, is there was a visit by the FBI to the medical examiner about the Sandra Birchmore case. And that FBI visit, for sure, probably, and I don't know exactly when it happened, but it definitely, my guess is the medical examiner is some kind of cooperating witness against the state police, just as a guess, but there's more to that situation. I don't know. I think I love my country, Carolyn. I think that's, the best way I can describe it. I'm in love with my country. Dearly.
In May 1974, a lunch took place in the quiet Hampshire village of Greywill. The venue was the Manor farmhouse. One guest was the Daily Express defense correspondent, Chapman Pincher, who for years had had close contacts inside MI5. Another guest was Sir Derek Rayner, who under the previous Conservative government had been head of procurement at the Ministry of Defence.
After the lunch, Derek said to me, "Now, Harry," the way I'm usually known to my friends, "tell us all the dirt from Fleet Street." So I realized I was there to sing for my supper at that particular moment, so I told them what was going on. The main thing at the time was Marcia's peerage.
Unknown to the wider world, Marcia Williams was now a single mother with 2 small children, from her relationship with the Daily Mail political journalist Walter Terry. Pincher told the Greywill lunch guests how even Labour politicians were worried that the wrong conclusions about the peerage would be drawn if this got out.
Everybody would wonder why he'd given it, and there were these 2 children, and there was all this fear that he would be thought to be the father, because Wilson and the rest in Number 10, of course, tried to hide the fact that she'd had them.
The Conservative leader, Edward Heath, had let it be known that he did not want such scandal to be published by the Tories' friends in the press. But by May 74, the Tories believed Wilson was about to call a second election, which they feared he would win easily. Chapman Pincher told the Greywill lunch party how he'd received a high-ranking visit in Fleet Street.
I was approached by an emissary. came to the office in Fleet Street and told me he'd come on behalf of Ted Heath. And the view was that the situation was now so bad that anything at all that would damage Labour would in fact be welcome.
The emissary, whom Pincher says encouraged him to use scandalous material, was Heath's brightest young aide.
I heard that emissary was William Waldegrave, is that right?
Yes, it was, yes. I never mentioned him before in the book, but it was William Waldegrave.
One guest at the lunch, the historian Martin Gilbert, became increasingly shocked by Pincher's story. He wrote to Heath. Heath replied, denying there'd ever been any suggestion of a Dirty Tricks campaign.
Later on, Waldegrave came to see me on his own initiative in the Express and apologized for the fact that his original visit had been denied. Now, it's possible that he was sent in the first instance by the Conservative office and that Ted was not informed. Though Ted may have been right in saying he knew nothing about it, but nevertheless it was true that I had been asked to do what I could to inflict as much damage on Wilson in particular in the pages of the Daily Express.
Martin Gilbert also wrote to Harold Wilson about the lunchtime gossip.
It was the letter to Wilson that was really important. It set him worrying because it was me and because I was associated with intelligence at MI5. He began to think that I was linked with MI5 and that MI5 was after him.
This letter, written in May 1970.
Oh, I see. All right. So, Murder by Maestro, I have to ask you, is this basically, the reason I was watching this was I was wondering, is this basically what you understood to have happened to Harold Wilson, which was that he, and now I understand even more, MI5 compromised him from the beginning and started to then let him know, and then he got concerned and then resigned. By the way, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we are on Verdict Watch in the P. Diddy trial. They have been on, the jury has been deliberating for about 3 hours, and we've been jumping around a little bit on documentaries. One, because you never know when news is going to happen, right? So sometimes you just sit around, you wait to see if news is going to happen, and if news happens, you're around. And if it doesn't happen, well, the other thing is, if we do get a verdict in the P. Diddy trial, you're going to hear about it first. I promise you that, because we're monitoring in real time. And then the third element of this is we've kind of been jumping around a little bit because I wanted to talk a little bit about why, sort of the discipline of public relations, how it plays out. And then I went on a little tangent about, Harold Wilson. Now, I didn't mean to say, Harold Wilson. I was saying, because I read Christina say she got her Call Me Hank shirt. And this is a wonderful time to tell people that your Call Me Hank shirts are going out in waves. I think I promised 4 to 6 weeks. I've beaten 4 to 6 weeks so far for absolutely everybody. The last wave is going to be closer to 4. It's not going to be anywhere near 6, I think. But I have beaten, in terms of, I think, like 70% of the orders, although it wasn't me doing it, it was the drop shipper, I beat the 4 to 6 week delivery range. Oh, Christina, you must be such an excitable towel. We don't actually have any pictures yet of the Call Me Hank shirt. I think about 5 to 10 people have gotten them. At least some are still on the way. So Christina Towel may be the very first person that actually gets to show us the Call Me Hank shirt. And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, did you really make Call Me Hank shirts? Yes, because even though something went terribly, terribly wrong with that jury, that I don't think was Hank Brennan's fault, the Call Me Hank shirts are still amazing. Now, let me see here. So we had an excellent time watching that documentary, but there is something I kind of want to follow up on. It's not just the discipline of public relations. It's not just the cold reading. Oh, that's exciting. So, Christina, you're going to have to, I think it does tracking for each one, and I'm pretty sure the suppliers for the socks are different and stuff, but, I don't know if you're talking about, like, socks from this order or if you're just waiting for socks, but, I agree, Murder by Maestro. Hello, Annalie. It's so great to see you. We're keeping an eye on the P. Diddy verdict trial watch. We're monitoring. Who knows what's going to happen elsewhere? We're just keeping an eye on things. We're monitoring. We're being good little towels. And one of the things I'll tell you we're keeping an eye on, folks, is I've been showing a little bit of why I think not just public relations. We learned a lot about public relations earlier in the afternoon. 3 hours, by the way, now on the Diddy deliberations. We'll see if we get a verdict there. But 3 hours 3 hours in, ladies and gentlemen. A few hours ago, we were watching a film about public relations. And people were asking me how I thought it, or I was saying, and I was promising to tie it back to, how the discipline of public relations plays into statecraft, and potentially the idea of sort of the juror and her husband selling Islam to the West. So there's a video I want to watch now. It's a very, very interesting video. It has to do with 9/11 in Saudi Arabia, but in particular it has to do with how Saudi functions as a state. A lot of people think that Saudi Arabia is our ally. That is not true. Oh, you made an outfit. Oh, goodness, Christina Towell emailed Hank Brennan. Christina Towell's a super towel. And then Hank Brennan replied and said, the truth speaks for itself. Oh, Christina Towell, you must have felt like a super towel getting a response from Mr. Hank Brennan. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoy it, Annalie. This is a public information service, and it's kind of modeled after the BBC. It's a little bit, I guess, more like it has some moments of levity, but it's designed to engender cogent public discourse by way of educating, informing, and entertaining the wider public. So some days you might tune in and we'll be doing live research. Some days you might see a breaking story. Some days we'll be covering Verdict Watch on another case. Right now, we're going to watch an interesting documentary about Saudi and 9/11. This week, before we move, there's some other cases, as I say, move on. But before I start doing more in-depth reviews of some other cases, the Coburger case is coming up in August. The motion to delay the trial was denied. And then the Adelson case. And the Adelson case is very interesting in a lot of ways. Very interesting. Before we really get into that, one, I want to see what happens this week. I think a lot is going on right now in the world. So I'm taking some time to kind of just monitor, and this Diddy Verdict Watch is actually a good opportunity for us to do that, because if a verdict comes in, I'll be able to announce that right away. But then also, we're going to take a look at Saudi Arabia and the way a lot of people think that Saudi Arabia is an ally of the West. I would like to correct some of those misunderstandings, and then also explain why Saudi Arabia being tied into that patent with Juror 11's father-in-law is so concerning, especially if Saudi intelligence has access to compromise very sensitive missile systems. So, or whatever that patent was used for, which sounds like it could be anything from like real-time sound visual, like literally monitoring people's conversations, but in a way that can like function akin to like a lie detector or a sonar, real-time mapping based on geospatial audio spectrum analysis. It's all very concerning. What do you think of this email from Hank to supporter? Colleen Henry, I'm pulling it up right now. We got an email. Hold on. I can't. Pulling it up on the phone. I'm going to read it out. So, TB exposed sent an email to Mr. Brennan. And then Mr. Brennan responded, thank you for taking the time to send a note. Hank responded, our primary goal was to honor John and keep him from being lost in the process. I regret I failed to obtain justice for Peg O'Keefe, but we tried. I appreciate your kind words. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know how anyone can be comfortable with that verdict. But I also don't know why Hank Brennan would ever say that in like an email to anyone. He'd definitely say something akin to what he just said. Maybe it will just come to pass. I highly doubt it, though. I tend to think that we're going to hear whether it's, and I'm hard pressed to think it won't be short term, but there are just so many factors leading me to believe that there's something up with that jury, that whether we hear in the short term, medium term, no matter what happens, whether it's through Turtle Boy or through whatever happened with these weird federal intelligence community connections among the jurors, something is going to come out. Now, maybe it instead of it being, and it would shock me, but, you know, it's politics, and I've said this from the beginning, when you're at this level of politics, and when you're at this level of intelligence community activity, and when you're at this level of investigatory sort of secrecy, You don't know. Justice doesn't necessarily dictate the outcome. And it's scary to a lot of us, rightfully so. It makes us lose our faith in the system to think that it's possible that an outcome of a trial that was not necessarily reflective of a impartial and fair process, but instead a wider political sort of battle could just be accepted. But then again, that's exactly how that kind of thing happens because the forces involved are so powerful. Now, I know a little bit about the details about what's going on, in the sense that I think I've figured out pretty much what happened, and I'm willing to say that I think there is a wider public corruption probe going on, okay? And that may be impacting the ability to address the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. It could be that had to happen that way. Now, I've never seen that level of wheeling and dealing, so therefore, whatever they're going for, the feds must be huge. If that happens, okay, then I'll be right, and I won't be pleased about it, but at least I'll know what happened. And that's kind of, if you're wondering, what am I monitoring for? That's what I'm monitoring for this week. Just some movement it'll lead me to understand how that verdict happened. Because I still don't understand it, and I should. I should at least understand. I understand how it happened, but I don't understand how it was justified or signed off on. And there's not enough information for me at this point to make that judgment. However, what I can do is show you a video about why I'm so concerned about Saudi Arabia's influence domestically in the United States, and this lawyer is very good at explaining it.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Daniel Benjamin. I'm the director of the Dickey Center, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this event on Saudi Arabia's role in 9/11 and why the U.S. government has kept it hidden. So we are now headed toward the 20th anniversary of the historic events of 9/11. We are reminded of this especially today after the discovery and killing of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the so-called caliph of the Islamic State in Syria over the weekend, someone who had eluded U.S. forces for many years. And of course, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi connects us and is really part of the long shadow of 9/11. The group he led was the successor to al-Qaeda in Iraq, which arose after the 2003 invasion of that country by the United States. Now, as someone who has been deeply involved in counterterrorism since 1998, when Osama bin Laden issued his famous fatwa calling for believers to kill Americans wherever they could find them, and who was working in the White House when we lost 2 embassies in East Africa, and who spent the day in the State Department Operations Center when bin Laden himself was found and killed in 2011. This seems like a chain of events that we will never be fully free of. In the investigations following 9/11 by the Congress, the Blue Ribbon 9/11 Commission, and the federal government, the actions of many, many players were scrutinized. And one of those players that drew the most interest was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, home of 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers, as well, of course, as bin Laden himself. Saudi Arabia stood accused of having laid the seedbed for jihadist violence because of its advocacy, its global advocacy for Wahhabi Islam, and the missionary work of its many religious NGOs. Yet all 3 of those inquiries ultimately absolved the Saudi government of direct responsibility for the events of 9/11. Were those findings correct? Well, judging by the size of the audience here, I'm guessing there are plenty of people who are still uncertain, not to say suspicious. Today we will hear from Jim Kreinler, who is leading a group of attorneys and survivors of victims who are seeking to demonstrate that the government of Saudi Arabia does indeed bear responsibility for 9/11 and must compensate survivors of the victims of that horrible day. And let me say at the outset that if Jim Kreinler says it's so, we need to take the issue very seriously, not only because he is a magna cum laude member of the class of 1977, or the son of a member of the class of 1945, whose name is on the conference center just across the hall from this room. Jim Kreinler is one of the foremost attorneys working in the field of redress for victims of terrorism and in aviation law. And he took the lead role.
Resist. Listen, if you resist, you are going to want to listen to this video. The professor, the lawyer, talks about how they helped the Saudi family escape, and he traces the money trail. It's fascinating. No, I have not, LS. No, that was last year. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, LS. Last year, and this was nonsense. Turtle Boy claimed that I released the name of a juror, but that isn't true. I was reporting on his reporting where he was talking about the juror. So if it's about that from last year, it's just him rehashing that. He's clout chasing. Taterbug, can we... yes, Resist, you'll love this lecture. But, Taterbug, can you and I, while this lecture's going on, if you don't mind, can we do parallel research on the side? I'll bring it up in a different browser tab so we don't interrupt the movie or the lecture. But can we research whether President Trump or his grandfather or his father or his grandfather are in those Mary Farrell Foundation files? You only get so many searches, and I haven't paid them for a membership yet, but maybe you and I can do it together. All right, let's go back to the movie. Resist is going to like this. And thank you, LS. Hi, Ange. I'm a towel.
As a member of the Plaintiffs Committee in the Pan Am 103.
Sorry, I just want to say, Ange, you might have seen this the other night, but if you missed this video about Saudi and 9/11, you're going to love it. This lawyer is very informed.
Litigation against Libya, which produced a $2.7 billion settlement in additional compensation for the families of Lockerbie. And that is still the only case where any foreign state has ever made such a payment with. Among the others, Egypt Air 990, Swiss Air Flight 111, which crashed in Nova Scotia in 1998, and of course the famous TWA Flight 800 disaster off Long Island. Jim Kreimler received his JD from Columbia University in 1980, where he was a Harlan Fiske Stone Scholar, and he started out his career as an assistant district attorney in Kings County, otherwise known as Brooklyn, in the district attorney's office there. He is the recipient of the 2009 Public Justice Lawyer of the Year Award. He is obviously a very distinguished attorney, but I'm pretty much in awe of Jim also because of his political shrewdness, because he led the effort to enact JASTA, which is the acronym by which the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act law was, which was passed by the Congress, and that law narrows the scope of U.S. citizens to sue, if I understand it correctly, foreign states, even if they are not designated as state sponsors of terrorism, which has hitherto not been the case. So this was it unanimous in both houses?
Well, JASTA was in 346 to 77.
So those are good numbers if you're on that side. So anyway, clearly he knows what he's doing both in the political arena as well as in the courtroom. And with that, Jim, why don't you tell us your story and your findings?
Thank you, Dan. You know, it's always a great pleasure for me to be back at Dartmouth, and I'm here with my wife, which makes it even more fun. But to talk to you in this room dedicated to my dad about our life's work, Pan Am 103 and 9/11, is especially gratifying. Walking over here, we passed Silsby when I was here, and I was class of 77. That was, and I think still is, the government building. And like many government majors, I, at the time, had an abiding faith and belief in the integrity and efficacy of our government. Talking to you now, I'll make a prediction. By the time we're done, you will be revolted and horrified to learn what prominent members of our government, including past presidents, have done. You will be equally amazed and thrilled with the courage and determination of a few private citizens and former FBI agents who have beaten the government and defeated the largest lobby effort in the world's history. To begin with 9/11, as Dan said, the first thing you'd say is 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals. Some of you who pay particular attention to this might also make the comment that Dan made, and Saudi Arabia has been known to give money to charities who in turn funded al-Qaeda. But the fact is, 9/11 was an attack on the United States with the active intent and cooperation from 11 known Saudi government officials. Saudi Arabian government officials were the accomplices without whom there never could have been a 9/11 attack. And I'm going to give you a little information about that. The starting place, I guess, is why would Saudi Arabia support al-Qaeda? Osama bin Laden is Sunni, etc. And to understand that, we have to go back to 1979. Most of you with the same hair color as me will remember that year. I was in my third year of law school. The current students obviously will not. But 1979 was a wake-up call to the world and the Islamic world in particular. Two cataclysmic events happened. The Shah of Iran was overthrown, something that seemed unthinkable at the time, by radical Shiite Muslims. And in the same year, the mosque in Mecca was taken over by Wahhabi radicals. Now, the House of Saud was built in partnership with the founder of Wahhabism. But and you must remember that the king of Saudi Arabia, now King Salman, in Arabic, his title is the keeper and protector of the holy mosques. The word king doesn't appear in his Arabic title. When that happened, the royal family had an oh my God moment. If the Shah can be overthrown and Wahhabi radicals can take over the mosque, we are next unless we take dramatic action. And that event prompted the royal family to deliberately start accommodating the Wahhabi mullahs. They did it in two ways. Sometime later, they created a new branch of the Saudi government called the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. The Ministry of Islamic Affairs is dedicated to the spread of Wahhabism internationally. And every embassy and consulate in the world has Ministry of Islamic Affairs officials embedded in it, as well as foreign ministry, intelligence, what have you. The second thing to keep in mind is the nature of the Saudi Arabian government. You all know that there are many members of the royal family. Well, how do you get ahead there? How do you become foreign minister, defense minister, deputy crown prince, or king? They don't have elections. The way in which you rise to prominence and power in Saudi Arabia is to seek and obtain the support of the Wahhabi mullahs. So every prominent person in Saudi Arabia, King Salman, his predecessor, all made their pilgrimages to kiss bin Laden's ring in Kandahar. Without doing that, they would not have the internal support they needed to rise into positions of power. In my mind, it's not so much affinity with Wahhabism that prompts the leaders of Saudi Arabia to support bin Laden, who is not a black sheep by any means. Just as an aside, one of his close relatives on 9/11 is working in the Washington, D.C. embassy as an embassy official and the head of one of the Saudi charities that are supporting al-Qaeda. What did these Saudi officials do? They had supported al-Qaeda not just with money, but with the logistical support al-Qaeda needed to mount the 9/11 attacks and the Cole bombing before it. All, those of you who are our age remember the embassy bombings? Okay. Before we get to 9/11, it's worth remembering something you and I talked about at lunch. Why did bin Laden turn from an ally of the United States fighting the Russians to the vitriolic hatred of the United States? In my mind, the number one reason that caused him to despise us was the presence of U.S. military troops, particularly female troops, in Saudi Arabia after we were protecting Kuwait and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia from Saddam Hussein. So for many years before 9/11, you had Saudi al-Qaeda. What happened on 9/11? The two lead hijackers, Hazmi and Midhar, attended, toward the end of 1999, attended a convention. A conference was planned, as well as the Cole attack. These terror attacks all emanated from a tragic event in 1988. How many of you killing 300 plus people? So Iran vowed revenge. The plot to destroy 10 U.S. commercial air carriers was called the Bojinka plot, a plot that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed knew about and tried to implement. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's nephew, Ramzi Youssef, was the convicted bomber of the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center. 9/11 was a combination of the Bojinka plot to destroy 10 U.S. aircraft with the attack on the World Trade Center in 93. The World Trade Center, of course, is seen as a symbol of American capitalism target for bin Laden. And our intelligence community knew all this. There's no secret about about the Bojinka plot and bin Laden's antipathy toward the United States and the support of Saudi government officials. So where did this all begin? The fall of '99, Hazmi and Midhar are in Malaysia planning the 9/11 attack along with other terrorists and the Cole attack. They were monitored by the CIA daily. From Malaysia, after their planning was complete, they went on a holiday that had particular appeal, who were on their way to heaven in a couple years. So they went on a second Los Angeles, January 15th, 2000. CIA monitored their flight and their arrival. Before January 15th, 2000, a high-ranking official in the Saudi embassy, whose name I know, and because of the disgusting protective orders imposed upon a Saudi consular official in Los Angeles, Thumairi, ordering him to provide the help that Hazmi and Midhar needed. They didn't speak a word of English. They wouldn't know the exit sign from the entrance sign. So Thumairi and his accomplice, who was a Saudi intelligence official, Bayoumi, arranged with people who were working with them. And this is an interesting thing. Al-Qaeda has had and still has today operatives in the United States. In California, in LA, they needed blue-eyed, blonde-haired surfer dudes who could take Hazmi and Midhar around and teach them how to look and act like Americans. The terrorists were helped by dozens of these people under the control and direction of Saudi government officials. So they were picked up at the airport. They were provided housing near the King Fahd Mosque. That's a center point funded by the then King Fahd. His son came over with $10 million. That was the meeting place for Al-Qaeda.
Hold on. Listen. Wait, I heard back from the Richard Nixon Foundation. Hold on, they didn't say I was right, but they didn't say I was wrong. They said it's interesting. I think I was right. Merba Maestro, I solved Watergate. Oh my goodness, this is going to take a few months for like the powers that be to confirm. Merba, oh my goodness, Taterbug, ladies and gentlemen, I heard back from the Richard Nixon Foundation, and they told me my discovery was interesting. I think I solved Watergate. It's going to take a little while. Oh goodness, I think I solved Watergate. I'm telling you, there are only a few people in the world that, one, could understand what we were reading, and two, understand the weight of this disclosure. One of them is the Richard Nixon Foundation, and they got back to me. I knew it. Listen, if they run with this, it's going to take them a while to confirm it, but if they run with this, the whole, I don't know if anyone's going to care, it's 50 years later, but I solved Watergate. Oh, God bless America. I'm sure Richard Nixon's family is going to be very pleased. I'm not really sure how that happened, by the way. It was kind of just on my downtime on a Sunday while I was coming back from the T-Mobile store. But that makes it even better, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, thank you, Ange. We're going to keep listening to the Saudi Arabia documentary, but I just want to let you know, it's not confirmed, but I may have solved Watergate. You don't understand. Jim McCord was active CIA after August 30th, 1970, and this guy named Charles William Wiley, who was also CIA, lied to the FBI on June 28th, 1972, about the fact that McCord was CIA, and I'm pretty sure this was because the CIA was running domestic electioneering activities, including trying to plant Wiley as a congressional candidate via McCord in 1970, before the Plumbers even existed. Anyway, long story short, Watergate wasn't a one-off incident, and even the Daniel Ellsberg break-in at Dr. Fielding's office, that was not a one-off. Those were not one-offs. That was not Richard Nixon. That was part of a larger GOP CIA domestic electioneering influence campaign that predated the Plumbers and probably post-dated Nixon. And I would just like to say Nixon fell on his sword to save the CIA and the GOP. I solved Watergate, ladies and gentlemen, and I found it in a random document about Charles William Wiley and his CIA file, just this random thing on page like 100 of his file that said on June 28th, 1972, Wiley called the CIA and was like, I just misled the FBI so they won't figure out that Jim McCord is CIA. And I was like, oh my God, he only did that for one reason, and that's the smoking gun. I found the actual Watergate smoking gun. Oh my goodness, I'm a towel. You don't understand. I know it to be true now, because the guy I emailed, there's no way if I was wrong, he would have been like, Grant, I know a lot about this. There is no, like, this is wrong because X, Y, or Z, or we knew about this. Nope. The foremost expert on Watergate in the entire country, who literally was alive and on the National Security Council at the time this happened, basically said that it was interesting, and oh my goodness, they have to actually confirm it and do, I'm sure, far more cross-checking. But listen to me, if I'm right, and the Richard Nixon Foundation is not telling me I'm wrong, and they probably have to confirm it, This could be the smoking gun of Watergate 50 years later. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I got to bring it up on the screen. I solved Watergate. I'm willing to say it. Bob Woodward, eat your heart out. I solved Watergate. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. I solved Watergate. I'm willing to say it. It's going to take a little while for the powers that be to confirm it, but I'm pretty sure I solved Watergate. Now, a lot of people knew this, but it's different when you can prove it. It's different when you can prove it, little towels. Now, let me show you right now how on a Sunday, now that I got an email back from them, it's not confirmation. If they actually confirm it, then they're probably going to do like a lecture on it. I bet they could do a book. I can write a book about it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness. This is wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. Oh, goodness, James, God bless you for your service, dear sir. I'm glad you are okay. But listen, James, I solved Watergate. We need to talk a lot more about the Saudis and 9/11. But I'm telling you, I have proof of it. I have solved Watergate. Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein can eat their heart out. I have solved Watergate. And you might be saying, Grant, you did not solve Watergate. It is 2025. That occurred 53 years ago. You did not solve Watergate. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because if I didn't, the Nixon Foundation and the foremost expert on Watergate would have been like, Grant, here's why you're wrong. And we knew about that. No, that was not the response. I'm telling you, I solved Watergate. All right, I have to explain it. Now that I've read this email, oh my goodness, I thought they were just going to be like, no, you see, Grant, we knew about this, but it was nope, this is the smoking gun. I knew it. Of course, nobody wanted to talk about it, but I knew it. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news from the Diddy trial. The jury in Diddy's sex trafficking trial sent a note saying they were concerned. Juror 25 cannot follow your Honor's instructions. Oh, goodness. Oh, we got lots of news flying around the towel world today, including that Towel solved Watergate. And you might be saying to yourself, Towel, you did not solve Watergate. Yes, I did, and I'm going to prove it. You ready? I'm going to bring it up on your screen. I'm going to show you the smoking gun. Towel solved Watergate. I know, resist, and I proved it. See, resist, a lot of people felt that way, and even I was starting to suspect it, but I couldn't prove it. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Fellow towels, we're gonna keep that documentary. We're gonna come back to where we were, but now that I know I might actually have solved Watergate, oh my goodness, you don't understand. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to take like 6 months to a year, but this could be it. I don't know if the media is going to care. They should care. I don't know if they're going to be allowed to report this. I solved Watergate. All right? So if we go down to the bottom here, all right, I'll show you the actual smoking gun of Watergate. It was hidden deep on page 100 of Charles William Wiley's CIA file, who went by codename Charles E. Sororian. But take a look at this, little towels. I'm going to zoom in on the screen for you here. Ready for this? All right, take a look at this, little towels. All right, hold on. I got to zoom out a little bit more. That's a little bit too zoomed in. All right, you ready for this? This is the actual Watergate smoking gun. I hope the news will pick up on this. They should, ladies and gentlemen. They should. So take a look at that paragraph. Hold on. It's going to be a little bit hard to read, but I'm going to make it work for you. Take a look at this paragraph, little towels. All right. I don't mean to cover up your comments, but take a look. That is the smoking gun of Watergate, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, there it is. It is the smoking gun of Watergate that may change Richard Nixon's legacy, although I don't know if the news is actually going to care, although they really should. And it says, ladies and gentlemen, right there on your screen, on June 28, 1972, Wiley telephoned Louis W. Vasile of SRS and remarked that Wiley, was really surprised at the depth the FBI must be covering Watergate, as Wiley had already been approached and interviewed by a couple of FBI agents based on several long-distance calls. Jim McCord had made to him. Wiley further stated that he only told the FBI Jim was an old friend and occasionally solicited information from Wiley, just as the Bureau did. That was a lie. Jim McCord was an active CIA agent, including after his retirement on August 30th, 1970. This file basically proves it, Little Towels. Okay? This file proves it. It shows that Jim McCord, and now you want to see a more wild part, it also shows, and this is what made me really realize that it was a setup. Not a setup, but that the CIA was the one who really cared about getting into the DNC. Ladies and gentlemen, a memorandum dated 14th April 1970 captioned Charles Wiley states, subject telephoned today after having talked with Jim McCord and advised that he had unfortunately lost the race to be a congressional candidate from his district. Then we scroll down here, ladies and gentlemen. From 1956 to 62, Wiley's case officer was James W. McCord, with alternate contact H. Clifton Carrico. From 62 to 66, his case officer was Morris Allen, with alternate Ethel Mendoza. During 66 to 70, he was in contact with Cecil C. Tighe, and later with CIA covert employee from 70 to 74. His case officer has been Louis W. Vasile. During most of the period from 57 to 73, Wiley was in contact with Chief Security Research Staff Paul F. Gaynor. Now, if you look at this, okay, what this basically says is, one, James McCord was CIA while he was with the Plumbers. Okay, he was still talking to CIA. He was CIA. Two, CIA was trying to run domestic electioneering influence before the Plumbers even existed. And three, on June 28, 1972, when the FBI caught Charles W. Wiley talking to one of the Watergate burglars, Jim McCord, Wiley lied to the FBI to cover up the fact that McCord was active CIA. That is the Watergate smoking gun. You're welcome. And the fact that listen, if they can confirm this, okay, there's one specific guy. If he can confirm this, the guy who was there at the time, there's very few people who are still alive that were there at the time that knew enough to put this together, but needed this one specific document. That one, and you never would have found it. It was buried 100 pages in. You couldn't search the document really, and even if you could, it had a line through the part that you really needed to search about FBI. And it's not, unless you really know what you're looking at when you read that paragraph, and I do, because I know a lot about Watergate, you wouldn't be able to figure it out. And then this document wasn't declassified until 2022. It just sat around because it was in the JFK files that were declassified. No one realized what it really was. Now I know no one knows about it because I reached out to the foremost expert on Watergate, other than Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. I reached out to the foremost expert, and he was completely taken aback, which means I'm right. I'm right. This is the smoking gun. You kind of have to credit me for it, because it wasn't this was one of those things where I was it's not like someone suggested this in chat. I just really found this document about Charles W. Wiley interesting, and I read it compulsively, and hiding in there was this text. And, it's interesting because I read it probably a few months ago for the first time, and I was like, this can't mean what I think it means, right? But I kind of set it aside because we were doing the Reed trial. Then I came back upon it Saturday when we were doing our stream. And yesterday, while I was driving back from the T-Mobile store, I put it all together, and I was like, oh my God, that does mean what I thought it meant initially. That is evidence, literally evidence, that it's the smoking gun, that the CIA misled the FBI about their role in Watergate, and then it has the compounded implication of the CIA in 1970 using Jim McCord, had this guy Wiley as a fake congressional candidate. So, not fake, but planted. So it just shows it's everything. It shows that it wasn't Nixon. Nixon took the fall for the CIA and to protect the GOP, and those 7 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, those 8 or 9 lines in Charles William Wiley's CIA file will end up changing Watergate. Now I know it's a fact. Before I was like, maybe I'm right, but like, intelligence community people, they know more than me. Like this guy from the National Security Council in the 70s, he's going to know, like, he's just going to tell me like, no, Grant, this is interesting, but if you cross-reference it with this document and that document, you can see, it's not actually that big of a bombshell. Nope, that's not what he said. That is not what he said. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now, I don't know if the liberal press is going to care about this at all. I hope the conservative press cares. But then again, like a lot, I don't know. But the point is, Watergate was a big story. Bernstein and Woodward got it partially right, at least the way Nixon wanted it told, or in the intelligence community wanted it told. But this is the real story. And now it's going to come, hopefully it comes out. I mean, that poor guy, I feel terrible for him, from the Nixon Foundation. He had been arguing for like 30 years that this is what had happened. He could never prove it, but he must feel like $1 million today. Not like because he's going to make money, but he must be like, I was right. Obviously, he knew he was right, but he couldn't prove it. And now he can prove it. I feel like I've done a service to America, ladies and gentlemen, and to Richard Nixon and his family. Not really sure they care. Well, maybe they do care. I don't know. I should send them an email. I mean, that other guy got back to me, and he's like the gigantic titan of the government. Sometimes I email people, and then they email me back, and they're in awe, and I'm like, wait, why are you in awe? I'm in awe. It creates this mutual befuddlement. It's very strange. Wait a minute. I solved Watergate. I am just thrilled. I am ecstatic. It's not really related to anything we've been talking about over the past few weeks. I didn't see it coming, but I solved Watergate. I think I should do some kind of interview. Shouldn't we call the news? I think the news should be like, this journalist, this man who thinks he's a towel, he was doing some research, and then he solved Watergate. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am having a day. No, you don't understand, Carolyn Phillips. This is not out of left field. We were doing research over the past week about Juror 11's father-in-law and all this stuff. Very interesting. And then as an example, on Saturday, if you missed Saturday's stream, a lot of this won't make sense, but I'm explaining it. As an example, on Saturday's stream, I was saying, I think to Murray Bama or someone, hey, let me show you what a CIA document, like a declassified document, looks like. So we go start reading this document. I kid you not. It was just a random document, okay, that I had been researching in recent months, not related to the Karen Reed case, but related to my interest in Watergate. And as we're reading this document, all right, we're just reading it. You wouldn't think it was, I know, you wouldn't think it was a big deal. It's as big of a deal as I'm saying now that I've heard from the Richard Nixon Foundation. We come across this page, okay, and you can see it up on your screen. And we're going through it, and it just talks about one of the Watergate burglars, Jim McCord. It talks about his contacts with this guy, Charles William Wiley, after McCord resigned from the CIA in August of 1970, but while McCord was working for the Plumbers, which was the clandestine intelligence unit that was working for Richard Nixon's White House. Now, the first weird thing you see in this is if you go to this one from April of 1970, you get this weird thing where it's like, and these are all like internal CIA files where they're declassified now, but it says, a memorandum dated April 14th, 1970, captioned Charles Wiley, states that Wiley telephoned today, so he telephoned the CIA, the Special Research Service, after having talked with Jim McCord, and advised that Wiley had unfortunately lost the race to be a congressional candidate for his district. That means, in lay language, that the CIA was running congressional candidates in 1970. And the reason they were doing it is the CIA wanted the GOP to win elections because they were worried that the Democrats were infiltrated by communists. So the reason why this, so you keep reading, right? And it's all declassified, but this is literally like very secret stuff. It only was declassified because of the JFK Records Act and the fact that this was looked at as part of the Church Committee. So it hit like some 50-year thing or whatever in 2022. So anyway, we go on to, this is where the smoking gun happens. So you go right here, all right? It's on page 100 out of 102. It's just hiding there. You never would have noticed it, right? Because it's in between stuff about like, oh, McCord reached out about future contact, and then Wiley was wondering why McCord didn't send him a Christmas card, you know? And then on June 28, 1972, just in the middle of this document, Wiley telephoned Louis W. Vasile of SRS, which is CIA Special Research Service, and remarked that Wiley, was really surprised that the depth the FBI must be covering Watergate. It actually says covering this, i.e. Watergate, as he had already been approached and interviewed. So Wiley had been approached and interviewed by a couple of FBI agents based on several long-distance calls Jim McCord had made to Wiley. Wiley further stated he only told the FBI Jim was an old friend and occasionally solicited information from Wiley just as the Bureau did. This was 11 days after Watergate, all right? Watergate was 17 June 1972. So this is the CIA. This is an internal denotation from a CIA file. It's copy-pasted into Wiley's file, but it's evidence. It shows that the CIA got a call on June 28, 1972, and they were internally up the chain of command, like hiding from the FBI, Jim McCord's involvement with CIA, even though McCord ostensibly looked retired. And that's because Watergate was a CIA operation. Nixon was just the beneficiary of it. And Nixon fell on his sword to protect the CIA, and this is the proof. This single paragraph is the smoking gun that proves that Richard Nixon was not responsible for Watergate, but fell on his sword to protect the CIA and the GOP. It's a huge story. It's huge. I mean, it's literally, like, you may say, like, why are you so interested in this? I mean, forget just being a history buff. This changes Watergate. It explains so much about what Nixon did. It's the story that was never told. Some people tried to tell it, like some members of Nixon's National Security Council and stuff like that, but they could never prove it because the CIA was protecting their assets. But this file released in 2022, just hiding. No one would have ever found it. It was buried in a bunch of other documents. It vindicates President Richard Nixon. You know, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, I wouldn't have been kind of yelling from the rooftops if the Richard Nixon Foundation was like, oh, you know, we either know about this or, oh, of course, you know, this was covered in chapter X of my book. Nope. The response was, we need time to process this. And then I don't remember the other part, but it was basically, what did he say? His verbiage was very telling. Something like it was most interesting. Which tells me that he had never heard about that before. Which tells me that that's the smoking gun that proves Nixon threw himself on his sword to protect the CIA and the GOP. And, yeah, I wish I'd figured it out earlier. I bet Nixon would have given me an interview. All right, let's finish our Saudi Arabia documentary. I'm so sorry. I just know a lot of people were interested in where that went. I cannot believe that they didn't just tell me, like, oh, that's in the book. Nope. They were like, oh, my goodness. So give it a few months, folks. That may really go somewhere. And you saw it here first.
Control and direction of Saudi government officials. So they were picked up at the airport. They were provided housing near the King Fahd Mosque.
Hold on, let's back up a little bit more because we picked up in the middle of this. Sorry for my Watergate spiel.
Orders imposed upon us by the Justice Department with the blessing of the court. I can't tell my clients, one of whom is in this room. This official sent an instruction to a Saudi consular official in Los Angeles, Thumairi, ordering him to provide the help that Hazmi and Midhar needed. They didn't speak a word of English. They wouldn't know the exit sign from the entrance sign. So Thumairi and his accomplice, who was a Saudi intelligence official, Bayoumi, arranged with people who were working with them. And this is an interesting thing. Al-Qaeda has had and still has today operatives in the United States. In California, in LA, they needed blue-eyed, blonde-haired surfer dudes who could take Hazmi and Midhar around and teach them how to look and act like Americans. The terrorists were helped by dozens of these people under the control and direction of Saudi government officials. So they were picked up at the airport. They were provided housing near the King Fahd Mosque. That was a center point funded by the then King Fahd. His son came over with $10 million. That was the meeting place for Al-Qaeda. Hazmi and Midhar were given money. Prince Bandar Bush, best friend of George Bush, Saudi ambassador to the United States, his wife, through Bayoumi, gave Hazmi and Midhar $25,000. We have traced the exact money trail from one of the dirty charities under scrutiny into the hands of a Saudi government agent in LA who ran a fake charity who sent the money to Karachi and then ultimately to Mohammed Atta in the Hamburg cell. So the money trail is known. The Saudi government officials, in addition to introducing the two terrorists to other people in the mosque, as I said, started English lessons, gave them money, housing, introduced them to Saudi military pilots who I believe were instrumental in training them to fly jets. They did a little trip to Las Vegas. I don't know, but I believe that they received training from Saudi military pilots in the deserts around Las Vegas. In a short period of time, the FBI was alerted to the presence of Hazmi and Midhar. Hazmi and Midhar, in fact, roomed with an FBI informant. The FBI did not arrest them, did not question them, lost them. The CIA, of course, what they're doing is illegal, and was probably under the mistaken approach that they could turn the two and that the two terrorists would help root out Saudi dissidents who the royal family would have exterminated. Later I'll talk about that. I'll tell you a little bit about Khashoggi and why he was killed. It's not because he was a dissident. It's because of his contact with us.
You see what he's saying? Like, the CIA thought that if they ran those Saudis in America, then they could help the Saudi royal family flush out dissident. This was some crazy multi-layered stuff. This guy, clearly, he's a lawyer. This guy is the lawyer who represented the families of the Lockerbie bombing, the only lawyer to ever get a settlement from a state actor for victims of terror.
If I don't get to it, remind me. The two terrorists are in the United States, monitored until they're lost by the FBI and the CIA. And of course, 9/11 happens. Bob Mueller became director just, I think, a week or two before 9/11. What happened on 9/11? It was the perfect storm to create the worst and most pervasive cover-up in our nation's history. When President Bush was told about the attack, he was in Sarasota, Florida, reading Horton Does the Who, written by one of our famous alumni, to a kindergarten class when he was told about the attack. The first words out of his mouth was it Saddam? Remember how set he was upon killing Saddam Hussein, who had vowed to kill his father, the previous President Bush. Bandar was maybe his closest friend, been to the ranch in Crawford, Texas, more than anybody else. On 9/11, we were still dependent upon Saudi oil. It's long before fracking. President Bush was set upon using the 9/11 attack as an excuse to go to war with Iraq and kill Saddam Hussein. And who was our most important ally in that war? Saudi Arabia. So immediately, he and those close to him in the White House did not want to hear anything about the Saudi government role in 9/11. On the FBI front, Bob Mueller said, "Oh my God, look at the mess I've inherited and this colossal failure. This cannot see the light of day." You would expect that the top counterterrorism agents in the FBI would be put in charge of the investigation. One of them is now working with us, and he and I are talking together every day. Bassem Youssef was the first Arabic-speaking FBI agent, the first agent to infiltrate al-Qaeda and turn a high-level al-Qaeda operative. He was the FBI legate in Saudi Arabia and had been with the king and knows the Saudis intimately. Was he put in charge of any of the 9/11 flights in their investigations? He was kept away from 9/11. Flight 77, the flight that crashed into the Pentagon, Hazmi and Midhar were two of the terrorists on that flight. Who was put in charge of investigating Flight 77, where Hazmi and Midhar played the most important role in planning the attack with the assistance of Saudi government officials? Who did Bob Mueller pick to run probably the most important of the four flights investigation? Jackie McGuire was a probationary officer 6 months out of Quantico. If you want to institute a cover-up, you need a young, dumb kid who is going to follow orders. Who was his new head of counterterrorism? Michael McGarity, who came from organized crime, and organized crime is a completely different model than terrorism. Michael McGarity is the principal architect today of lying to the families and keeping the documents that we know exist away from us. In LA, Steve Moore was put in charge of a 400-person FBI team looking at the activities of Hazmi and Midhar and looking at Thumairi, Bayoumi, and the other 9 identified Saudi government officials. Being in LA at 3 a.m. every morning, he would personally call Director Mueller. He did it every 48 hours to update him on the investigation. Mueller is reporting to the President President Bush, for his daily intelligence briefing. Steve Moore is reporting to Director Mueller on the progress they're making in investigating Saudi government officials. Enormous progress was made by the agents in the field in the first 2 or 3 months, until Bob Mueller deputized Michael McGarity and Jackie McGuire to shut them down. Subpoenas that have served would not be followed up. Interviews were canceled. It's over. So when Dan said, why did the 9/11 Commission exonerate Saudi Arabia? Because they were lied to by Robert Mueller under oath in Congress and others who did not want the commission to know what role the Saudi government played, because then Saudi Arabia is our ally in the war against Iraq. And he did not want the world to know about this colossal intelligence and law enforcement failure. The investigation was dead. The agents who are working the case are disgusted, horrified, and after a couple years, when the 9/11 Commission came out, and they know what a lie it is, On their own, they resurrect the investigation. In 2007, they go back to the witnesses and start building the criminal case that every one of them joined the FBI to do, to investigate and prosecute crime, not to be part of lying to America and lying to the families of 3,000 murdered Americans. Their investigation proceeded from 2007 until it was shut down in February, March, and April of 2016. At that point, we had President Obama in the White House and James Comey as director of the FBI. Now, you know, I was a fan until I learned this of President Obama. Joe Biden's a friend. I was his New York chair when he ran for president. My dad and I helped him in 1988 on his campaign. What President Obama did is the most treacherous and outrageous act I know of in our nation's history. President Obama and John Kerry wanted the Iran nuclear deal and the eventual normalization of relations with Iran as their signature foreign policy achievement. And it's a goal we all share. It'd be great if you could get Iran to abandon nuclear weapons and change. What was treasonous is the quid pro quo he entered into with King Salman. The Saudis and the Israelis, Netanyahu, were the strongest opponents to the Iran nuclear deal. Everyone in the room knows there was no shaking Netanyahu in opposing the Iran nuclear deal. But Obama thought he could shake the Saudis and get them to drop their opposition. With their opposition and the Israelis, there was no chance of it passing the Senate. So he cut a deal with King Salman, and his deal was, I will kill the 9/11 litigation if you stand down in opposing the Iran nuclear deal. That deal was struck. As we were mentioning before, when Congress passed JASTA overwhelmingly, Obama vetoed it, the only veto of his presidency that was overridden, and as I said, overridden 98-1, just Harry Reid dissented, and 346 to 77 in the House. What I thought at the time was that's what Obama did to kill the agent's investigation into 9/11. What I didn't know when JASTA was passed then was what happened in the Bureau. That's when James Comey had Michael McGarity and Jackie McGuire shut down the resurrected FBI investigation. So, you know, being at Dartmouth, the room is filled with smart people, and you're thinking, like, how does this guy know any of that? The answer is, after all these years, the agents who have worked the case, many of them have retired, and they've come to us and said, here's what we know. We want to finish what we started when we joined the Bureau. The only way for the truth to come out is for us to join with you. So when we demand documents from the FBI and the Department of Justice, we know exactly what we're looking for. So we have been in a fight, not just with Saudi Arabia, JASTA. Saudi Arabia hired 19 lobby firms, and my estimate is they were paid something between $50 and $100 million a year to lobby against us and kill JASTA. They enlisted veterans and put them up at the Trump Hotel and steak dinners and said, help us get rid of this stupid law, without telling the veterans that they were going to be screwing the 9/11 families, that JASTA was the law the families needed to lift the legal immunity that Saudi Arabia claimed. So we overrode the veto, we beat the Saudi lobbyists, JASTA became law, and we started our lawsuit against Saudi Arabia in 2016, 15 years after we've been engaged in this war. The Saudis were shocked, you know.
Now notice what he's going to say. As soon as they sue in 2016 and they start trying to get President Trump's help, President Trump gets impeached and then he drops the Saudi issue.
They've got the king on their side, King Obama. They're spending $50 million. How can a bunch of cripples and widows and orphans hobbling around Congress beat them? So when I said at the beginning, you will be revolted by what our government did, but thrilled with what Americans can accomplish, that is what I'm talking about. Few dozen families saying, we're going to knock on every door and buttonhole senators and congressmen, beat Obama and beat the Saudi lobby. And you know, now I'm waxing patriotic. There's no other country in the world where that could happen. In our battle with Saudi Arabia, not surprisingly, they're lying about the documents and keeping it from us, and they've got a lot of high-priced lawyers, and that's a tough fight. The fight we should not be having is the fight we have on a second front against the FBI and the Department of Justice. Now, we had served FOIA requests, Freedom of Information requests, to get documents we know are in the FBI files on the investigation into Saudi government officials. Here's some of the answers we got to our FOIA requests early on. The documents you seek contain information about Osama bin Laden. We will not give them to you because of his privacy interest in that information. Another one was, we're not giving you any documents unless you produce death certificates for the 19 terrorists. This is our government. This is coming from the Department of Justice. So we have asked for these files. We've been fighting this fight in court for a year and a half. The FBI has given us some documents, 5 tranches or batches. What they give us has redacted information. So I told you the name of the high Saudi official in Washington, D.C. who tasked Thumairy. That was redacted. And what we have were given under a protective order that precludes us from telling the families and speaking about it publicly. And I'm disgusted with these protective orders, and we're doing whatever we can to overturn them, but the judge is not terribly sympathetic. So we know, for example, that in early 2016, when the investigation was shut down, remember March, April, the agents wrote a big summary on their findings. It's there. It has this vast body of information about who, what, where, and how the Saudi government officials acted as the essential accomplices to al-Qaeda. We've asked for it. We haven't gotten it. The Senate unanimously passed a resolution, Resolution 610, calling upon the declassification and the release of this information. The FBI has ignored how many times do you get the Senate to do anything unanimously now? The FBI has ignored it. The Justice Department has ignored it. I and some of the families were with President Trump on 9/11. The next day, Attorney General Barr invoked state secrets and national security as an excuse to keep the FBI documents hidden. We're fighting that. We have some champions. Tomorrow, Tulsi Gabbard at 1 o'clock will hold a press conference saying release, the information to the families. So luckily, we've got a lot of people, fighting this fight. but we should not have to be fighting our own government. We're making progress in court, but for us to win in court could take another 5 or 10 years. The Saudis know the game is up, and probably all of you have been reading about Saudi Arabia's desire to take Aramco public, do the IPO for 5% of the company, a company that will be worth between the preferred venue over Hong Kong or London. So we're operating in Washington to try and get support there, because there's no way that us and the families are going to stand for taking Aramco public 100 yards away from ground zero. So Saudi Arabia has to resolve the 9/11 case for the Aramco IPO in New York to happen, in my opinion. So our fight is on two fronts in court.
Hold on. So what do you think? Did Saudi Arabia take Aramco's IPO public? Hi, Mandy Strong. Welcome back, bossy Texas chick. It wasn't Kevin Reddington. It was Randazza, but Kevin Reddington did represent Jen McCabe and also the Juror 11's father-in-law. Now, tell me, this guy just said he was like it would be an injustice if Aramco went public. Yes, they went public on December. Wait, they weren't allowed to go public they weren't allowed to go public on the NYSE. Did he actually follow through with that? Hold on. No. Oh my God. He beat them. This guy prevented Saudi Arabia from getting Aramco listed on the New York Stock Exchange. This man. Oh, he's a powerful man. He did it. They were forced to do the stock offering in Saudi Arabia. Oh my goodness. This guy is a boss. That is exactly what I wanted to see. Oh, Mandy Strong, did you hear I solved Watergate? I'm very excited. But in other news, there's one more thing I want to take a look at, because we will listen to the question and answer portion of this. It's very interesting. He talks about Khashoggi. But Merba Maestro, do you remember we were talking about, I don't know if he's still here, but do you all remember we were watching a news report from Walter Cronkite the other day? And I just wanted to watch Walter Cronkite. We'll watch it again. It was actually the announcement of JFK's assassination. Now, Walter Cronkite, in this segment here, is going to mention about 4 minutes in, and this, by the way, was before the AP flashed the call. I know we're jumping topics here, but this is very interesting. This is about 4 minutes before, it's about 4 minutes in. But I want you to listen carefully to the timeline, because JFK was assassinated in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. This news report is from before 12 p.m. Central Time. The reason I know that is the AP flashed the news of John Kennedy's death. Let me see. Let me get this. AP announcement, JFK death time. I think the AP flash was at either 1 p.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. Eastern, but let me get you the exact time, because it's important that Towell is precise. What time did the AP first flash news of JFK's death? The reason why we have to be you're going to see here, it was 1:32 p.m. Central Standard Time, so 2:32 p.m. Eastern. However, it was 2 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Central. This news report you're about to hear, all right, was before 1 p.m. Central, all right? Now, JFK was shot, hold on, he was shot at, what time was JFK shot? We're going to get the exact timing. This is why this is very interesting. All right, it was 1:12 p.m., all right? 1:12 p.m. So this news report we're going to see. Wait, no, that was J.D. Tibbet. Hold on. This is actually important. It's a very interesting piece of my research I was doing the other day, and I did a follow-up that I want to show you all. So JFK was shot at 12:30 p.m. I believe this is Central Standard Time. All right, so JFK isn't pronounced dead at 1 p.m., and then the news isn't actually announced until 1:33 p.m. Central, 2:33 p.m. We're about to listen to a news report that occurred sometime between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. Central, okay? Before the announcement, before the AP actually flashes that JFK is dead. And what you're going to hear is Walter Cronkite attribute a man, local news reporter, saying that he saw JFK, the shooter, Oswald, in the 6th floor window. And it's this man's testimony that was actually what resulted in Oswald being arrested, what he told police. But wait till you see what I found, ladies and gentlemen. Wait till you see what I found in the JFK, newly unsealed JFK assassination files. Well, let's listen to Cronkite first, and then I'll tell you about it. Towell's been investigating a lot. One second. And by the way, if you like Walter Cronkite, I think this was a request yesterday. You'll enjoy this.
Kennedy was in the car, as we said, with President Kennedy. He slumped into her lap, and she is said to be bearing up reasonably well. Stunned, but not in a state of shock as yet. She was seen crying in the corridors of the hospital. Bill Stinson, an assistant to Governor Connolly, says he talked to the governor in the hospital operating room. He says the governor was shot just below the shoulder blade in the back. Stinson said he asked Connolly how it happened, and he said, "I don't know, I guess from the back. They got the president too." Stinson said that he asked Connolly if there was anything he could. Governor Connolly could very possibly have been shot in the back with the assassin's bullets still coming from the front of the car. He rode in a small jump seat in the center of the back of the specially built presidential limousine, specially built for such public performances such as this. As a matter of fact, the car is so built that the president sits higher than he would in a normal automobile, so that the crowd can get a good look at him. But, as it turned out today, so that an assassin can also get a good shot at him. Further information here. The Catholic priest who helped perform the last rites, Father Huber Dallas, said that he did not believe the president was dead at that time. The priest left the emergency operating room at Parkland Hospital and walked out of the hospital. There has been, just a moment, that information does not bear directly on the condition of President Kennedy. It comes from Kansas City, Missouri, where our affiliate KCMO says that Mrs. Bess Truman has told KCMO that former President Truman is too upset to comment on today's tragic developments. As we said, there has been no word at all on the official word from the doctors at Parkland Hospital or the White House staff on the extent of the president's wounds. Mrs. Kennedy is in the hospital, as we said. So is Mrs. Connolly, the governor's wife, as are indeed most members of the White House staff. He was carrying a large staff with him on this tour to Texas. It is believed that a gap in the motorcade perhaps saved Vice President Johnson from being a target of the assassin today. The gap had opened up in the motorcade just before the assassin's bullets rang out. The priest who were with Kennedy, the two priests who were with Kennedy, say that he is dead of his bullet wounds. That seems to be about as close to official as we can get at this time. They did see the president just a few moments ago, and this is the bulletin that has just cleared from Dallas, that the two priests who were in the emergency room where President Kennedy lay after being taken from the Dallas street corner where he was shot say that he is dead. Our man Dan Rather in Dallas reported that about 10 minutes ago, too. Another picture taken just moments, split moment before the assassination attempt is here. Let's see if we can get a real close-up of that picture. It has just arrived. It shows the smiling Mrs. Kennedy and the president in the front seat of the car, in the back seat of the car. Mrs. Connolly and Governor Connolly, you cannot see behind Mrs. Connolly. The assassin took dead aim. He got the president apparently with the first shot in the head, and then Governor Connolly with the next two shots. As we've reported to you, the New York Stock Exchange has closed as a nation. If these reports are true, prepares to go into mourning. The Stock Exchange closed after prices began tumbling as word spread rapidly through the floor of the exchange of this event in Dallas. All stock exchanges apparently are now closed. The New York Cotton and Wool Exchanges, the American Stock Exchange, the Coffee and Sugar Exchanges are closed. Recounting for you again the succession of events. In Dallas, Texas this morning, President Kennedy and Governor Connolly of Texas shot as their motorcade proceeded from Dallas Airport to downtown Dallas, where the president was scheduled to make a speech. The assassin perhaps succeeded, word is that he did, in killing President Kennedy. The president taken to Parkland Hospital, where a moment ago two priests left the room and said they understood the president was dead. Our own reporter in Dallas also says that he has information that the president is dead. This official word has not come, however, from Parkland Hospital as yet. A Secret Service man was also killed in the fusillade of shots that came apparently from a second-story window. Now from Washington, government sources say that President Kennedy is dead. Those are government sources, still not an official announcement. But government sources in Washington, the priests who left the emergency room, our correspondent Dan Rather in Dallas, say that this is the information that the president is dead. A television newsman, Howloff, said that he looked up just after the shot was fired and saw a rifle being withdrawn from a 5th or 6th floor window of a nearby building. He said a policeman fell to the ground, pulled his pistol and yelled, "Get down," probably to attempt to return the shots.
Okay, so that did not happen. Okay, this is how I knew something was weird. Right, I know, bossy Texas chick. We just don't have a breaking news banner yet. But listen, if you're into this stuff, and obviously I may have just cracked Watergate. I'm not being gratuitous. I heard from the Richard Nixon Foundation. They have to do some research, but I think I figured it out. Did you hear what Walter Cronkite just said? There is no newspaperman named Karloff or Holoff. And there was no newspaperman, there was no one except for one man, who we're going to talk about in a second, who saw a shooter in the 6th floor window. It was not a newspaperman, it was a guy named Howard Brennan. Now let's listen to this a little bit more.
Say that President Kennedy is dead. Those are government sources, still not an official announcement. But government sources in Washington, the priests who left the emergency room, our correspondent Dan Rather in Dallas, say that this is the information that the president is dead. A television newsman, Howloff, said that he looked up just after the shot was fired and saw a rifle being withdrawn from a 5th or 6th floor window of a nearby building. He said a policeman fell to the ground, pulled his pistol and yelled, "Get down," probably to attempt to return the shots.
So I don't know if Cronkite was just misled or like went along with it, but here's what's weird. There's no newspaper man named Holoff, okay, and only one person, this man's name was Howard Leslie Brennan, saw what was just described, okay? I looked at the whole Warren Commission, okay? I looked at every single piece of testimony, all right, ladies and gentlemen, and there is not one thing in the entire Warren Commission about what that guy just talked about, what Walter Cronkite just described as having come from a reporter named Koloff, okay? There's no reporter that named that. That never existed. That person never existed. There was never anyone who saw that, okay? The only person who saw that was a man by the name of Howard Leslie Brennan. So I go deep into the declassified JFK files from the Warren Commission, all right? And I'm like, there's got to be testimony from Howard Brennan. Well, little did you know, I found it. They actually held the hearings in the Veterans of Foreign Wars building right between the Supreme Court and the Congress, which is 200 Northwest something Avenue in Washington. And I'm being a little towel, and I'm like, I need to see what this man said in his Warren Commission testimony, because I don't think it's possible that, first of all, there's no way that that report, based on like everything I've read, got to Walter Cronkite that quickly. That was planted, okay? It was planted with Walter Cronkite, and then they found a witness to say what they wanted. Now, you might be saying, Grant, there is no way that you've proven this. It's just not possible. Oh, yeah? Well, let's listen. I thought it wasn't. What happened? Oh, yes, it was. Now, listen, there's something very odd about this testimony about Howard Leslie Brennan. And what tipped me off to this was Walter Cronkite attributing literally in the first like 30 minutes before the AP had even announced that President Kennedy was dead, when they only had rumors, okay? Before the AP announcement, this Walter Cronkite gets a report that is attributed to a fake newsman that doesn't exist, that happens to be the exact same thing as the testimony of Howard Leslie Brennan. By the way, Howard Leslie Brennan, the only person to see Lee Harvey Oswald in the window, okay? Somehow, Walter Cronkite gets that report at whatever it was literally before the AP announcement. So it's within an hour. But if you read Howard Lee Brennan's testimony to the Warren Commission, which is public, okay, there's something very off here. All right. Now you're going to see it. I don't want to prove this, okay? I don't like this. I don't know why but like the public deserves to know, and senators and Congress people should work on this. But if you go in here, all right, and this is another one of the, I know that you all the other day were like, Grant, what are you on to here? Well, I did the research because I'm a little towel, and I went in and I got, this is volume 3 of the Warren Commission hearings. It's page 148 of 253. It's technically page 140 of the record, but there's some introductory pages. Now, take a look here, lady. Call me Howard. Take a look here, ladies and gentlemen. The chair, here's who the ranking members are, just so we understand. This meeting took place at 9 a.m. on March 24th, 1964, at 200 Maryland Street, 200 Maryland Avenue, Northeast Washington, D.C. Present were Chief Justice Earl Warren, the chairman, Representative Gerald Ford, John McCloy, and Alan W. Dulles. Also present were Lee Rankin, Assistant General Counsel, Joseph A. Ball, Assistant Counsel, David W. Bellin, Assistant Counsel, Norman Redlich, Assistant Counsel, and Charles Murray, Observer. Testimony of Howard Leslie Brennan. The Chairman. The Commission will come to order. Mr. Brennan, in keeping with our statement, so you will know just what the purpose of the session is, I will read a little statement to you. The purpose of today's hearing is to hear the testimony of Howard Leslie Brennan, Bonnie Ray Williams, James Jarman Jr., Harold Norman, Roy S. Truly. These witnesses were all in the vicinity of the Texas School Book Depository Building at the time of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. They will be asked to provide the Commission with their knowledge of the facts concerning the assassination of President Kennedy. Notice, no Koloff or whatever name, nothing even close to that name that Cronkite said, and I assure you, if that was a real person, they would have testified at the Warren Commission. Would you please raise and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give before the Commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Brennan, I do. The chairman, you may be seated, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Bellin, conduct the interrogation. Mr. Brennan, will you state your name for the record? Howard Leslie Brennan. Where do you live? Blank, blank, blank. Dallas, 27. How old are you? 45. Are you married? Yes. Family, 2 children, 1 grandson. What is your occupation? I'm a steam fitter. And for whom are you employed, or by whom are you employed? Wallace and Beard. Is that a construction company? Yes. And let me ask you this. How long have you been a steam fitter? Since 1943, I believe. Do you work for one employer, or do you go from job to job? I go from job to job. Is that at your direction or the direction of any union? Local 100 in Dallas. Mr. Brennan, where were you on the early part of the afternoon, November 22nd, 1963, say around noon or so? I left a position behind the bookstore, which is a leased part of Katy Yards, which we have a fabrication for pipe for the Republic Bank building. At 12 o'clock, I went to the cafeteria on the corner of Main and Record. I believe that is it. That would be Main and Record Streets in Dallas? Yes. And did you have your lunch there? Yes. And after lunch, where did you go? I finished lunch and I glanced at the clock. I don't know exactly where the clock is located, and noticed it was 12:18. So I thought I'd kill it a few minutes that I might go see the parade and the president. I walked to the corner of Houston and Elm. What route did you take to get to Houston and Elm? I went west on Main. You went west on Main from Record to Houston. And on the east side of Houston, I walked to Elm. All right. Crossed the street to the southwest corner of Houston and Elm. Do you have any estimate about how long it took you to get there? A possibility, I would say, more or less 4 minutes. And then what did you do when you got to the southwest corner of Houston and Elm? I stayed around a couple of minutes. There was a man having an epileptic fit, a possibility of 20 yards east, south of this corner. Notice, I mean, that's very, listen how he's describing this. I stayed around a couple of minutes. There was a man having an epileptic fit, a possibility of 20 yards east, south of this corner. He's talking like a military man. And they were being attended by some civilians and officers. And I believe an ambulance picked him up. Civilians. Military people use the term civilians. All right. And I walked over to this retainer wall of this little park pool and jumped up on the ledge. You jumped up on the retaining wall? Yes. Now I hand you what had been marked as Exhibit 477. I ask you to state if you know what this is. Yes. Will you please tell the commission what this is? This is the bookstore at the corner of Houston and Elm. By the bookstore, do you mean the Texas Book School Book Depository building? Right. Now, do you know what? This is the retainer wall which I was perched on. All right, it's the retaining wall which you were perched. I believe that this is actually you sitting on this retaining wall in a picture that we took in Dallas pursuant to you showing us where you were on November 22nd. We took this picture on this past Friday. That is correct, which would be the 20th of March. Is that correct? That is correct. All right, I hand you now what the reporter has marked as Exhibit 478. I ask you to state if you know what this is. Yes, this is the retaining wall and myself sitting on it in Houston and Elm. You remember the photographer was standing on the front steps of the Texas School Book Depository picture when this picture was taken on the 20th of March. Yes, I do. And the camera is pointed in what direction? South. Representative Ford, are these the positions where you were sitting on November 22nd? Yes, sir. Ford, at about 12, from about 12:22 or 12:24 until the time of the assassination. In both pictures, this is a true location. Ford, true location of where you were sitting November 22nd. Yes, sir. Mr. Brennan, I'm going to hand you a negative which has been marked as 479. Mr. Bellin, this appears to be a negative from a moving picture film, and I will hand you a magnifying glass. The negative has been enlarged. This negative appears to be a picture of the presidential motorcade in the afternoon of November 22nd. I ask you to state if you can find yourself in the crowd in the background in this picture. Yes, I am sitting at the same position as I was in the picture taken Friday, with the exception, I believe, my hand is resting on the wall, and Friday my hand, I believe, was resting on my leg. Well, your legs in this picture, I notice, are not dangling on the front right side. Is that correct? No. What were you wearing on November 22nd? What clothes were you wearing? Gray khaki work clothes with a dark gray hard helmet. Your head here appears to be the highest in the group, a little bit left of center in the upper part of the picture. Is that correct? Yes. Does this scene depict the scene as you recollected on that day? It does. Mr. Brennan, could you please tell the commission what happened from the time you sat on the retaining wall, what you saw? Well, I was more or less observing the crowd and the people in different building windows, including the fire escape from the Texas bookstore on the east side of the Texas bookstore, and also the Texas bookstore building windows. I observed quite a few people in different windows. In particular, I saw this one man on the 6th floor, which left the window to my knowledge a couple times. Now, you say the window up on the 6th floor. What building are you referring to? That is the Texas bookstore. I'm going to ask you to circle on 477, the particular window that you said you saw a man leave and come back a couple times. Well, I am confused here, the way this shows, but I believe this is the 6th floor. The way these windows are built, they're right at the present. I'm confused whether this is the same window. You mean because some windows are open below it? No, the way the building is built, it seems like this is more or less a long window with a divider in the middle. Here is a marking pencil. Will you just mark the window that you believe you saw the man? All right. And do you want to put a letter A if you would buy that? All right. Now you have marked on Commission Exhibit 477 a circle with the letter A to show the window that you saw the man in. I believe you said at least 2 times come back and forth. Yes. Did you see any other people in any other windows that you can recollect? Not on that floor. There was no other person on that floor that ever came to the window that I noticed. There were people on the next floor down, which is the 5th floor, colored guys. In particular, I only remember 2 that I identified. This is just the record. This is how he was speaking. Mr. Bellin, do you want to mark the window with the circle that you believe you saw some African-American people on the 5th floor? Could you do that with this marking pencil on 477, please? The 2 that I identified, I believe, was in this window. You want to put a B on that one? Now, after you saw the man, well, just tell what else you saw during that afternoon. Well, as the parade came by, I watched it from a distance of Elm and Main. As it came onto Houston and turned the corner at Houston and Elm, going down the incline towards the railroad underpass, and after the president had passed my position, I really couldn't say how many feet or how far, a short distance, I would say, I heard this crack that I positively thought was a backfire. You thought it was a backfire of a motorcycle. Then what did you observe or hear? Well, then something just right after this explosion made me think that it was a firecracker being thrown from the Texas bookstore. And I glanced up, and this man that I saw previous was aiming for his last shot. Mr. Bellin, the man you saw previous, which man are you talking about? The man in the 6th-story window. Would you describe just exactly what you saw when you saw him the last time? Well, as it appeared to me, he was standing up and resting against the left window sill with gun shoulder to his right shoulder, holding the gun with his left hand and taking positive aim, and fired his last shot. As I calculate a couple of seconds, he drew the gun back from the window as though he was drawing it back to his side, and maybe paused for another second as though to assure himself that he hit his mark, and then he disappeared. And at the same moment, I was diving off of that firewall into the right for bullet protection of this stone wall that is a little higher on the Houston side. Mr. Bellin, well, let me ask you, what kind of gun did you see in that window? Mr. Brennan, I am not an expert on guns. It was, as I could observe, some type of high-powered rifle. Could you tell whether or not it had any kind of scope on it? I did not observe a scope. Could you tell whether or not it had one? Do you know whether it did or not? Could you observe that it definitely did or definitely did not, or don't you know? I do not know if it had a scope or not. I believe you said you thought the man was standing. What do you believe was the position of the people on the 5th floor that you saw, standing or sitting? I thought they were standing with their elbows on the window, all leaning out. At the time you saw this man on the 6th floor, how much of the man could you see? Well, I could see at one time he came to the window and he sat sideways on the windowsill. That was previous to President Kennedy getting there. And I could see practically his whole body from his hips up. But at the time that he was firing a gun, a possibility from his belt up. How much of the gun do you believe you saw? I calculate 70 to 85% of the gun. Do you know what direction the gun was pointing? Yes. And what direction was the gun pointing when you saw it? At somewhat 30 degrees downward and west by south. Do you know what street it was pointing? Yes, down Elm towards the railroad underpass. Now, up to the time of the shots, did you observe anything else that you have not told us about here that you can't think of right now? Well, not of any importance. I don't remember anything else except, let me ask you this. How many shots did you hear? Positively 2. I do not recall a second shot. By a second shot, you mean a middle shot between the time you heard the first noise and the last noise? Yes, that is right. I don't know what made me think there were firecrackers thrown out of the bookstore unless I did hear the second shot, because I positively thought the first shot was a backfire, and subconsciously I must have heard a second shot, but I do not recall it. I could not swear to it. Mr. Bellin, could you describe the man you saw in the window on the 6th floor? To my best description, a man in his early 30s, fair complexion, slender but neat, slender, possibly 5'10". But what weight? Oh, and I calculated, I think, from 160 to 170 pounds. A white man? Yes. Do you remember what kind of clothes he was wearing? Light-colored clothes, more of a khaki color. Do you remember the color of his hair? No. Now, I believe you said after the last shot you jumped off the masonry structure on which you were sitting. Why did you jump off? Well, it occurred to me that there might be more than one person, that it was a plot, which could mean several people, and I knew beyond reasonable doubt there was going to be bullets flying from every direction. Okay, you just told us you thought it was a firecracker. Then what did you do after that, or what did you see? And you also told us you're not an expert at firearms, so why were you jumping behind stonemasonry? Then what did you do after that, or what did you see? I observed to my thinking that they were directing their search towards the west side of the building and down Houston Street. When you say they, what do you mean? Law enforcement officers. By the west side of the building, you mean towards the underpass of railroad tracks? Yes. Okay, those are two different things. After you saw that, what did you do? I knew I had to get to someone quick to tell them where the man was. So I ran or I walked. There was a possibility I ran because I have a habit of when something has to be done in a hurry, I run. And there was one officer standing at the corner of the Texas bookstore on the street. It didn't seem to me he was going in any direction. He was standing still. What did you do or what did you say to him? I asked him to get me someone in charge, a Secret Service man or an FBI. Then it appeared to me that they were searching in the wrong direction for the man that did the shooting. And he was definitely in the building on the 6th floor. I did not say on the 6th floor. Correction there. I believe I identified the window as one window from the top. All right. Because at that time I did not know how many story building it was. Representative Ford, but you did say to the policeman it was a window on the 2nd floor from the top. Mr. Brennan, right. And then what happened? Mr. Chairman, may I ask there, by the 2nd floor from the top, do you mean the one directly underneath the top floor? Underneath the top floor, excluding the roof, yes, sir. And then what happened, sir? Mr. Brennan, he said, just a minute, and he had to give some orders or something on the east side of the building on Houston Street. And then he had taken me to, I believe, Mr. Soros, an automobile sitting in front of the Texas bookstore, Sorrell's. Mr. Bellin, and then what happened there? I related my information, and there was a few minutes of discussion, and Mr. Sorrell's had taken me then across the street to the sheriff's building. Did you describe the man you saw in the window? Yes, I did. Mr. Brennan, later that afternoon and the next day, did you have any occasion to go down to the Dallas police station to try to identify any person? That evening, the Secret Service picked me up, Mr. Patterson, I believe, at 6 o'clock at my home and taken me to the Dallas police station. All right, could you tell us what happened there, please? If I might add a part that I left out a couple of minutes ago, go right ahead, sir. Mr. Soros and some more men were discussing this. I mentioned these two African-American guys, yes, came out of the bookstore running down the steps. You mean the two that I had previously saw on the 5th floor? All right. And I immediately identified these two boys to the officer and Mr. Sorrell's as being on the 5th floor. Do you have anything else you wish to add now? No, that concludes that. They were running out of the building. They came running down the front steps of the building on the Elm Street side. Did they disappear in the crowd? Oh, no. They took them in custody, I suppose, and questioned them. Oh, really? I wonder who those children were, and I wonder what they saw that day. I don't think they were ever brought in. The law enforcement officers stopped them, and you did what then? No, I believe Mr. Soros or the Secret Service men stopped them. I'm not sure, but I don't believe an officer of the police department stopped them. Representative Ford, but you were standing on the steps of the Texas School Book Depository building talking to whom? Mr. Soros and another man. I believe there was an officer standing there, a police officer. And these two children came out the front door. Yes, sir. And you did what then? I spoke to Mr. Soros, spoke to Mr. Soros and told him that these were the two boys that were on the 5th floor or on the next floor underneath the man that fired the gun. You positively identified them? I did at the time. Is there anything else now, or up to that time you got down to the, is there anything else now up to the time you got down to the Dallas police station? Well, nothing except that until that time through my entire life, I could never ever remember what an African-American person looked like if he got out of my sight. That's very, why are you saying this to the Warren Commission? And I always thought if I had to identify a African-American person, I could not. But by coincidence, at one time I did recognize these two boys. Okay, why would he say that? Representative Ford, did these two men say in your presence that they had been in the 5th floor window? I don't recall. Is there anything else, sir, now up to the time you got down to the Dallas police station? On Friday evening you were speaking of? Yes. No. All right. What happened when you got down to the Dallas police station? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Patterson, if I am correct, Mr. Patterson, if I am correct, in the Secret Service that picked me up, directed me to go to the 4th floor, a certain room on that floor. At that point, Mr. Warren and Representative Ford withdrew from the hearing room. So the Chief Justice and Ford then leave the room in the most important witness's testimony, and Warren doesn't come back, Ford does. Mr. Brennan, I was later introduced to several men, Captain Fitz in Mr. Sorrells' office, and several more men. I do not remember their names. All right. Before I go any further, do you remember the names of the officer you talked to in front of the school book depository building? I don't believe I ever heard it. I do not remember his name. Mr. Bellin, are you sure of the names of the Secret Service men you talked to? I believe you mentioned the name Soros. I do not know the other man's name. You believe one of them was Soros? I believe one of them was Sorrells. I think for the record, that at the building. Yes, sir. I think we should offer and introduce Commission Exhibits 477, 478, 479. Mr. Dulles, the Chief Justice has asked me to preside in his absence this morning. They shall be admitted. Mr. Bellin, by the way, Mr. Brennan, I note that you have glasses with you here today. Were you wearing glasses at the time of the incident that you related here? No. I only use glasses to see fine print and more especially the Bible and blueprint. Mr. Bellin, and have you had your eyes checked within the past 2 to 3 years? These here were prescription, I believe, a possibility less than a year before the incident. Does that mean you are farsighted? Yes. At that point, Representative Ford entered the hearing room. Has there been anything that has happened since the time of November 22nd, 63 that has changed your eyesight? Yes. What has happened? The last of January, I got both eyes sandblasted. January of 64? Yes. And I had to be treated by Dr. Black, I believe, in the Medical Arts Building through the company. And I was completely blind for about 6 hours. How is your eyesight today? He says it is not good. But this occurred January of this year. Is that correct? Yes. Now, taking you down to the Dallas police station, I believe you said you talked to Captain Fritz. And then what happened? Well, I was just more or less introduced to him in Mr. Sorrells' room, and they told me they were going to conduct a lineup and wanted me to view it, which I did. Do you remember how many people were in the lineup? No, I don't. A possibility, 7 more or less 1. All right. Did you see anyone in the lineup you recognize? Yes. And what did you say? I told Mr. Sorrells and Captain Fritz at the time that Oswald, or the man in the lineup that I identified, looking most like a closest resemblance to the man in the window than anyone in the lineup. Now, remember that. Were there other people in the lineup? Do you remember? Were they all white, or were there some black people in there, or African-American people? I do not remember. As I understand your testimony, then you said that you told him that this particular person looked the most like the man you saw on the 6th floor of the building. In the meantime, had you seen any pictures of Lee Harvey Oswald in television or in photograph, in newspaper? Yes, on television. And when was that, do you believe? I believe I reached home 2:45 or something of that, 15 minutes either way, and I saw his picture twice on television before I went down to the police station for the lineup. That's crazy. That's crazy. This was the only guy who saw him. Right, and then his eyes got sandblasted right before he testified before the Warren Commission. Now, is there anything else you told the officers at the time of the lineup? Now, listen, Murder by Maestro, if you're still here, or anyone who's been, and LA Connection, if you've been paying attention, listen to what he says here. This, by the way, this is when he got brought down to the, I think this was Friday night. They kind of break it up, so it's hard to follow. But he's getting brought down, I think it was, let's see. He was brought down to the Dallas police station by the Secret Service, okay? And I think it was Friday. So it was later that afternoon or the next day, okay? It was actually, he doesn't know if it was later that afternoon or the next day, which is weird. So it must have been that day at 6 o'clock. So he's going to the Dallas police station with the Secret Service men, okay? Now, listen to what this guy says here. All right? Is there anything else you told the officers at the time of the lineup? Well, I told them I could not make a positive identification. This is the only eyewitness. This is the only eyewitness. Now, listen to what he goes on to say, but this is the only eyewitness. They had already blasted Oswald's picture on the news. This was the only eyewitness. How did they had that whole thing packaged and ready to go. And I'm starting to wonder why this guy got his eyes sandblasted. Listen, this was the only eyewitness that put Oswald in that building. And he told the police, after Oswald's picture was already on the news and they had a lineup with Oswald there, that he couldn't positively ID him. This was the man that the police used to say that Oswald was the one who killed Kennedy. Listen, I'm going to show you the summary of this man. Yes, the Diddy jury is deliberating, by the way. The Diddy jury is deliberating, and they can go past 5 p.m. if they want. Now, I just want to show you what the record books say about this guy, Howard Brennan, okay? All right? This was the man whose description led to locating Oswald. And yes, if you actually analyze the Brennan Commission testimony, it's very obvious that he couldn't make the positive ID at first. But if you actually read the testimony, look at how weird he is about it. They don't really highlight this in some of the reviews. This isn't necessarily, this is way more known. It's a Warren Commission, so everyone has read this. But still, it's very odd that he's like, and then when you told them that, did you ever later tell any officer or investigating person anything different? Yes. When did that happen? I believe some days later, I don't recall exactly, and I believe the Secret Service man identified himself as being Williams, I believe, from Houston. I won't swear to that, whether his name was Williams or not. All right. And he could have been an FBI, as far as I remember. It could have been FBI instead of Secret Service, but I believe it was Secret Service man from Houston. And what did he say to you, and what did you say to him? Well, he asked me, he said, you said you couldn't make a positive ID. He said, did you do that for security reasons personally, or couldn't you? After I told him I could with all honesty, but I did it with more... Wait, when did this happen? Oh, some days later. But, he was sandblasted in January... He said, did you do that for security reasons or couldn't you? And I told him I could with all honesty, but I did it more or less for security reasons, my family and myself. What do you mean by security reasons for your family and yourself? I believe at the time, and I still believe it was a communist activity, and I felt like there hadn't been any more than one eyewitness. I knew it. He was the only eyewitness, and if it had got to be known fact that I was an eyewitness, my family or I, either one, might not be safe. Well, if you wouldn't have identified him, might he not have been released by police? Beg pardon? If you would not have identified the man positively, might he not have been released by the police? No, they had a greater contributing factor than my personal reasons was that I already knew they had the man for murder, and I knew he would not be released. The murder of whom? Of Officer Tippit. Well, what happened in between to change your mind that you later decided to come forth and tell them you could identify him? After Oswald was killed, I was relieved quite a bit that as far as pressure on myself or somebody not wanting me to identify anybody, there was no longer that immediate danger. What is the fact as to whether or not your having seen Oswald on television would have affected your identification of him one way or the other? That is something I do not know. Could you tell us now whether you can or cannot positively identify the man you saw on the 6th floor as the same man you saw in the police station? I could at that time, with all sincerity, identify as being the same man. Was that the same man you saw at the window firing the rifle, the same man that you had seen earlier in the window, you said at least a couple of times, first stepping up and then going back? Yes, sir. Let's just say his testimony is a little weird. All right? A little weird. I know, but it's even more interesting to watch the news and then get to actually see the Warren Commission testimony from a few months later. And let me show you, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get all of the quotes, but if you listen to some of the JFK tapes on the Warren Commission, he stacked that thing. Like, JFK totally rigged that commission. And I don't know if we're going to be able to find all of them. Sorry, not... JFK tapes, but these are the LBJ tapes, and he says some very incriminating stuff on these tapes. And we're watching for the Diddy verdict as well, by the way. They are still deliberating. So if news comes down on that, excellent. If not, we'll watch the end of our Saudi lecture, and we'll see how the day plays out. But let me just show you some of these tapes about LBJ talking about the Warren Commission, because they are, I mean, they're pretty telling. All right, let's see here. I want to get one that's hard to find. Did he release them? All right, let's listen to JFK and J. Edgar Hoover talking about the creation of the Warren Commission. All right, so let's just say JFK, LBJ and J. Edgar Hoover talking about the creation of the Warren Commission. Let's just see if we can figure out if it was a cover-up. Something tells me I think it was a cover-up. Still on verdict watch, by the way. Jury of 8 men and 4 women to decide P. Diddy's fate. Approaching 5 hours. And let's listen to this phone call here. J. Edgar Hoover and LBJ talking about the Warren Commission. Right after LBJ became president. Probably something you've all always wanted to hear.
Yes. J. Edgar Hoover on 2192. Are you familiar with this proposed group that they're trying to put together on this study of your report and other things? 2 from the House, 2 from the Senate, somebody in the court, a couple outsiders.
No, I haven't heard of that. I've seen the reports on the Senate investigating committee that they've been talking about.
Yeah, well, we think if we don't have, I want to get by just with your filing your report.
I think it'd be very, very bad to have a rash of investigations.
Well, the only way we can stop them is probably to appoint a high-level one to evaluate your report.
Yeah.
And put somebody that's pretty good on it from that I could select out of the government and tell the House and Senate not to go ahead with the investigation.
Yes.
Because we get up there and get a bunch of television going, and I thought it'd be bad.
It'd be a 3-ring circus.
Yes. What do you think about Alec Dulles?
I think he would be a good man.
What do you think about John McCloy?
I'm not as enthusiastic about McCloy. I knew him back in the Patterson, when Patterson's down here, secretary thing. He's a good man, but I'm not so certain as to the matter of the publicity that he might seek on it.
What about General Northcutt?
Good man.
I guess Boggs has started in the House. I thought maybe we might try to get Boggs and Jerry Ford in the House, maybe try to get Dick Russell and maybe Cooper in the Senate.
Yes, I think so.
I don't know. You know anything, any reason? Just talking to me and you're going to talk like brothers.
Yeah.
No other reason. Any reason any there? I thought Russell could kind of look after the general situation and see that the states and their relations.
Russell would be an excellent man.
And I thought Cooper might look after the liberal group.
That?
Cooper, Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, Cooper.
So they wouldn't think that he's a pretty judicious fellow,
yeah.
But he's a pretty liberal fellow.
Yes.
I wouldn't want Javits or some of those fellows on it.
Javits plays the front page.
Cover.
Wait a minute. I wouldn't want Catholics? What? This man, they were covering this up.
Any reason any there? I thought Russell could kind of look after the general situation and see that the states and their relations.
Russell would be an excellent man.
And I thought Cooper might look after the liberal group.
That?
Cooper, Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, Cooper.
So they wouldn't think that he's a pretty judicious fellow,
yeah.
But he's a pretty liberal fellow.
Yes.
I wouldn't want Javits or some of those fellows on it.
Javits plays the front page.
Cooper's kind of borders.
Oh, he wasn't saying Catholic. He was saying Javits. And he's talking about how he can put people on there to placate different factions so they won't think it's a cover-up.
Yeah. It's
Yep.
not the south, it's not the north.
That's right.
Do you know Ford from Michigan?
I know of him, but I don't know him. I saw him on TV the other night for the first time. He handled himself well on that.
You know Boggs?
Yes, I know Bob.
He's kind of off in the resolution.
Yes, I know him.
Now, Walter tells me, Walter Jenkins, that you've designated Deke to work with us like you did on the Hill.
I have, yes.
I tell you, I sure appreciate that. I didn't ask for it because I knew you knew how to run your business better than anybody else. And I just want to tell you, though, that we consider him as high class as you do, and it's a mighty gracious thing to do, and we'd be mighty happy. And we salute you for knowing how to pick good men.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Mr. President, indeed. We hope to have this thing wrapped up today, but we probably won't get it before the first of the week. This angle in Mexico is giving us a great deal of trouble because the stories there of this man, Oswald, getting $6,500 from the Cuban embassy and then coming back to this country with it. We're not able to prove that fact. The information was that he was there on the 18th of September in Mexico City, and we are able to prove conclusively he was in New Orleans that day. Now then they changed the date. The story came in changing the date to the 28th of September, and he was in Mexico City on the 28th. Now the Mexican police have again arrested this woman, Duran, who's a member of the Cuban embassy, and we'll hold her for 2 or 3 more days, and we're going to confront her with the original informant who saw the money pass, so he says, and we're also going to put the lie detector test on it. Meantime, of course, Castro's hollering his head off.
Can you pay attention to those lie detector tests?
I would not pay 100% attention to them. All that they are is a psychological asset in an investigation. I wouldn't want to be a part of sending a man to the chair on a lie detector. For instance, we have found many cases where we've used them and in a bank where there's been embezzlement, and a person will confess before the lie detector test is finished, more or less fearful of the fact that the lie detector test will show them guilty. Psychologically, there's that advantage, because it's a misnomer to call it a lie detector, because what it really is, it's the evaluation of the chart that is made by this machine, and that evaluation is made by a human being. And any human being can be apt to make a wrong interpretation. So I would not myself go on that alone. If, on the other hand, if this fellow Oswald had lived and had taken me out of the lie detector test and it had shown definitely that he had done these various things, together with the evidence that we very definitely have, it would have just added that much more strength to it. There's no question but that he is the man. Now, the fingerprints and things that we have. This fellow Rubenstein down there, he has offered to take the lie detector test, but his lawyer's got to be consulted first, and I doubt whether the lawyer will allow him. He's one of these criminal lawyers from the West Coast, and somewhat like a Edward Bennett Williams type, and almost as much of a shyster.
Have you got any relationship between the two here?
Between Rubenstein?
Yeah.
No, at the present time we have not. There was a story down there that...
Was he ever in his bar and stuff like that?
There was a story that this fellow had been in this nightclub, this strip-tease joint that he has, but that has not been able to be confirmed. Now, this fellow Rubenstein is a very shady character, has a bad record, street brawler, fighter, and that sort of thing, and in the place in Dallas, if a fellow came in there and couldn't pay his bill completely, Rubenstein would beat the very devil out of him and then throw him out of the place. He was that kind of a fella. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, boasted about that. He's what I would put in the category one of these egomaniacs. He likes to be in the limelight. He knew all the police in that white light district where the joints are in there. And he also let them come in, see the show, get food, and get liquor and so forth. That's how I think he got into police headquarters. Because they accepted him as kind of a police character hanging around police headquarters. And for that reason raised no question. Of course, they never made any moves as the pictures show, even when they saw him approaching.
I'm pretty sure Jack Ruby was connected to Sam G. Jack Ruby was not a low-level... I am not... That is sad truth over bias. Disturbing. It is. Jack Ruby was not a low-level thug. Jack Ruby was connected Jack Rubenstein, who went by Jack Ruby, was connected to Sam Giancana in the Chicago outfit. He was not a low-level street brawler, not at all. He might have done that, but Hoover is either lying to LBJ or they know they're being recorded, so they're lying intentionally for the record. But I'm telling you, Jack Ruby was directly connected to Sam Giancana. There's no way that Hoover didn't know that. No way. Well, Towel really likes history, bossy Texas chick.
This fellow, and got up right to him and pressed his pistol against Oswald's stomach. Neither of the police officers on either side made any move to push him away or to grab him. It wasn't until after the gun was fired that they then moved. Now, of course, that is not the highest degree of efficiency, so to say. Secondly, the chief of police admits that he moved him in the morning as a convenience and at the request of the motion picture people who wanted to have daylight. He should have moved him at night, but he didn't. And
wait, did you just hear that? They moved. Hoover definitely just tipped something off there. They moved Oswald because the motion picture people wanted to have light. Bullshit. The motion picture people were probably CIA, and then the Ruby was probably CIA. What? When did they come out, Murder by Maestro? Like recently? If there's a Canada Control Commission audit, like right now, like today, because I've seen the most recent CCC audit, but are you talking about a CCC audit like today? That would be fascinating. Tell me the dates of them. I'll definitely open them. But this conversation is very interesting. I got to look in these files for Jack Ruby now.
And those derelictions in that phase. But so far as tying Rubenstein and Oswald together, we haven't as yet done so. There have been a number of stories come in. We've tied Oswald into the Civil Liberties Union in New York, membership into that, and of course into this this Cuban Fair Play Committee, which was pro-Castro and dominated by communism and financed to some extent by the Castro government. How many? Two of the shots fired at the president were splintered, but they had characteristics on them so that our ballistic expert was able to prove that they were fired by this gun. The third shot, that was shattered, and that's rolled out to the president's head. It tore a large part of the president's head off. And in trying to massage his heart at the hospital, on the way to the hospital, they apparently loosened that, and it fell onto the stretcher, and we recovered that, and we have that, and we have the gun here also. Were they aiming at the president? They were aiming directly at the president. There's no question about that. This telescopic lens, which I've looked through, it brings a person as close to you as if they were sitting right beside you. And we also have tested the fact that you could fire, those 3 shots were fired within 3 seconds. There's been some stories going around the papers and so forth that that must have been more than one man, because no one man could fire those shots from the time that they were fired. We've just proved that by the act.
Oh, I was muted. I'm so sorry. Hello. Look at that. I was muted. Oh, what a shame. Mic back. What a shame. What a shame. I was muted. Okay, so listen to this. Murder by Maestro. Did you all just hear? Can I repeat this part about Jack Ruby now? Because I've now proven he was lying. He's such a scumbag. This is not true at all.
And somewhat like a Edward Bennett Williams type, and almost as much of a shyster. If you go
out any relationship between the two yet?
Between Rubenstein?
Yeah.
No, at the present time we have not. There was a story down there that...
Was he ever in his bar and stuff like that?
There was a story that this fellow had been in this nightclub, this strip-tease joint that he had, but that has not been able to be confirmed. Now, this fellow Rubenstein is a very shady character, has a bad record, street brawler, fighter, that sort of thing, and in the place in Dallas, if a fellow came in there and couldn't pay his bill completely, Rubenstein would beat the very devil out of him and then throw him out of the place. He was that kind of a fella. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, boasted about that. He's what I would put in the category one of these egomaniacs. He likes to be in the limelight. He knew all the police in that white light district where the joints are in there. And he also let them come in, see the show, get food, and get liquor and so forth. That's how I think he got into police headquarters. Because they accepted him as kind of a police character hanging around police headquarters. And for that reason raised no question. Of course, they never made any moves as the pictures show, even when they saw him approaching this fella and got up right to him and pressed his pistol against Oswald's stomach. Neither of the police officers on either side made any move to push him away or to grab him. It wasn't until after the gun was fired that they then moved. Now, of course, that is not the highest degree of efficiency, so to say. Secondly, the chief of police admits that he moved him in the morning as a convenience and at the request of the motion picture people who wanted to have daylight. He should have moved him at night, but he didn't. And, those derelictions in that phase. But so far as tying Rubenstein and Oswald together, we haven't as yet done so. There have been a number of stories come in. We've tied Oswald into the Civil Liberties Union in New York, membership into that, and of course into this this Cuban Fair Play Committee, which was pro-Castro and dominated by communism and financed to some extent by the Castro government.
How many shots were fired?
3.
And you haven't fired at me?
No, there was
all 3 at the president.
All 3 at the president, and we have them. 2 of the shots fired at the president were splintered, but they had characteristics on them so that our ballistic expert was able to prove that they were fired by this gun. The 3rd shot, which hit the president, he was hit by the 1st and the 3rd. The 2nd shot hit the governor. The 3rd shot is a complete bullet. That wasn't shot, and that's rolled out of the president's head. It tore a large part of the president's head off, and in trying to massage his heart at the hospital, on the way to the hospital, they apparently loosened that, and it fell onto the stretcher, and we recovered that, and we have that, and we have the gun here also.
Were they aiming at the president?
They were aiming directly at the president. There's no question about that. This telescopic lens, which I've looked through, it brings a person as close to you as if they were sitting right beside you. And we also have tested the fact that you could fire those 3 shots that were fired within 3 seconds. There's been some stories going around the papers and so forth that that must have been more than one man, because no one man could fire those shots from the time that they were fired. We've disproved that by the actual test that we've made.
How did it happen they hit Connolly?
All right, this is so fucked up. All right, Murder by Maestro, are you still here? Eric Leiber, Ruth, Angeli connection. Some of you may appreciate this. They just lied. They lied. Look at this. Look at this. These are all prior to 1963. FBI files out the wazoo. This man was an FBI informant. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at it. He lied. He wasn't just lied. They were covering it up. They were talking to each other saying that Ruby was just some man down there in New Orleans. No. This man was literally an FBI informant. This was a high-level intelligence operative. How about that? Now, yes, some of this stuff is from after. This man was an intelligence operative starting in 1943. He was an intelligence operative every single year. This is outrageous. LA Connection. That's run by Kate Peter. Meh. She's probably just going to say, who cares that there's federal informants on the jury? It doesn't matter, accept it, because they know a big corruption indictment's coming. I don't know. Can you summarize it for us, LA Connection? Also, this is incredible. I just listened to LBJ. If it's just saying something like, oh, we have to accept it, I understand, but listen, it's out of my hands at this point, political stuff is so complex. It takes like one word from one person in one office to be like no or yes, and that ends it. So that's why I said the other day, this is so far out of my hands, and this is so much bigger than this one case, and it's just, I can't make any decisions related to this. I just have to cover it as it unfolds. But anyway, I just want to point out that we just listened, and we'll play it again if you really need. We listened to Hoover say to LBJ that there were no indications that Jack Ruby was anything other than just some brawler. Nonsense. Yes, exactly. Eric Leiber, look at this. You want to see his FBI? This man wasn't just an FBI informant. He was an infiltrator of the Communist Party. Oh, and you want to know what's wild? I found this report the other day. That said something like, Jack Rubenstein was approached as being a potential member of the Communist Party, but we didn't really want to do anything about him. No. This man, look at this. This is proof that man was a very deep cover informant. Let's go back to 43. Let's see. What's his earliest one? Let's see his earliest let's find out a little bit about how he was recruited to the FBI, huh? Oh, well, LA Connection. Okay, hold on. Hold on, LA Connection? Just let us know. You keep monitoring. If we see something put up by the Norfolk County DA, I'll check my email. I mean, I asked to be on their press list. They don't have to share anything with me. No. I'm not seeing anything. What are you seeing? Can't sum it up. It's a lot. Okay, but LA Connection, is the big takeaway that there is a statement expected from the Norfolk DA that's more than what we already got? All right, there's some kind of action happening at the Diddy trial. Could just be the end of the day. Nope, just verdict watch. Okay, so let's find out how Jack Ruby became a FBI informant. Okay? Okay, that was not very helpful. Let's go back to the next file. All right, so this was 43 as well. I knew this guy was I knew he was a source. He was a government source for 20 years. This is a letter from Joseph Yanis, who dropped, which raised a number of questions concerning the situation in the radical labor movement. This is a leaflet issued by the Unity Committee of the National Textiles Workers Union in 1930, signed by Albert Weisberg, Alina Davis, Eli Keller, Jack Rubenstein. He was a communist. And they turned him. Ruby was a communist. Oh, goodness. What is this? All right, what's this? It is the handwriting of Bert Miller. Jack Ruby was in there. Jack Ruby was expelled from the Communist Party in 1929 for being a lovestenite. He is now an official of the Textiles Workers Union, CEO in New York. Whoa! He was expelled from the Communist Party. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting, LA connection. All right. Hold on. LA connection, I'll determine what I can read between the lines. Let's see. Where am I going to find this thing? Okay, this is not very easy to follow. Okay, alright, where's the statement, though? Seems like this was definitely... LA Connection, where did you find the statement? Is it on like a specific page? Hey, Murder by Maestro. So, Murder by Maestro, did you hear J. Edgar Hoover just talking about how Jack Ruby was just some nightclub brawler? Nope. He was a FBI informant he was under surveillance, and we're pretty sure he was an informant for like 50 to 60 years. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't find the statement, by the way, LA Connection. You don't have to link it, but just what page on the website. Wow. Apparently the Bureau did not like the idea of guarding a African American's grave from desecration. So somebody wanted to have Ruby arrested or investigated, and the FBI wouldn't do it. Jack Rubenstein Murray to help on pro-red CIO unit. What is this? Oh, they were really watching this guy. Why is Ruby in this file? Oh my God, Jack Ruby was like a big part of like a battle for the communists to control the Textile Workers Union of America. Oh, it was a fake letter. And the printer was Carl Anderson of Jamestown. He printed them at the request of Lloyd Kenner, Secretary Treasurer of the International Union. Oh, it was a fake letter because Ruby was a communist in the 30s, but then renounced. And apparently this caused him to be smeared, and then there was an investigation. There is no way that Hoover didn't know about all of this. No way. Oh, Ruby was their guy. Why doesn't anyone know about any of this? All right, we need this record on Ruby. Here's one on Canet, but we need this on Ruby. Let me just say, you do not want one of these. Like this, they know everything. But what does this have to do with Ruby? Ruby was a communist hunter? Oh, here we go. Oh, Ruby removed this guy, and so he accused Ruby of being a communist. Listen, Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby was not a bouncer. I need something about Ruby. Jack Rubenstein, here we go. Jack Rubenstein, Vice President, Textiles Workers Union of America, CEO, 99 University Place, advised that although no complete records were presently maintained concerning Kleiner's employment with the union, he would estimate from the best of his recollection that Kleiner was employed as an organizer with the union from the latter part of 38 until June 40. Rubenstein explained that prior to 37, the United Textiles Worker Union was affiliated with the American Federation of Labor. In 37, the union disaffiliated itself from the AFL and remained an independent body. However, it was unofficially associated with the Congress of Industrial Organization. In May 39, the United Textiles Worker Union dissolved in a national convention to become the Textiles Workers of America and affiliate with the CIO. However, a dissident group of the convention refused to affiliate with the CIO and became the United Textiles Worker Union, AFL. Whoa! Rubenstein, who as of 1940 was general manager of the union, advised that Kleiner was considered lazy and uncooperative and failed to follow the instructions of his superiors, who, when he was employed as an organizer for the union. Against instructions, he led a sit-down strike at the Malvina Company, which resulted in the union losing a contract at the shop. Rubenstein stated that Kleiner was believed to be a communist and was the leader of the communist group at the Kavala plant. Rubenstein stated that he had every reason to believe that Kleiner was a communist as of 38 to 40, but is satisfied that he is not a communist today. Rubenstein questioned Kleiner's sincerity and integrity, remarking that when the union brought action against Brett Hyman, a former union official in criminal court, Brooklyn, New York, for misappropriation of funds, Kleiner appeared as a character witness on behalf of Heinrich. It is to be noted that Bert Hyman is presently an official of the United Textile Workers and is listed as a reference by Kleiner in connection with the incident investigation. Rubenstein further advised that in January 47, they were attempting to unionize plants at the Jamestown Worst Company. Wow. Rubenstein got Kleiner indicted federally. Rubenstein stated that he does not consider Kleiner to the type of individual to represent the interests of the United States and would be suspicious of Kleiner in a position of trust and confidence. Here are the confidential informants mentioned. They just list them all. Whoa. I enjoyed doing this. Did we get a Diddy verdict, or are they done for the day? Looks like they're done for the day. So it looks like the Diddy verdict, the Diddy jurors have been sent home. We'll watch for end of the day wrap up. I have a little bit more research to do, and then we're going to watch the end of a lecture on Saudi Arabia, and then we're done for the day. Let me just say, if you don't know how to research these FBI files, my word, Jack Ruby, let me just tell you right now, Jack Ruby was a very high level FBI source. I had no idea about this. This has changed my opinion about a lot of things. As if the Watergate story weren't big enough. Wow. Here, apparently there was a Diddy jury note. I think this was the one from earlier about the jury being uncooperative. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the newest note from the Diddy jury just in now per Inner City Press. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? Yes. Diddy's going down. Diddy's going down. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just listening, second Diddy jury note. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? Also, the jurors are ending for the day at 5 p.m., so they ended 9 minutes ago. Looks like we'll be back on Diddy Jury Watch tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on Diddy Jury Watch tomorrow. That is... Oh, thank you so much, Leslie Mack. Thank you so much for that, Colleen Henry, as well. Look at our super towels. Now, look what I'm looking at here. If you don't know, I'm looking at We just heard J. Edgar Hoover lie to Lyndon Johnson, or they were both knowingly lying to each other about the role of Jack Ruby as an FBI informant. Wow. Bro. Communist Party Jewish activities. Bruh. Whoa. This is... Whoa. They were tracking Jewish people in the Communist Party in 48? I mean, that says Communist Party Jewish activities. I mean, it's hard to... I mean, I can see it if you want to zoom. I mean, that says Communist Party Jewish activities. Whoa. And this is a document from 48, too. What, Jack Rubenstein was on this list? Jack Musin. Jack Rubin. No Rubenstein. Jacob, Harry. It even got Jack Rubin, which could be Jack Rubenstein. What year was this? Was this New York? Why was this in Jack Ruby's file? That must have been his alias. Bruh. Wait, what year was these contributions? 48? He was a communist in 48? Oh! Oh, 8548. They knew he was a communist. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is incredible. This is unbelievable. What, did they blackmail him? What's this? They were tracking this man. This dude was deep involved in U.S. labor stuff in the 40s and 50s. He was not some random dude. All right, what's this? George Morris. The Daily Worker! This was that publication that Charles Wiley was indexing. Oh my God, this is such a small world. This shit is all connected. Oh, how interesting. You got FBI reports from the Daily Worker that are advertising. Look at this, is the cross-reference information. This was being used in real time by the FBI and CIA. And it all came from Charles William Wiley. Charles Wiley was an American patriot. This man really helped the government. What a genius. How much you want to bet the confidential informant here is either Chester A. Sororian or Charles W. Wiley? On December 4th, 1947, confidential informant stated that the subject attended the Lenin School in Russia under the name Morris Yesem. The informant stated he received this information from Jack Rubenstein, Vice President, CIO Textiles Workers Union. Huh. No, the confidential informant. Oh, they really hide it. One of them is blanked out. NYND something. Another one is Nelson Frank. So Nelson Frank, a reporter for the New York World Telegram, was an FBI informant. Could you at the end of the day post? Yes. So I will try. The best way I think for me to do this is to let me just post the actual list of the documents that we're going through. So Jack Ruby FBI documents, and then I'll try to compile it. Thank you so much. And then what we're going through is the House National Select Committee. And interestingly, I don't even think these were in the FBI, the JFK files. These came out of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. But what they're basically telling us, okay, is that they're telling us a lot, which is that at the bare minimum, Hoover lied to LBJ, or LBJ and Hoover were knowingly lying to each other. But yes, thank you for that, Leslie. That's a great suggestion. I'll try to do that more often. What's a loves tonight? Hold on, I need to look this up. LEV loves the night. Hold on. This was a member of the Communist Party deviating from party policy. Oh, thank you. I'm having a great time. I'm going to try not to go for too much longer because I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do more Diddy Verdict Watch and more research on Jack Ruby. But look at this, right? Jack Ruby was last known to Crouch to be living in the Paterson, New Jersey area, engaged in trade union work as a textile worker. Ruby was also on the National Bureau of Young Communist League with Sohan in 1929, and while serving in this capacity was expelled by the Young Communist League for being a loves-tonight. They're trying to investigate some other guy named Rudolph Sohan, and look who they think he might know. Whitaker Chambers and all these other guys, and then Jack Ruby. This is crazy. Jack Ruby has been located in New York City and has been interviewed. Okay? So, like, they had a lot of files on this guy, especially, like, it heated up. Then he kind of drops off for a little bit. He went to Boston? Why does this just start out of nowhere? Wait. This is definitely... Hold on, listen to this. Former confidential informants blank and blank stated subject was organizer of Communist Party in Spanish Harlem in the early 30s and in charge of Latin or South American activities. They believe he is either in Florida, Cuba or Russia. The same informant stated the subject lived with Tess Overt, was not married to her, and that it was on party orders that he went to Boston and was dismissed from the party in 29. A lot of people were dismissed from the party in 29, and they seem to have all known each other. Mr. Jack, here we go. We keep getting hits on him. This is pretty rough. Mr. Jack Rubenstein was a member of the Communist Party in 1927 and 1928. He is now associated with the Textile Workers Union at 99 University Place. It has been the opinion of Paul Couch that Jack Rubenstein might have a picture or group photograph of the subject. Mr. Rubenstein stated that he did not have a picture or group photograph of the subject, that he did not know him at all, and that he did not associate him in any manner with Reva Giblet. He said he would be very much surprised if a group photograph of the subject was found any place. He was recontacted, but he stated that he could not refresh his memory and discover anything about the subject. You got to read these things closely. You see what I mean? Like the way this stuff can fall by the wayside is most people are not going to go read every single document, every single page. You have to screen every single line. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, I appreciate you, Harvard Yard. A lot of this stuff, it's not just active listening, but where the documents are up on the screen. You really got to know where you are, like in time, what you're reading. These are all like declassified files, so you really got to, and what's cool is you're looking into a side of history that you would never have been able to see at the time, and you can only see now because they're declassified. All right, how about this? We'll go until like 5:45 Eastern. Because the more I sleep tonight, the more I can wake up and do this again tomorrow, especially if we're going to be on Diddy Verdict Watch again, and since we have no idea what the hell is going on in Norfolk County. I'll tell you what, I don't think anybody knows what the hell is going on in Norfolk County right now. We are all utterly baffled. However, after looking at all of this stuff and solving Watergate and figuring out now that about Jack Ruby and all this, like everything is like, it's a question of can you find the truth? Not are you given the truth. You're not entitled to it. Can you find it? So what we're looking for, first of all, who is the subject here? Frank Leslie Tillibit. I don't know who that is. Let's see. All right, they're going to open it. Let's see. They do really good research. It is requested that you interview in view of subject's occupation as a textile designer, it is requested that appropriate informants in the textile industry in New York be interviewed concerning their knowledge of subject. In order to ascertain the identities and whereabouts of such informants, it is requested that you interview Mr. Jack Rubenstein, an official of the Textile Workers Union, 99 Lafayette Beach Street, New York. Mr. Rubenstein was a leading official of the Young Communist League prior to 1930 and is known to have cooperated with this service in the past. In this connection, it is noted that the subject herein visited the U.S. in the years 29 and 30, while Rubenstein was still active in the Young Communist League. Therefore, it is possible that Mr. Rubenstein would have known subject in the Young Communist League, as well as being able to furnish leads to persons who have made known the subject of a number of organizations during recent years. It is requested that Form I-69 informant record be submitted in the case of Mr. Rubenstein. There you go. There you go. You got it. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. It is in the JFK assassination system, identification form, record number 124-90132-10009, agency file number CR64-3002649. It's a document from the Immigration and Naturalization Service dated 12/11/53. And there you go. It talks about Jack Ruby being a confidential government informant. Ding, ding, ding. I win. I win again. Proof that Jack Ruby... It's not just proof. It's not just like he was giving information and it implies he's an informant. It says straight up he's an informant. And it says to fill out Form C-169. Oh, this is so glorious. Oh, I keep hitting home runs. Oh, my goodness. I know we're a little bit far removed from the case that is on everyone's mind, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, which no one can understand, and I don't know if we're ever going to understand, but I keep hitting home runs. Look at this. That is excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Check mark. Jack Ruby, confirmed governmental informant as early as 1953, and there was even a Form C-169. There you go. That's why we do this, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we do this live, because one, there's a record of this, and two, I can see now why none of this got released to the Warren Commission, because people would have been like, okay, why did an FBI informant shoot Lee Harvey Oswald? Why is it left to me to find? At first I was like, no, it's not me. It's just other people are researching this stuff and just not talking about it. And then after I realized, like, when you email someone who's like the primary researcher on a topic and you're like, hey, so I found this document that basically proves your entire theory right and vindicates President Nixon. And they're just blown away. Okay, then you start to realize, okay, maybe people aren't just reading through declassified FBI and CIA documents meticulously, line by line, as a hobbyist interest. Okay. All right then. I guess I got another story, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I got another one. Quite a day. You'll never find something like that. It's not indexed by Google. I'll tell you that. There you go. I don't even know what Form C-169 is. Informant record. But I'll tell you what, he's an informant. Ladies and gentlemen, I take my bow. I'm pretty sure eventually the government is just going to come to me and be like, okay, little towel, you come work for us now. That's enough of this. You've made your point. You have made your point. That's freaking incredible. Wow. I didn't expect to find that. I mean, the actual confidential informant record, I mean, that's like, you never find that. Never. They're normally so good. Right, I know, but they're normally so good at. Oh, the three tramps. Isn't this gonna? Yep. And who do we think the three tramps are? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it were E. Howard Hunt. But let me tell you, we're going to keep going on this because we got what we needed. I knew it was coming. I could just sense it. I don't know if you watch these streams very often, but you can kind of tell when I'm like, all right, like there's something odd about the fact that Jack Ruby's files were withheld from the Warren Commission, but then all of a sudden I can just read them in full from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And then there you go. And listen, let me just be clear. This is not in a file about Jack Rubenstein. This is in a file about a guy named Leslie Tillett, but it happens to have the subject tag of Jack Ruby because if you look hard enough, and it's not even like on the first page, on the second page or third page, into the third page, Jack Ruby, and it's cut off to make sure you keep reading, okay? Look at that. Look at that. Right there. Jack Ruby was a governmental informant for decades. It started at least in 53, but it looks like it started in 49. So I think what happened was, all right, I think I put it together, all right? What happened was Jack Ruby was a communist who got expelled from the Communist Party for being something called a Lovestoneite, a Lovestoneite. I don't really understand. Lovestoneite. It apparently means a member of a faction of the American Communist Party who deviates from party policy, especially on the question of accepting and working with established trade unions. Okay? So apparently he didn't want to work with trade unions, but then went and joined a trade union. And also, like, from what I understand, so he was a communist. He left, Jack Ruby was a communist. He left the Communist Party in 29 or 30. Then he really hated communists and joined a labor union and just existed to hunt communists in the labor union, which is a little bit weird. Maybe he was mad. So first of all, I don't understand. Why would you get expelled from the Communist Party because you didn't want... So the Communist Party wanted to work with trade unions, and you didn't want to work with trade unions, so you left the Communist Party, or you got kicked out. But then you went and joined a trade union so that you can hunt communists in the trade union. Is something not adding up here, or am I missing a piece of this? Why would he go from a communist who got kicked out of the Communist Party because the Communist Party wanted to work with trade unions to a trade union secretary who hunted communists? All right, let me click on the Lovestoneite's Wikipedia. Maybe I can figure out, and thank you, Leslie Mack. Maybe this will help us a little bit here, because I am completely baffled as to how he could have gotten thrown out of the Communist Party. All right, let's go to the Wikipedia here. Oh, there was some guy named Joe Lovenstone. Oh, they were anti-Soviet communists. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry for using... What is this? okay. When Nikolai Berkheim was purged from the Soviet leadership, his supporters in various countries known as the Right Opposition were also expelled or left the various national parties. In the United States, this tendency was led by J. Lovestone, former General Secretary of the Communist Party. Under the pretext of fighting the rights, the present leadership of the Communist International has been revising the fundamental principles of Leninism and distorting and destroying the Leninist line of the Comintern. As a result, the sections of the Comintern have been thrown into isolation, chaos, and confusion, and the best and most experienced revolutionists driven out and expelled to be replaced by incapable, politically bankrupt new leaderships. Against the revision of Leninism, against the destruction of our parties and of their mass influence, it becomes the duty of all revolutionary workers to fight. So apparently they agreed with the fundamental aims of communism but didn't like the leaders. Huh. Apparently they were targeted with violence by the communists. Apparently they did not like the rise of the Third Reich. And then they didn't like the cult of personality in the Soviet Union. They didn't, of course they hated Stalin because he purged their guy. And then they just dropped the name communism. Wow. All right. Okay. So, hello. How are you, Vicky Moore? It's great to see you, my dear friend. We're doing research on Jack Rubenstein, the FBI informant who people didn't know was an FBI informant, and I figured out, I was so baffled as to what happened, so I now figured it out. So what happened was there were two splits in the Communist Party in the United States. The first one we're not as concerned with. It had to do with Lenin and Trotsky. The second one in 1929 we are concerned with. And it had to do with a factional split between hard right communists and like Stalin, like hard left communists. I didn't even know hard right communists were a thing. Apparently they were a thing. And what hard right communists did not like, and I don't even understand what this means. I'm going to have to conceptualize this. But the hard right communists were communists who didn't like the Third Reich, obviously, and they didn't like Stalin because Stalin purged their guy from the Soviet Union. So they were like stateless communists. And then apparently, eventually what happened was they all decided that they didn't want to be communists anymore because communism got taken over by Stalin. So I guess like the reason we tolerated them in the U.S. is that they weren't really communists. They kind of like picked the winning side before like the whole like split, the World War II split. Like, so they were communists who hated Stalin, but they, oh my God, it's genius. But they had networked within the Communist Party. And so they were perfect federal informants because they hated Stalin. They were perfect communist hunters. They hated Stalin. They knew the Communist Party well. And, oh yeah. Oh, I get it now. I'm so glad I learned about this. Thank you so much to Leslie Mack. This is crazy. So it's like the Communist Party wasn't even, there were good communists and bad communists. Oh, now my mind. And Jack Ruby was one of the good communists? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I don't know if my mind can handle this. I thought we were supposed to hate communism. But there's like this part, well, it wasn't really communism. It was this part of early communism in the 20s and 30s that didn't really like Stalin and preferred trade unions and ended up being anti-communist. Which I'm a little bit baffled by how all of that works. But I guess some of the communists were pro-America. And then they were so pro-America, they were like, we don't like communism anymore. And that was Jack Ruby. Oh, God, that's incredibly confusing. But I think I figured it out. All right, so in short, ladies and gentlemen, we have put together, not only was Jack Ruby a federal informant, and we've confirmed that, they filled out Form C-169 about him, but furthermore, which I think is even more fascinating, I forget what I was talking about. Hold on. This is why I have live replay. Hold on. It was this part of early communism. Oh, right. Not only was Jack Ruby a communist and a federal informant for decades, but the reason they wanted him as a federal informant is because he was an anti-Stalin, right-wing communist who then joined a trade union and became anti-communist. Does that all make sense? It makes perfect sense to me. Are we all on the same page? It's Towel History class now. I did not know about this, but this... my brain. Of course, this is unbelievable. He wasn't a mob guy. The mob was just an extension of the government. This man was a high-level informant for the government about the communists. The damn communists. But apparently some of the communists were good communists. I don't really understand this at all. They were like anti-Stalin communists who then decided they didn't want to be communists anymore. Which, I mean, all right. You know, they were on the right side for the wrong reason. They seemed to hate Stalin more than they loved America. But, you know, enemy of the enemy. I'm still pretty sure, though, if Stalin were overthrown, they would have just become communists again. So I'm a little bit perplexed here as to what's going on. By the way, I looked at one of the, and maybe it's because it was a CIA file, but I looked at one of the Warren Commission files where they did a check for Jack Ruby, and it was like, all we found is a 1929 record saying he got expelled from the Communist Party. And I was like, are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure that Jack Ruby, if he was a communist in 1929, was not just ignored by the federal government, and he was not. Now, let's see. What do you think Jack Ruby was doing in 1961? He kind of falls off the radar for a little bit there. So here's the one from 54. What's he doing in 54? March 1, 54. Captioned as above, requesting Bureau authority to interview Jack Rubenstein concerning subject Beatrice Hyman. And why do you need Bureau authority to interview Jack Rubenstein? Bureau authority is granted to interview Rubenstein concerning Hayman's membership in the Young Communist League and other pertinent information concerning her. This interview should be conducted in coordination with existing instructions involving interview with security subjects. New York is requested to expedite the interview with Rubenstein and to submit a report suitable for dissemination reflecting results of the interview. What is a security subject? What is a security subject? I knew he was an anti-communist. Here we go. Beatrice Hyman is presently under investigation for possible perjury before a congressional committee in that she denied Communist Party membership under oath while testifying before a committee in 1951. Jack Rubenstein is presently associated with the Textile Workers Union of America and Bufflies and BU and Bureau. It says BU files, so I think that means Bureau files indicate that he is anti-communist. He was a former member of the Young Communist League in the late 1920s, which is a pertinent period insofar as the membership of Beatrice Hyman in the Communist Party and the YCL is concerned. This interview is desired in order to establish the possible use of Rubenstein as a witness against Hyman. Copies of this letter are being furnished to WHO office in the Hyman case. Oh my God. Oh my God. This man was a cooperating government informant. Like this man. They just sent him down there and were like, take out Lee Harvey Oswald. Oh yeah, these are good docs. They're hard to zoom in on because they're all very old, but the link is up there in the chat, and I'll pin it right now. Hold on. What was the last comment I made? Here, these are the documents we're going through. Replace pinned comment. Come on now. Come on now. Hold on a second. We're almost at the end of our day anyway. All right, I give up. All right, so these are the Ruby FBI documents. We're basically at, this is the best part of the story too, because we're at 61. So what was he doing in 61? This is the FBI's office out of Miami. What's he doing out of Miami? And who's this about? Michael Pascale, Patrick Era. Identify subscriber to telephone number CL21578. Person called listed as Giovanni. How does Ruby get in this one? There it is. Jack Ruby. Why was Ruby living in Florida, in Miami, in 61? Very interesting. We're looking. Oh, here we go. Jack Rubin. And this is Jack Ruby's alias. And this was, she purchased it for her son-in-law, Jack Rubin. So this is this is Jack Ruby's mother-in-law. And he was in the plastering business? Okay. And then what's he doing a month later? Is he still in Florida? Yep. And now he's involved in a RICO case? So he went from, Bo again, Vicky Moore and Steph. Wait, so Jack Ruby went from this like communist informant to being involved in an investigation related to RICO? Why? Oh, laborers union. Here we go. Oh, it's mob shit. Look at this. It's straight mob stuff. They're talking about how some guys would not negotiate with the new individuals in the union and were relieved. Okay, so I wonder what these guys are. All right, here we go. This is the same guy, I imagine. MMT6 on September 26, 1961, advised that Jack Rubin is head of the national plastering concern, 911 West Avenue, Miami Beach, and resided at the Fontainebleau Hotel, telephone number JE82253. He said he was also told that the National Plastering Company is one of the biggest concerns of its kind, that Jack Rubin is a top-notch plastering executive, and that Rubin formerly operated Rubin Brothers Plastering Concern, which concern handles only sizable job. He described Rubin as a white male, age about 50, height 6 feet, weight 215, thin black hair. So he was using a fake name and running a construction company in Miami? What? What? What was Ruby's connection to this guy? Bruh. MMT-28 on October 17, 1961 advised that Puccini's restaurant, Miami, Florida, which is getting ready to open, is owned by Joe Frschetti, Max Raymond, alias of Max Etter, and Frank Sinatra. He said that the manager of this restaurant will be Tony Romano and that a gambling room is being built in the back of the restaurant. Bro, this is straight mob shit. I knew it. With respect to the National Plastering Company, it should note that Jack Rubin, previously mentioned, has an interest in this concern. Bro, he joined the mob. Oh, God. But he was Jewish. He must have been an associate. Oh, ooh, I wonder if he was in Murder, Inc. Oh, my dear God. This is straight mob shit. And this man knew Frank Sinatra. Jack Ruby knew Frank Sinatra. Oh. Incredible. Incredible. Frank Sinatra was connected to Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby definitely joined the mob after he got caught at being a communist. Well, he wasn't really a communist. He was an anti-communist communist. It's a long story. It doesn't sound like it can exist, but it does exist. This is wild. So here's how it runs out. It's that Max Etter has a 50% interest in the National Plastering Company, okay? And the plastering company is also owned by Jack Rubin. And then the plastering company's owner, Max Etter, owns a restaurant in Miami with Frank Sinatra. Uh-huh. And he lives at a hotel. He tends to just make things up, Tanya. He'll like make stuff up from last year. It's mostly just clout chasing. I tend to just ignore it. This is crazy. Investigative clerk Clifford M. Warner, on November 14, 1961, checked the records of the Miami Beach Police Department, Dade County Sheriff's Office, Miami Police, and Miami Municipal Court with negative results as to Jack Rubin. Oh, this is wild. All right. Okay. I think I see what happened. They caught Ruby involved in this RICO thing. Oh. Who took a plea? Who took a plea? Coburger has taken a plea deal, reports Colleen Henry. Coburger has taken a plea deal, reports Colleen Henry. Breaking news, reports Colleen Henry. Coburger has taken a plea deal, ladies and gentlemen. I'm confirming right now, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Coburger may have taken a plea deal. Breaking news, this is why we stay late, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news, this may be confirmed. Hold on, let me actually click on the link. I trust Colleen Henry, though. She's super towel. But we have a rule here on Towel Channel. I got to actually open the link before I put it up on the screen. I can't just say it. I have to open it and then put it on the screen. Breaking, Brian Coburger reportedly expected to plead guilty. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Coburger, ladies and gentlemen, expected to plead guilty. I repeat, Brian Coburger has accepted a plea deal. Sources confirm the prosecution has dropped the death penalty in exchange for Coburger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and serving life. More details to come soon. Whoa. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. No Coburger trial. No Coburger trial. I repeat, there will be no Coburger trial. He is expected to plead guilty, reports Brian Enton. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Enton of News Nation reports there will be no Coburger trial. Our super towel friend Colleen Henry broke the news. It came out just 17 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. There will be, I repeat, there will be no Coburger trial. There will be no Coburger trial, ladies and gentlemen. We were about to start getting ready for it, but I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the news is confirmed just now. There will be no Coburger trial. The state has dropped the death penalty in exchange for a guilty plea to the 4 murders. Coburger will plead guilty in exchange for taking the death penalty off the table. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a plea agreement in the Idaho 4 case. Yes, I was about to get ready to prepare to cover the case. There will be no trial, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Coburger to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, reports Brian Enton of News Nation just 17 minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no Idaho 4 trial. Thank you to Super Towel Colleen Henry. There will be no Idaho 4 trial. I repeat, Brian Coburger will be pleading guilty. Brian Coburger, news breaking across the wires just now. Brian Coburger will be pleading guilty, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Coburger will be pleading guilty. I have the breaking news for you confirmed on the screen right now. Now, the news is being reported by Brian Enton of News Nation, but he is the senior national correspondent, and his sources are saying the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Coburger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and serving life. Coburger has accepted the deal, ladies and gentlemen. I am breaking in to confirm that Brian Coburger, in just the last 16 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so right around 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time, less than 16 minutes ago, Brian Coburger accepted a plea deal, according to Brian Enton of News Nation. Brian Coburger has accepted a plea deal. There will be no trial in the Idaho 4 murder case. In some states, victims do get consulted, but it is not required that victims give permission. So if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no trial in the Idaho 4 case. They're scheduled to begin on August 16th, I believe. Coburger had just lost a motion to delay the trial, and then within days, ladies and gentlemen, within days, Brian Coburger takes a plea. Yes, if you're just tuning in, breaking news across the wires right now, per Brian Enton at News Nation, Brian Coburger has accepted a plea deal in the Idaho 4 case. It is confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed per Brian Enton, at the senior national correspondent with News Nation. Brian Coburger has accepted a plea deal, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels. Sources confirm, according to Brian Enton, that the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Coburger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and serving life. Coburger has accepted the deal. There will be no trial, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Yep, Coburger lost his third-party culprit defense play. Coburger lost his motion to delay the trial. Coburger took the plea. There you go. Now, I have not analyzed the Idaho 4 case as much as I had hoped to, because it was next up on our list of cases. And I will say, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The news has been broken. Brian Coburger has accepted a plea deal. And this is a big thing to get wrong, and I don't think News Nation senior correspondent will get this wrong. Coburger has accepted the deal, sources close to the prosecution indicating that they were willing to drop the death penalty in exchange for Coburger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and serving life, which he will be doing. So if you're just tuning in just 14 minutes ago, it's just past 6 p.m. Eastern here on, Monday, June 30th, 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, Brian Coburger has pleaded guilty. Indeed, and Idaho would have used the firing squad. They would not have held back. Now, I am expecting more details to break tonight. I got a text literally 10 minutes after that tweet went up, and the tweet also says more details. So I expect we might get something more tonight on this. I don't know about the exact structure of the deal, the allocution, what we're going to hear, but we're going to keep an eye on this, folks. We're going to turn our monitoring over to Court TV. We're going to see if we get any statements related to the Coburger plea deal. It has not been formally announced, but if you're just tuning in, we'll stay for some extra towel coverage tonight. And to thank Colleen Henry and my fellow Super Towels, I was about to go to bed, but no rest for the wicked, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, 65 CJ5. Yeah, that's probably true, Eric. I think I would have No more early finish tonight. We got to stick around to see what news will be announced about Coburger. I expect more news to be incoming in the next hour, at least the scope of the plea deal and whatnot, the allocution, something further about the plea deal. We'll wait an hour or so. We'll see what happens. We can watch a little bit of the lecture on Saudi Arabia. Oh, and we have a little bit more research to do on what was it? Jack Ruby, which is very interesting. Expect potential docks, only 3 p.m. on the West Coast, likely more to be reported next 2 to 3 hours. Yep, I agree. Yeah, Vinnie Paulton won't be happy. Yep. Obviously, Coburger. Oh, and apparently the Colleen Henry reports the family is not happy about the plea. But listen, it's not, as much as I would love to say that the law is written such that victims get the final call in these cases, or victims' family, they don't. It's an and I'm not saying this in a good or bad way. You have to make your own judgment on it. But it's an administration of justice issue. Okay, you've seen how just one juror or like any number of things can screw up a case. So it's an administration of justice issue. Does it guarantee the result that the state wants, which is Brian Coburger admitting guilt? If it does, then they do it. If they can make sure it's to murder, they take it. Okay, here's the statement from the Conclave's family. It's true. Okay, so the plea has been confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. The plea has been confirmed. We are beyond furious at the state of Idaho. They have failed us. Please give us some time. This was very unexpected. We appreciate all your love and support. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The Conclave's family are not happy with the plea that has just come down in the Coburger case. Just literally this second, ladies and gentlemen, this second. 7 minutes ago, went up on the page. This second, Colleen Henry passed it along, and it's unfortunate. I didn't realize the family was going to be this frustrated. It seems like they told the state of Idaho they were furious. They wanted this man executed, it appears, but the state of Idaho has accepted a life term. Now, a life term means no parole. I promise you, a life term means no parole. But that is the end of the case, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the Brian Coburger case. We will see the victims' impact statements. The family will get to say their piece. But we are staying for extra towel coverage tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We were going to end. We were going to end and wrap up in more Diddy Verdict Watch tomorrow, along with more analysis and studying of Jack Ruby. But nope. We are staying for extra towel coverage, ladies and gentlemen. We expect more reaction to the Coburger plea in the coming hours. Stay with Towel Stream. I'll have your it won't be on the ground, but I'll have your on the social media updates. We have Super Towel Colleen Henry monitoring. Unexpected, out of nowhere, last minute development, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Coburger has pleaded guilty according to sources, and it is now confirmed. I can confirm per the family of the Goncalves, and this is the first time I'm pronouncing a lot of these names. So, and I'm literally 1/10 into learning about this case, even though I've been following it for a while, and I know the 4 names of the 4 victims. I know their first names. The last names can be hard to pronounce for me. Names can be hard to pronounce, so I don't want to get it wrong. But the family has put out a statement of one of the victims, and they have confirmed that the plea is in. So the Brian Coburger plea is in, ladies and gentlemen. The Brian Coburger plea is in. And this was, the family statement was confirmed by Kathy Russon, the managing editor at Law and Crime. Definitely give Kathy a follow. That's at Kathy Russon, KathyRussoo. We love all our Law and Crime friends. Hello to Anjanette Levy. Hello to all the Super Towels over at Law and Crime. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the news breaking just 26 minutes ago. If you're just tuning in, 26 minutes ago, there will be no Idaho 4 trial. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no Idaho 4 trial. I will, Vicky, definitely. If we can just, I think I've heard of the Morpheo trial. I haven't looked into it, but I've heard of it. But yes, if you're just breaking in, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just checking in, this is a very, very unexpected development. Brian Coburger has accepted a plea deal. There will be no Idaho 4 trial. It was scheduled to start up in just over a month and a half in August in Idaho. Coburger had just lost his motion to delay the trial, just lost his motion for a third-party culprit defense, and obviously, as Amber Am and others have pointed out in the chat, it was expected, half expected, that this could happen. But the families, the family of at least one of the victims in the case, which was a gruesome quadruple murder in the town of Moscow, Idaho, just a few years ago, committed. Now it is affirmed it was committed by criminal justice student Brian Coburger, who was studying at Washington State University nearby. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Brian Coburger pleading guilty, confirmed. The family of at least one of the victims is furious with the state of Idaho. Yep, no death penalty here, unfortunately. Now listen. This is one of those cases where you want to talk about the clash between Towell's personal views and am I covering Corey Richins? I will need to learn about that. My plan was to do Donna Adelson, the Adelson trial, but I will also take a look at Corey Richins. Really what it comes down to is I have to look at the case, and I have to take the time to analyze whether it's something that I'm interested in covering. There's a lot of cases, and for me, there's this very specific threat to the justice system or something that undermines the integrity of the process. There are certain things I look for in cases when determining whether to cover them. Not because I think those issues should be highlighted, but because that's what personally will interest me enough to cover the case. And I'm not saying every case doesn't deserve that level of coverage. Of course it does. But I'm one person, and if I cannot cover everything, so I have to pick certain things. Got it. Wow, Colleen Henry. Yes, that's intense. Bridge, it's good to see you. But yes, no doubt that I will cover the Adelson case. That case has high-level corruption, and I can tell the money is dirty. I can already tell the Adelson money, because you don't do shit you don't hire effing hitmen if you're just a regular run-of-the-mill person. You do that if you're in the orbit of people who know hitmen. And the way that she got the hitman, or who she thought was the hitman, the way that she got the hitman, or tried to recruit the hitman through her daughter's boyfriend, and then the bump by the FBI. There's so much interesting stuff in there. 65 CJ5, it depends what state. If you're in a Republican state, yes. If you're in Massachusetts, first of all, you can't get the death penalty unless it's a federal case. But the chances of you getting the death penalty here, unless you killed a child or murdered someone and hung them from a door, unless you did something really bad, you're probably not getting the death penalty with a Massachusetts jury, even in federal court. There are only certain offenses where you can even get the death penalty in Massachusetts. And then I don't think maybe they kill you here, or they take you somewhere else, I don't know. But we don't have it as an option in this state. And the reason why is, one, we voted to outlaw it. It's not legal. But the other thing is, if you tried to do the death penalty in a state with people who are there's a certain form of religious. It's kind of like Protestant / I don't know, East Coast establishment. But there's a form of religion that is very anti-death penalty. Even though you would think that some, religions are okay with it. They're around here, no. And most juries would not give you the death penalty, even if you won a conviction on a murder case that was brutal. In Idaho, yes, they will do it. In Florida, yes. In Missouri, yes. Louisiana, yes. Texas, yes. Oklahoma, yes. Nevada, I don't know if they have the death penalty, but they would vote to do it there. Colorado, probably not. Arizona, yes. California, I think they had it for a while, but abolished it, so they wouldn't do it now. Oregon, no. Washington State, no. North Dakota, probably. South Dakota, probably. Minnesota, no. Michigan, no. Pennsylvania, I don't know if they still have it. They're kind of 50-50. Maine, I don't know if Maine still does it. I could see them doing it. New Hampshire, probably. Vermont, no. Connecticut, no. Rhode Island, no. Virginia, West Virginia, they might do it there. Basically, it really depends on like what area of the country you're in. The more like southwest you are in the United States, the more likely the jury is to vote for the death penalty. The more like Midwest, Mid-South, yes. Anytime you go like north of the Mason-Dixon line, except for a few exceptions here and there, or like west of the Rockies, you're not going to get the death penalty. It's either outlined by state law or the people would never. It's a form of cultural resistance to the death penalty. That's why the states banned it, because all their juries would never vote for it anyway. There were very few executions even before the death penalty was outlawed in California and Massachusetts, because in those places, the governor would always just delay and delay and delay and delay. And so eventually they just got rid of it because it was pointless. But in Idaho, yes, absolutely 100%, a jury would convict and then they would shoot you up against a wall because they're a little bit old-fashioned there, and it's a little hard to get the drugs to do executions these days. So Idaho's solution was, we are going to put you up against a wall and shoot you. I don't necessarily think that's like the greatest life decision. I don't know why they do that, but like that was their response to a shortage of drugs. They were like, okay. Yeah, so in general, and it's not just because we're liberal. I want to be clear. Like liberals, like I'm not liberal, obviously, but I know I'm around a lot of liberals who support the death penalty. It's not that. There's a certain religious ethic in blue states. It's like a puritanical religious ethic, and like there's something like just they won't do it. Now for me, it's a very hard issue, right? So I'm Roman Catholic, and I think if there were like a federal death penalty sentence, right, and I had the the call would be to me, right, at the commutation call. And I need to be very, very direct with you. I personally do not support the death penalty. I don't agree with it. I understand that it is very, very important as a form of retribution, and I'm not going to deny it to the people of the states that have legalized it, but I don't support it. It's not legal where I am, except for federal cases, and very few federal death penalty cases get tried in Massachusetts, if ever. It's almost unheard of. It's very rare. However, if I were in political office, especially if I were in like the presidency, what I would say is we have a system of laws in this country. I represent the people. Not just my views on what the laws should be. I represent the people who elected me and the laws as they were when I was elected. And so those people elected me expecting me to uphold the laws that they voted for. And the federal death penalty is legal. So barring some kind of like racial bias, like something in the like case that is extraordinary and the lower courts didn't see or something, barring that, I would let the execution happen. Not because I agree with it morally. In fact, the fact that they would be doing it in my name would really hurt me. I would cry like every day that there was a federal execution. I would go to bed praying and crying because they killed someone in my name. But then at the same time, I would not stop it from happening. I wouldn't use the power of commutation because I don't believe I should override the will of the public. So if they want to get rid of the federal death penalty, they can. They haven't. Therefore, I will enforce it. I don't want to. I don't agree with it, but I will enforce it. And that's how I think about it. Yeah, it's weird, 65 CJ5. It's a very complex political dynamic. The death penalty is a very unique issue. I don't know how to explain it. It transcends ideological lines and kind of blurs them a little bit. Like, people who tend to be pro-life tend to be, people who tend to be pro-life tend to be people who tend to be pro-choice tend to be anti-death penalty. People who tend to be pro-life tend to be pro-death penalty. Okay, so it's a little bit weird. All right, hold on, little towels. What do we got? Okay, hold on. There's a plea from. There's a plea explanation. I'm going to check right now. I'm going to bring it up on. All right, we got a plea explanation from Ashley Banfield. I think she's pretty good. So thank you to Super Towel for bringing this up. Hold on one second. Let me bring it up on your screen here. Here's the Brian Coburger plea explanation, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring this up on your screen. x.com/TVAS. Oh, it just was uploaded. So ASH. All right, so if you're just tuning in, there has been a verdict, a plea deal in the Brian Coburger case. We're about to tune in to Ashley Banfield, who has an update. We're going to check in over on Ashley's Twitter. If you're just checking in, the Brian Coburger plea deal has been accepted. All right, to transition from the last topic that I was talking about, because now I am getting ready to take a look at Ashley Banfield's explanation of the plea deal. It was just uploaded, so I just need a little bit of time. All right, I'll give her a follow. Maybe I'll see if I can get followed back by her. All right, here we go. All right, let's take a listen. So, plea deal explanation from Ashley Banfield. Let's all listen together.
It's not like I haven't seen this before. I am not going to lie. I did not expect this. Brian Coburger has been offered a plea deal, and News Nation has learned that he's accepted a plea deal. This deal takes death off the table as long as he agrees to spend the rest of his natural life in prison with no possibility to get out on parole. That's also known as toe tag parole, colloquially. Means you're not getting out unless there's a tag on your toe. The other thing that he has to waive is the right to appeal. So, bye-bye, is basically what this plea deal is. Here's why I'm surprised. Not shocked, but I'm surprised. Because I felt that the government had him dead to rights. I really did. I felt like the government had so much evidence on this guy, and everything that everybody's debated has just been academic. It's been small. Yeah, you get the OJ verdict every so often, right? But when you've got a slam dunk, typically you got a slam dunk. And I know that the people of Idaho, many of them, wanted a death penalty for a crime of this magnitude. And so for Idaho to have yielded, there's another reason as to why they might. And that is cost. It is expensive. It is expensive
She's right.
to hold a trial like this. It is expensive to sentence someone to death, because it's not just this trial, it's all the appeals. It's the 20 to 30 years sometimes that it takes to actually execute someone. It's not instantaneous. There's only one Timothy McVeigh that I can think of in my 40-year career, and he just didn't want to sit in prison very long, so he waived most of his appeals. He was not allowed to waive one of his appeals. It was a mandatory appeal. He would have
Right, they made him do one of his appeals.
waived that one too. But so there you go. There you go. And here's the one thing I'm upset about. A couple things. I know that Kaylee Gonzalez's family really wanted a death penalty. I know that the other families, it wasn't as important to some of them. Didn't bring their kids back. But the details of what the hell happened, that's something that I would really like to know. And the government knows some details and kept them under a gag order for this last 2.5 years. And I expect that Brian Coburger will have to do an allocution in court in order to accept this plea bargain. He'll have to say a few things, right? He'll have to stand up in court and say some things. So it remains to be seen just how much we're going to learn. But I am so sorry. I am very sorry that justice won't feel like justice for some people, certainly for families. They'll never feel whole. They'll never get closure. But I am sorry for many of you who really wanted to see justice play out.
She's right. That was my analysis. That was very. First of all, she is very smart. I'm going to give her a follow. I think I already followed her. She is incredibly intelligent. Is that Ashley Banfield, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Just perfect. Nailed it. I mean, that's the point. I said it right away. It was a judicial efficiency question. It pains me to say it. I don't like it. But that's what's going on, folks. There was a plea in the Coburger case, not necessarily because of the cost of this trial, but because he would have appealed for 30 years. It would have cost him millions. Oh, what are we congratulating Eric for? Hold on. I want to join in the celebrations. But yes, so... it makes sense. It all lines up. Coburger got basically the benefit. His life is spared. He's gonna be miserable for the rest of his life, but his life is spared and he won't get killed because it would have cost probably, I'd say, $20 to $40 million to kill him over the 30 years, and it's going to cost nothing for the state to do this. They'll have to house him, but it's going to cost them nothing. And it's not just purely a cost issue. It's also a question of there were 4 victims. It seems like, according to Ashley's reporting, 2 or 3 of the families were okay with this. 1 really wanted the death penalty. And really, again, it's Idaho, so it's very fiscally conservative, and a lot of the citizens are going to want the death penalty, but the state's going to still weigh that against what the citizens are going to think of the cost. It's brutal, but that's what they're going to think. That's exactly the decision they made. I don't think it's necessarily... I think it's more, what will the defendant accept, Amber Am? Like, a plea deal is always like the state is never willing to give up a lot. So if the defendant won't give up 95%, then no plea. I don't know enough about the Daybell trial to tell you, though, why that specific trial played out the way it did. She was kind of out of her mind too, Daybell. I saw some of the trial. She was literally saying ridiculous things to the judge. So who knows if she was being rational in plea negotiations or what even the plea negotiations were. I don't know enough about that case. All I know is she was a crazy person and deserves to be in prison, in my opinion. But yes, okay, so I want to see a little bit more. I want to see if anything else comes in about the Coburger case. Then there's one more piece of research I want to do. If you missed earlier, by the way, we literally stayed late and got to see the news of the Coburger plea because we determined, and we were literally in the middle of figuring out, that what happened with Jack Ruby is he became a federal informant. He was one of the folks involved in the JFK assassination. He became a federal informant clearly in 1953 because he was a anti-Stalin communist. Okay? And now, out of nowhere, we get this 1961 report where Ruby, under a fake name, gets caught up with the mob and a Frank Sinatra owned club in Miami related to a RICO investigation. And look at that. Where Jack Ruby was staying, there was a card room at the Fontainebleau Hotel. And he knew who the amount and the identity of the card cheaters who perform in said card room. Hey, Jack Ruby, what were you doing at the Fontainebleau Hotel? Seems like you were managing Max Eater's card game, huh? Let's see. We need a documentary on Jack Ruby. That's what we're watching before we go to bed. Okay, hold on. You just let me know. We will do a panel tomorrow. Anyone who's interested in a panel on anything that's been discussed today, yesterday, juror number 11, Karen Reed, John O'Keefe trial, you just let me know. I would love to do a panel tomorrow, whether you want to be on with Harvard Yard and myself or just me. We'll do it. I would have loved to have Harvard Yard on today, but I don't want to make Harvard Yard analyze Jack Ruby. I feel like Harvard Yard would be like, Grant, you've solved Watergate. What are you doing now? But yes, I would love to have Harvard Yard on a panel tomorrow. We'll talk about the Coburger plea. We'll talk about, 65. Hey, 65, CJ5, want to check this out? Brah. This is sorry to brah you, but you want to see something cool? You want to see something really cool? Look at this. So, now you want to see Frank Sinatra in an FBI document? So this is Jack Ruby, okay? He's in Florida in 1961. First of all, look at all these Jack Ruby files in the FBI, okay? There's like 50 of them, all right? We're only at 1962. The Kennedy assassination hasn't even happened. In this file, okay, and if you 65 CJ5, if you are into old Blue Eyes, you'll love this. Jack Ruby was like a communist in the 20s, all right? But he was a communist who hated Stalin. So he left the Communist Party and then became a union man who would hunt communists in unions. It's complicated. So then he became an FBI source in like 49 through like 53, or like 42 through 53. Then he fell off the radar for a little bit, all right? Then he pops back up in Miami. Now, he's the head of this national plastering concern, right? And he resided at the Fontainebleau Hotel, all right? And Jack Ruby is a top-notch plastering executive. He formerly operated Rubin Brothers Plastering. Now, this is Jack Ruby, all right? Now, take a look here, all right? Look who else owns the company in question. Max Eder has a 51% interest, 50% interest in the National Plastering Company, all right? Now, let's take a look. Now, it also says Max Eder is part of Paver Brothers Construction. Now, let's look down here. What does it say? On October 17, 1961, an informant advised that Puccini's restaurant, Miami, Florida, which is getting ready to open, is owned by Joe Frschetti, Max Raymond, alias of Max Eder, and Frank Sinatra. He said that the manager of this restaurant will be Tommy Romano and that a gambling room is being built in the back of the restaurant. With respect to the National Plastering Company, it should be noted that Jack Rubin, previously mentioned, had an interest in this concern. So not only was old Blue Eyes in deep. See you later, Steph. You have a great night, my friend. We're going to watch just a Jack Ruby documentary, and then it's bedtime, and tomorrow we may well do a panel. See, Harvard Yard's like, what are you doing? But anyway, so take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We now have proof that in 1961, Jack Ruby was in Miami, and he was subject of a racketeering investigation under his fake name. And he also knew Frank Sinatra. Now, you might be saying, Grant, okay, first of all, where did you find all this? Well, I'm a towel. Now, second of all, you might be saying, what exactly is this? Well, I'll show you exactly what it is. This, and how can you prove this is Jack Ruby? Well, it's because the FBI knew Jack Ruby used the name Jack Rubin because they categorized this under Jack Rubenstein when they released the files. All right. Now, then we go over here and we notice that the Fontainebleau Hotel, okay, was like a gambling front. All right. And one of these guys, there was like an anti-racketeering investigation, and Rubenstein got caught up in it, obviously. All right. Here you go. All right. Jack Rubenstein. And you can see it's an anti-racketeering case in 62. And this is how I think they pressured Ruby to go to New Orleans and shoot and shoot Lee Harvey Oswald. And so you can see here, Eder has some control in the operation of the card room at the Fontainebleau Hotel, and that in some manner he obtains a piece of the card room action, and further that he controls the amount and the identity of the card cheaters who perform in said card room. All right, well, what's the next thing we got? 22662. He was a hardcore informant, all right? Another anti-racketeering case, same thing. The FBI uses postal inspectors as informants, of course. Max Eder is a partner in National Plastering with Jack Ruby and Terry Rubin. Okay, but this is Jack Rubenstein. The plastering contracts of the Marble House. The game of poker, gin, and Pinoche. All right, name of... Oh, Ruby was an associate of the mob. Oh! Have fun with the fireworks. Hide the kitties. Yeah, oh yeah. Definitely involved in the unions. There you go. This is wild. Wild, wild. Associates. On November 30th, 1961, Rocky Pomerantz, constable, Miami Beach, advised that he understood Jack Rubin, a plastering contractor in Miami Beach, had one brother, possibly Ben Rubin, who was a gambler and went to Puerto Rico. He said he understood that another brother of Jack Rubin's, name unknown, was at one time business representative for the Construction Workers Union and Plasterer Workers Union in Miami. Joe McCullough advised that James Sy was a partner with Max Eder in the Alicia Ruth Lingerie shop at the Fontainebleau. He advised Sagai was originally from Chicago and was a very close associate of Sam Cohen, former member of the S&G, the Giancana, gambling syndicate, who is now deceased. He further advised that Sy at that time was acting as a bookmaker. Cheeky DiMaio. Oh, shit. Wow, they even figured out that the corporate listen, when the FBI is onto you, the FBI is onto you. And we're doing JFK research, and then we're finishing up for the night because of the Coburger verdict that delayed us a little bit. This is incredible. The Dun & Bradstreet report further reflects that Jack Rubin, who is listed as secretary and treasurer, was until recently a principal in the statewide plastering company, 1370 Washington Avenue, Miami Beach. And the other principal in that company with Rubin were Samuel Barnett and Brian Barnett. Previously, Rubin had been identified with a business known as Rubin Brothers, which operations have been discontinued. The report further reflects that the name Terry Rubin is believed to appear for corporate purposes only, and Max Eder is reported to have some previous experience in the building line locally. This is incredible. This is incredible. Okay, one guy described Jack Rubin as like 50. Now he's like 35. Wow. I mean, they just go all in. Oh yeah. And we're almost done. This is the big reveal. I'll summarize my reports in the morning. So, we're about to get to the JFK assassination date, which is 63. There's only a few more files in 62. What were they doing with him? They were on to these guys. They had them in 62. State Department? What? Why is the State Department involved? This is very, very interesting. Right, exactly. If Diddy walks on this, I'm giving up on life if Diddy walks. I really hope it doesn't happen. But we'll be on Diddy Verdict Watch tomorrow. Right now, I'm trying to figure out why the State Department is involved with Jack Ruby's, a pre-1963 FBI investigation of Jack Ruby. He wasn't just an informant. He became part of the mob. What? What? The Bureau is requested to present facts in this case to the department for consideration regarding the solicitation of the subject as a foreign agent. This request is based on the following factors. Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. They do what? All right. Oh my God. This is a document about recruiting people from other states as agents. All right. How does Jack Ruby get involved in this? Please explain this to me. Okay, it's talking about FARA. Any person who acts or agrees to act within the U.S. and holds himself out to be... Huh. How does this involve Jack Ruby? Oh my God, here we go. Information was received from NY source 35258S NYT5 that Cummings and Isidore Gibby Needleman discussed the question of selling British guana stamps to collectors. Needleman offered to put Cummings in touch with Jack Rubin, not further identified. I knew it! Jack Rubin wasn't from Miami, he was from New York. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. Hungarian funds, New York Division, Bureau File 65-32-424, reflects in the report of Special Agent James P. Wooten, dated 70/30/51, at New York on page 9, under the caption Transaction of Interest, that Jack Rubin, 17 Clinton Street. Jack Ruby was using the name Jack Rubin all the way back then. 17, that means when he became an informant for the feds, they made his name Jack Rubin. 17 Clinton Street, New York City, contributed to remittance to the Central Corporation of Banking Companies, Budapest. The report of S.A. Wooten on 12/4/51 reflects on page 14 under the caption Deposits of Interest that Jack Rubin, New York City, consignment of stamps, remitted $412.75 to a parties in Hungary. Oh, dear God. So who are their sources? Florence Penry, Protocol Office, U.S. Mission to the UN. The Director, Aaron T. Peters, Dr. Aaron T. Peters, Jr., 566 Green Ave, Brooklyn, New York. This is incredible. It's a little bit out of left field for research for us to be doing, but we're about to get to 1963-62, and I want to see what happens. I want to see how this guy, okay, Jack Rubin, coming on this occasion, coming with the question of selling British guana stamps to collectors, and indicated he favored a dealer named Lemon. Needleman disagreed and said he had come with a reliable individual named Jack Rubin. All right. Why were these postage stamps so... I don't understand it. Why did the mob want... Why did Ruby want postage stamps? All right, there's the last, basically the last two before JFK. This is why we read all these. What was he doing now? On a gambling charge. Well, they even do criminal checks on attorneys. Max Eater's residence. Jack Ruby then got some kind of apartment there. They had some serious informants on these cases. Sam Giancana. There you go. I told you Jack Ruby was connected to Sam Giancana. Told you. 100%. That's crazy. RJH, I'll take a look. Is it something in the water in Canton? Well, let's find out what it is exactly you found, dear friend. But I would just like to say, I told you this was going to be a connection to Sam Giancana. And there it is. Black and white. Black and white indeed. Yep, that is a little interesting. Very interesting indeed, RJH. So I would just like to say, clearly, this was a Sam Giancana operation. Clearly, Jack Ruby worked for Sam Giancana. I'm pretty sure, I think we're putting it all together now. You know what I'm saying? This is some crazy stuff. And then there's proof. And the FBI knew. Who's Era? Mike Wynn lost a lot of money at that guy. I don't know who Mike Wynn is. Sounds like it might be connected to that win. Maybe not. On August 10, 1962, S.A. Powell observed Jack Rubin, who's Jack Ruby, and Max Eder in Rubin's car driving north on Chase Avenue past Era's home. Later in the afternoon, Rubin was observed driving alone. Okay, Jack Ruby drove a four-door Oldsmobile belonging to his father, father-in-law Sam Fleiger. Paul Skinny D'Amato was back in town. He had an interest with Frank Sinatra and Sanford Waterman in the Cal Neva Lounge in Lake Tahoe. I think that's what ends up getting them all busted. Like that thing in Lake Tahoe is what leads to all of them getting banned from being in Vegas or something. I can see how Frank Sinatra almost got caught up. He was in deep. On July 2nd, the MMT7, an informant, advised that he had learned Rubin in November 1961 lived at 340 West 46th Street, and he was born in 1925. I think that's a fake birth date. He stated that he understood that Rubin is married to Terry Rubin, age 34, and they have two daughters. In November, Rubin had a 54 Oldsmobile and a 55 Chevy. Joe Fischetti is king around the Fontainebleau while Sinatra is there. It has been stated to him that Fischetti has the parking concession at the hotel. Joe Fischetti has cast a large number of checks. He stated that Sam Giancana, when in the area, frequents the Fontainebleau Hotel. He pointed out that Giancana appears to possess weight among the boys. Giancana, he learned, stays at the hotel off and on and is known around the hotel as an admirer of Phyllis McGuire. In the past, he always had the impression that the boys consider it somewhat of an honor to speak to Giancana. I would say so. Wow. They know everything. Sam Giancana arrived there on July 2nd, 1962. This is how Sam Giancana knew Jack Ruby. They knew each other for a while. This is wild. This is going to be the last. We're getting tonight. Listen. I normally don't just stay because, the Coburger verdict, but I was going to pick this up in the morning. No. First of all, I thought this was just hobbyist research until I realized I solved Watergate earlier, and then the Nixon Foundation, they didn't confirm it because they need to go do the research, but they basically were like, Grant, this is amazing. Then I realized, okay, when I research stuff, it's not just me doing hobbyist research. I somehow find myself to very important elements of the historical record. And after 9 or 10 hours, I'm not just going to stop. I'm going to get to 1963 or 4 and figure out what the hell happened to Jack Ruby in the lead up to the JFK assassination. Because as I can see right here, This was Sam Giancana's man in Miami. I mean, these files spell it out very clearly. Absolutely. Wow, Leslie, did you ever run into Sam Giancana? I've never been to the Fontainebleau. But let me just tell you right here that, I know for a fact that it's very clear that Jack Ruby was Sam Giancana's man. I mean, literally Sam Giancana's man. I mean, Jack Ruby must have been a hitter or something, because he was down there in Miami in the place where Sam Giancana hung out. So that can't be a coincidence, especially because Jack Ruby owned part of the construction company. Jack Ruby was Sam Giancana's hitter. I mean, one of them, that was not just the FBI and the whatever CIA or whatever down in Dallas. That guy, Jack Ruby, he was not a brawler in a New Orleans nightclub. He was clearly Sam Giancana's man. And he wasn't sent down there to be a brawler in a nightclub. He was sent down there, clearly, Jack Ruby, as recently as 1962, was in Miami Beach, Florida, being investigated for racketeering with connections to Frank Sinatra by the feds. He was disposable. Solid man. Disposable, though. Yeah, it wasn't very hard to track him. It was probably hard to track him back then, Ange, but not right now. I mean, these guys directly were connected to Sam Giancana. Oh, goodness. Mike Fox, chief of the Miami Beach PD, had rooms in and cabanas at the hotel for free. And others who got rooms for free were Paul D'Amato, Sam Giancana, and Sam Flood, and Miami Beach City Councilman Bernard Frank. Lou Walters with Jackie Davis and Murray Kay. This is wild. Here are the different informants that they use. Businessman comes in contact with a criminal element. Criminal element, criminal element, criminal element, criminal element, employee of another government agency, officer of a municipal police department. This memorandum is loaned to you by the FBI, and neither it nor its contents are to be distributed outside the agency to which it is loaned. Well, it was declassified, so. Thanks for loading it to me, FBI. You didn't load it to me, but. All right, we're almost at the assassination. Here we go. Isidore Gibby Needleman. And then the very next one is 11. So this was 11/07/62. He then disappears. The next time he pops up is the day after the assassination. So this is the very last one. Then nothing for the whole next year. Character of case. What is this? Now he's back up in New York? Now he's dealing with Soviet stuff again? The Needleman file operates as a control file? Okay, so why is Jack Ruby in this? Where is he? Where is he? Is he in here as an informant? This is... Wow, come on. Plant informant, office manager, Mark Lane, Eleanor Peel. What? Jack, come on, show me Jack Rubin. Dr. Kilgman, Bella V. Dodd, Russ Nixon, Paul Ross, Nathaniel T. Goldstein, Jose A. Villegas. All I want is with literally the last document. Just show me where the Ruby name is. Ruby's in here. Jack Rubin, 2582. Okay. Oh, is it this stupid thing about plants? Or about selling stamps? The files of the New York office contain no information identifiable with this information. Liar. It's actually... because it's actually Jack Rubenstein. All right, so here's the first... Wait, the assassination was in 63. All right, here's the first file after the assassination. What? Sam Giancana, Kelly Smith, Charles English, 1201. Group listened to Kelly Smith record on jukebox, and Chucky complimented her on her singing. He said he is no hypocrite. He'll get on a soapbox praising her. Kelly Smith. Keely Smith. Chucky, you know what Bobby Kennedy told Johnson? When we need your help, we'll ask for it. That was on that civil rights bill. They wanted him to remain anonymous. Wait, how did Sam Giancana's buddy know what Bobby Kennedy told Johnson? Man believed to be Bob. Doris saying she deplores Kennedy's death. She didn't like a lot of the things he did. She didn't vote for him. She voted for Nixon, but at the same time, he had a lot of good points. Bob indicated this is so, and there are more for him than anybody else. Doris. Okay, so this is the same wiretap, but later in the afternoon. Doris Filani. This man couldn't have hated that man to the extent of wanting to kill him. No, I still think this man was DT as Oswald, and they were afraid of him. I still think this what? This what, man? This what? What are those letters? It's a U and an X. I still think they blanked out that specific word. This man was DT as Oswald, and they were afraid of him. That's my feeling. Now listen, my daughter at one time was married to an FBI man. Why? Now listen, my daughter at one time was married to an FBI man. When she married him, that's what he was. And talking to her, she said they had taken the files out on this Oswald any number of times, and that they didn't think that, listen, after all these thousands, that it was worth going into any deeper than they did. Do you know, a lot of people think they don't even XXX use the files that our attorneys are working with around us, so you can't say they were they were lost on this thing any more than they were on a lot of questions. That blank room being used, not a common one. As far as shooting through a window, and they claim the bulletproof top was off the car, but that was off in other places where he was exposed, so it isn't that. And it's not going to have any more protection than he had. Doris said that Rubenstein was a man who, according to the newspapers, had been inviting these policemen to his nightclub. She wondered why Rubenstein was in that police station. Bob said he was a local figure in Dallas. Doris said she thought Rubenstein was implicated in some way and she'd hoped they'd get to the bottom of it. Doris guessed there were 2 or 3 involved. She said she felt no one should ever get to the hate where one gets killed. Doris Fellini, Queenie Similani, Johnny. Johnny delivered some turkeys to Doris's Armory Lounge. He put them in the background and he has told Doris 2 of them are for Butch Blasi. Johnny said he's been working every day. Johnny said he has not seen Chuck English. Johnny asked if they know the two turkeys to give Sam. The other 2 are for Butch. The 2 he had dropped off, he had shown to Joe Gamboli, and Johnny had seen 2 out of the bank to Joni as he'll be in here tonight. Joni said somebody from the gas station smashed up his car, so he's getting it fixed, and he got a loaner while it's being fixed. Johnny feels these turkeys are so good as the ones Butch has. They are frozen. Joni said he has 2 of the 10, one for Sergeant Zimmerman and one for the other guy. Doris observed she doesn't like frozen turkeys, and these are frozen. Queenie said he didn't like turkey, he likes Cornish hens. Joni told Doris he could have picked up rolled cooked for turkey for if he marked. Okay, who wanted the cards? Chucky made some money. They were, all right. Are they talking about the assassination? Well, they had these people wiretapped. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Hello. Oh, goodness. Now, this was a very intense day. I've gotten to the point where I'm reading a wiretap on, and I'm not even sure how this involves. All right, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Huh. Giancana reviewed information around the assassination of the president, recalling that the first shot at him was found from 75 yards away. He recalled also there was railroad tracks nearby. Giancana indicated that his belief that Kennedy is going to be more honored dead than alive. He went on to say that he would possibly have had a difficult time with his head if he had lived. Discussion developed on the assassination of President Kennedy. Lou thought it incredible that this fellow Jack Ruby could mingle in a police station all day the way he did before he shot Lee Harvey Oswald. People began to say goodbye to Doris. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. All right, folks, that was quite a day. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say goodbye to the Towel Friends. Listen, that was a very unique way to spend a day. I did not expect to spend the day researching both Watergate and Jack Ruby. Now I am fascinated. But what I also want to do is... people are like, Grant, listen, I'm pretty sure that you've now started doing research in real time while doing verdict watches. Yep, well, that's what I'm going to do. All right, so I'm going to say goodbye to the Towel Friends because that's what I think is the best way to end this stream. Not where I expected it to go, but after the past few days, things could go absolutely anywhere, and I would not be surprised. So, all right, let me go over here to the, where is it here? All right. Let me go over to this part of the chat, and then let me scroll up because you all spent so much time with me. I am not just going to abandon you. I am going to scroll up and say goodbye to each and every one of you because really I do this just to make sure that you all are, I make sure that my research is at least getting out there, and at the same time, if you're going to stay this long, I want to say thank you. So, Ange, my super towel friend, it was great to see you today. Thank you so much for stopping in. Oh, I'm getting a little bit frustrated with this. All right, come on now. We've been going for a long time today. I think not one of our longest streams, only about 10 hours. We didn't get a Diddy verdict, so. All right, I'm bringing up the comments. I'm bringing them up. Sorry about that. I'm bringing them up. All right, here we go. Ange, my dear friend, 65 CJ5, Eric Leiber, Leslie Mack. Thank you so much. Christina, RJH, Iris Hewitt, Amber Am, Vicky Moore, Harvard Yard, my friend. I go by Steph. Steph, it was great to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, LS, good night. Berta Maestro, thank you for staying to the end, my dear friend. God bless you. Who else was in here? Who else stayed with us for a while today? Oh, goodness. I appreciate so many of you, ladies and gentlemen. I really do. I think I saw Iris Hewitt in there, Amber Am. And then I also... Oh, it kept loading. That's exactly what I wanted. I also saw LS in there. Colleen Henry, Tonya, Vincent. Judy was in there. The Lydia, thanks for stopping by. Hello, my friend Vicky Moore was here. Oh, 65 CJ5, hello again. Bridge was here, my dear friend. It was great to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Colleen Henry, my dear friend. I don't know if you're still here, but I don't know if Colleen Henry is still here, we'll think about it. Otherwise, we'll play it tomorrow. Thank you, Leslie Mack. That was wonderful. And I just got to say thank you to Dewdrops, Lori S. from South Florida, Jack D65. Thank you all for being super towels. This was an amazing day. You know what I'm going to say, though? If you benefited from today, if you learned something, if this towel stream provided you interesting historical information, friends to talk with, then you know how to pay it forward, friends. Look for a reason to be a helper. Look for a reason to do small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and compassion. Look for a reason to donate to homeless veterans. Look for a reason to donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Look for a reason to smile at someone on the street, say hello to a friend or a neighbor, call a family member you haven't heard from in a while. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that by doing those small acts of service, we can bring about a new world dynamic, not based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, or trying to make money, but instead rooted in preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love through small acts of service, whether it be through this kind of public information service, which is designed to engender cogent public discourse by educating, informing, and entertaining the wider public through long-form public access programming, or whether it's through small acts of service in your own way. I think it's possible because of you. And yes, we'll bring about a new digital epoch with the Aquarius the Water Bearer standing tall, waving a towel, and I will be thrilled if that era is defined by those values of learning, unconditional love, and compassion. It means a lot to me that you've been with me here today, ladies and gentlemen, every single one of you. We'll save our Call Me Hank clip for when Colleen Henry is with us tomorrow. We watched a lot today. We did a lot. Towel friends on the X, I'm going to say goodbye to you first. Thank you so much for watching. Who knows where we're going next with all of this? Who knows what's coming? You can feel something in the air. Tension building, Diddy verdict watch, just chaos lingering. No real resolution for anyone, I think, with regards to the Reed trial. But my name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's been great spending the day with you. Oh, Colleen Henry's here. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. You know what that means. If Colleen Henry is here, we get to play the clip. Yep. Even though we don't exactly know where things are going, if Colleen Henry is here, we play the clip. It is not up for debate. It is not up for discussion. Colleen Henry shows up in the comments. We play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you have to do. That's really all you have to do. So I just type in this little word here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And then I let the video load up. Somehow Colleen Henry, right before the Towel Friends on X got their goodbye, managed to come in. And you know what that means, folks. Colleen Henry shows up. It's not even a question, Super Towels. We just immediately go over here. And then there you go. Call it the clip she loves. Hold on. That is not going to do. Oh, yeah, we'll do. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time as a reward. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You know we love it, ladies and gentlemen. You know we love it. It's worth it to stay for the end just because you might get a treat like that. All right, Towel Friends on the X, we've had a good day. I'm going to say goodbye to you first, then I'm going to say hello to the Towel Friends on the YouTube for a little bit. You know that's how it works because you get a few minutes in the beginning. So Towel Friends on the X, be well. God bless. Stay safe out there. Some of the Towel Friends on YouTube will not go to bed until I go to bed. So until we see each other tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring. I don't want to change my stream to Diddy verdict watch, especially after just chaos in the Reed trial. We'll see how I feel about it. Needless to say, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. So Towel Friends on the X, God bless you. Be safe out there. Be well. I'll talk to you very soon. Towel Friends on the YouTube, what a day. Hello, Christina. What a day. You rock, Colleen Henry. You rock LS. You rock Harvard Yard. You rock Ange and 65 CJ5 and Murder by Maestro and Leslie Mack. Every single one of you who stuck around till the end. I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We're going to be on Diddy Verdict Watch. I'm just going to keep covering the Reed trial until something happens. I know that I can sense in my towel bones that this is not the end. I don't know what the end will be. I don't know if the end will be Karen being some kind of hero in the media because of future corruption indictments unrelated to the Reed case. I don't know what will happen. I don't know if Turtle Boy will flip. I don't know where things are going. I'm just going to watch and monitor and cover the news like a little towel. Yes, LA Connection, if you're just tuning in. So, Towel Friends on the YouTube, Brian Coburger, it is confirmed. He has taken a plea, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Coburger has taken a plea to avoid the death penalty. It is a life sentence. He must admit guilt on all 4 charges, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Coburger must admit guilt on all 4 charges of murder, and then he will avoid the death penalty. It appears to be a cost issue for the state of Iowa, coupled with the fact that Brian Coburger was willing to admit guilt. So, that said, ladies and gentlemen, LA Connection, I'm so glad you got to join us at the end. Brian Coburger did take a plea. At least one of the families is not happy about it. We will talk more about it on stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll have a panel. Maybe we'll do more analysis, look at the jury verdict. This is long-form public affairs programming. I've been analyzing everything from Watergate to the JFK assassination, and I hope Towel will you will be back with us again tomorrow because Towel loves you so much. But I also have to say, more than just updating LA Connection on these developments, I also wanted to say thank you so much, because this channel started, obviously, long before the Reed and O'Keefe case. I know a lot of us met through that case, but there have been requests for us to continue to look for reasons to be together or to continue doing analysis. With so much going on right now, there's no shortage of that, but intermixing it all into sort of one single day of coverage, it's a lot, but that's like any news channel. So you all are really the reason that I do this. I feel so comfortable being around you, discussing with you, answering your questions, going from segment to segment, and I'm just honored you spend the day with me. So it means so much to me. So I'm so glad. Oh, LA Connection, I hope you had a wonderful towel dinner, my super towel friend. We're going to be back with each other tomorrow on Diddy Verdict Watch, so we'll start sometime after 9:30 in the morning, and we'll do some, and we'll talk about the Watergate stories, who knows what's going on with the Reed trial jurors, where any of this is going. I just can't tell. I wish I could tell you. But what I can tell you is that it means a lot to me that you're in my life. You're special because you are you. You've definitely helped me find meaning in my life. I don't do this for any reason other than I like to help people learn, and so I'm going to keep doing that. And I really found a purpose, and it means a lot to me. So God bless you. Oh my goodness, it's Sheffield Towel. It might be humid over there, Sheffield Towel, but you know that you have friends here, and you're getting a fluffy, warm towel hug when you lay your head down to rest tonight. All the Sheffield Towels know that they're appreciated and loved. Means so much to me. I have a smile on my face because I got to see you, my friend. Oh, good night, all my Super Towel friends. I'll put up the next stream for maybe 9:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and we'll look forward to seeing each other then. For now, Towel's going to go continue his research. Who knows what I'll come to you with tomorrow? I'm sure I'll find something interesting. All right, God bless. Sleep well, be safe, reach out to me if you need me. I'm working on being more responsive, but realistically, Twitter DMs are probably the quickest. If you can't reach me on Twitter because I don't follow you, just let me know here during the next stream, and I will do so. From a very hot and humid Boston, Massachusetts, saying good night, and with so much love to all you Super Towels, and with my hugs. God bless you. Super Towel hugs. Until tomorrow.